Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. Now, this one is a little bit different because we are, pretty much close and near to Thanksgiving. I mean, it's still a little bit of time away, but we still have the government shutdown. And on top of that, we still have the whole issue of EBT, SNAP benefits, things of that nature, not being delivered to a lot of folks directly out here. So I want to go over a few of these videos. And again, a lot of the times you have to try to figure if some of these videos are real or not because there is AI involved. But then also you have people that are just dumb enough, right, to go on social media and decide that they want to, become a viral sensation by, doing things that they don't necessarily need to be doing. So we're going to listen to several of these videos and have a conversation about it.
Hi, you guys. I'm out of the store. So they wanted $7 for this. Mind you, I don't have food stamps anymore. They cut me off. So I only had $22 left in food stamps. So this is what I stole. Okay. They wanted $9 for this. I said, oh, I don't got $9. Then they wanted $2 for this. They wanted, sorry, it's all fucked up because it's been in my purse. $7 for this. I'm making some stuffed salmon today. These are needed. I'm not paying $7 for that. Okay. Let me show you the most important thing to me. Short ribs. Take off the label so that you don't beep. Get your fucking meat. How many do you think that I got? How many short ribs is that? And can I be real? More y'all bitch ass niggas should have started taking shit from the motherfucking corporations a long time ago. Y'all just didn't have that shit in your motherfucking bones. Get out there and get in the motherfucking field like I told you. Everything out here is yours. Whether or not you take it, they call that shit free will. I call that shit eminent domain. You know what I'm saying? One thing I learned from the white men, take it! Hey now! Take it! I don't give a fuck who's already sitting there. I don't give a fuck if your land was already established. Bitch, it's mine now and I want it. That is what we should be preaching in the land to the fucking masses. Act more like a white man. Take it for yourself, bitch, and you won't be worried about who don't got it. You see what I'm saying? Get out there and ravish. Last but not least, go in that church and infiltrate. Don't be stupid. Get in there. Ask them for some rent money. Ask them for some help. You've been tithing. Say your lights is off. You need a stipend. You need some food. Go to the church. Ask for help. If the pastor don't help you out, blast them on social media. Quickest way to fuck up the church's money is ask for some. Go do it. See what you get. Report back to a real bitch. Let me know. If the church doesn't help you after all those tithes you gave, well, go ask for your tithes back. See if they can give you a donation form and they can just redonate your money back to you. See if they can do that. If they can't, I want you to come back under this post and give me the reason why they said they cannot reimburse you back the money you and your family have given to them for years. Also, why they can't help you. Let me know.
Right. So we were able to hear and see that video. Right. Now, again, like I said before, I like to happen to say that, again, there is a such thing as AI directly out there where people can make lifelike videos of people, in cars and parks and different things of that nature. But also beyond AI, you have people that are just crazy enough to decide that, hey, let me go on social media and let me, parade this around. Let me explain this to people. Let me show people what it is that I'm doing that I'm realistically not supposed to be doing. Let me go out there and specifically incriminate, myself. Right. And I saw somebody in the comment section basically say that somebody, I guess, trying to refer to, I'm not sure if it was me or the woman in the video, trying to say that somebody here is a stupid racist. Now, if you're referring to the comment, where she stated that, act more like a white man. You see something, just take it, right? Eminent domain and all of these things. That's not racist. Historically speaking, that's what Europeans have done all across the world. So that's not racist if we're looking at the context of history, and the people who have decided to do that. Again, how did Europeans get America? Just saying, how did Europeans get America? How did Europeans get Australia? How did Europeans get a foothold in Hawaii? Like I said before, what she said again, I disagree with the actions that are being committed, but with that specific statement, there is nothing racist about it, and there is nothing inaccurate about it. So, again, for that person that decided to have a problem with that, I don't know what to specifically tell you. It be like that. It be like that. Diabolical in nature. But again, uh, for a lot of people out there, please don't be stupid. Don't decide to fall for any type of let me be I'm sorry, let me be more specific, right? Because I don't gotta care about anybody else, because I don't really care about anybody else, because this ain't really affecting nobody. So I don't have to care about it, a white community. I don't gotta care about Asians or anybody else like that, right? Specifically to the black folks directly out there. Please do not fall for this. Do not allow individuals or people who have platforms, that are AI driven, or what have you, to goad you into believing, or to dive into something that you don't need to dive into. Because the main thing that I'm hopefully, will convey by way of these videos is that these are a variety of attempts. Because again, I don't know who these people are. Again, it could be real people, could be AI, could be paid operatives, could be all three combined. The main thing is they want to get certain things to transpire and happen so that the United States government can enact certain things. The United States government cannot enact certain things by way of egging on, or trying to go, towards white folks. That's just not going to sit up there and happen. They can't do this towards the Asian community. They can't do this towards the Africans that are out there. They can't do this with the Jewish community. They can't do this with the Asians. They can't do it with no other specific community directly out here. It's just not going to work. In order for certain things to really get shut down and for the government to really mobilize, they are trying to formulate and use a catalyst, right, in order to provoke the black community to basically get everything started. So you got two main things that'll transpire from that, right? Number one, it'll feed into whatever type of narrative. And then number two, all the other groups out there will specifically say, see, yeah, it's always the blacks, it's always the blacks, it's always the blacks, it's always the blacks. Again, it's to feed into a narrative, into a stereotype. And it again is to be used to, be a catalyst in order to have certain things transpire and happen, to really have, martial law, insurrection act, and a lot of these, other things that they've been waiting you know to really get started, but they really can't find a way, right? They've been trying to go after a variety of groups. You see that the United States government is trying to use ICE and the mobilization of a variety of people. It's not really working. People really ain't in the streets. People aren't really getting violent. People aren't really getting angry, right? And they're going after anybody that's Hispanic, anybody that is speaking Spanish, anybody that even looks Hispanic. I've covered all four of these things, of how it is that the United States government has okayed the ability of ICE agents to specifically go after a group of people because of their, I guess you could say, their ethnicity, because of the language of which that they speak, and a variety of things of that nature, right? They've done this with the Haitians, right? They've done this with the Africans, again, two groups again that are not going to give any type of fight back. They're not going to do any type of rah 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 or anything of that nature, right? And then again, dealing with white Americans, the main way to really go at and attack white folks, you have to go and attack the money, because that's the real thing that white people really care about. It's the money. If white people got money, they don't really have any qualms, no type of cares. The moment in time that you really start messing with the money, it's like, yo, we got high debt, rent is going up. They can barely afford, stuff for themselves or their families. They can barely afford their kids, education. They can barely afford food. Their job isn't paying enough. The moment of time that you start chipping directly away and going directly after that, you're going to start to get white folks out there active, but it takes a lot, right? Because they got a multitude of avenues to figure out some ways to get some money and different things of that nature. So the last resort, again, is Black Americans. That is the last resort. No, like I said, no other group out here can really get a shutdown or things to transpire and happen like Black Americans. But let's continue. Somebody said, you praise that white man, bruh. Who are you talking about? Let me see. Hold on. So, I mean, again, I can look at the name and know the fact that you're a troll, right? Because you want it to be highlighted. So, how specifically am I actually praising white people? Let me know. Let me know. Because this isn't an Officer Tatum channel. This isn't what's that dude's name? Magnus. This isn't that channel. This isn't a Jesse Peterson channel. What's the Hodge twins? This isn't Fresh and Fit. So I'm just trying to figure out, right? How specifically am I praising white people or white men when I'm being very direct in who it is that a variety of these attacks are specifically happening towards and who they're meant for? Like, it's crazy to me that people really think that they know something and they don't really know anything. And then when you have somebody delivering a message, working on or trying to at least inform people, people want to pull directly up to the scene and be like, ah, man, you tap dance, you this, you that, all this other type of, yeah, okay. But if that was realistically the case, right, as this person wanted to sit up here and say, why don't you be the solution since I'm such a tap dancer, right? Since I idolize the white man so much, why don't you be the opposite and create a platform and do what it is and deliver the news and information the way that it should be delivered, since you feel that I am inadequate to deliver or give a certain type of message? And the craziest part is that when I normally tell people that, and I'm very direct in what it is that I say, the same people that I'm talking to either disappear, they have nothing to say, or better yet, they're just not going to do it at all, but they're just going to continue talking. And this is when I happen to tell people that there's a difference in between people that will actually at least try versus those who won't. In case in point, as stated before, that's exactly why you're directly in my comment section. Because if you were actually about what it is that, you were talking about, you wouldn't actually have the time to actually be on my channel in the comment section trying to tell me this, that, and the third. You would actually be out there doing. You'll be informing. You'll be educating. You'll be pointing out a lot of differences and different things of that nature, but yet you're not. So good job, though. Good job. You got it. That's some diabolical work. That is some diabolical work. Who was that? Oh, we got some more trolls directly up in here. I love the troll comments. So what white wife? Like, so let me just be more specific. Who specifically are you referring to before I continue on with the videos? Because I happen to tell people like, yo, if you're actually going to leave a comment towards me, just put the at button and then SEIJIHITO. At least in that way, I know that you're in a sense not a bot. The moment of time that it seems that you can't do that at your grown age using a cell phone, I'm like, yeah, it's probably a troll bot, AI. AI can't really, specifically get with it when real conversations are happening. So, it'd be like that. Yo, what is up, DSB? What is up? What is up? What is up? Yo, we got Gail in here. Where's she at? I didn't even know. I'm trying to find y'all real quick. I gotta go back. Yo, Bushido, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Child of the book. What is happening? What is up? What is up? What is up? I'm just what's up, Vincent? What's going on? It don't even show me that Gail is here, which is crazy. That is wild. Didn't even know. Unless you're in the background, I'm not sure. Okay, there. Okay, there's Gail. Okay, I see. I see. Yo, what is up, Gail? Yo, my tie. What is up? What is up? What is up? But anyways, let's continue on with the next video. So now the next video that we have here is directly.
I'm not voting for nobody because I didn't like how the.
My bad. It's going to be a little bit loud on my end. I'm probably going to mute the mic when I play this video. But we got a video here of Cardi B, famous celebrity, multi-millionaire, giving her take, directly on this and what she has to say. Because again, like Sway said about 9/11, we need to know what Ja Rule has to say. So since the government shut down and the whole thing is out of whack with EBT and everything dealing with the government, we got to understand and know, what does Cardi B think? What is Cardi B's opinion directly on this? So let's find out.
So I see a lot of people complaining about the SNAP benefits being taken away, as in food stamps, which is crazy that it's happening because in less than a month or in less than a month, we have Thanksgiving, right? And this is the shit that be fucking pissing me the fuck off about y'all. Let me tell you something. Y'all know last year, I was not voting for nobody. I was not voting for nobody because I didn't like how the Democrats, they was funding wars and shit like that. I ain't fucking like that shit. But then I talked to Kamala and them, and she had a whole different type of fucking agenda. And I'm like, you sure you're not with that shit? She was like, yeah, I mean, I know I'm vice president, but I don't really got a lot to say so. But this is my plan. So I was like, bitch, I fucks with ya. I really, really fucks with ya. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to support. Whatever I could do, I'm going to support. And then, y'all was so worried about me doing the speech and me fucking, my teleprompter wasn't working. And then it's like, oh my God, it's so bad that she got to read. Bitch, you saw all that shit that I had to motherfucking say, bitch? I had to write that shit the fuck down. What the fuck is you talking about? I was talking in front of thousands of people. I had to write that shit down. And my teleprompter wasn't working. Y'all was so worried about me saying Donald Trump. Y'all was worried about me saying Donald Trump and me fucking, and my teleprompter not fucking working, that y'all missed the message. And this is what I was trying to say. Now look, right? Donald Trump was never for y'all poor motherfuckers. Donald Trump was never for the poor people, for the white poors, for the black poors, for the Spanish poor, for the Asians, for the Indians. He don't give a fuck about none of y'all motherfuckers.
So let me just say something. There's been a lot of instances of which I've covered Cardi B directly on this channel. Well, not a lot, just quite a few. And I've disagreed pretty much with a lot, with probably like 99.9%. This is the one time that I can sit up there and say that I have to agree. She put it out there blatantly. She is rich. She is a multi-millionaire. So from somebody who is rich, who has millions, who is living in a mansion, living a lavish life, doing stuff that people have to dream of, right? Or try to live through other people's lives in order to get to. She's specifically stating that Donald Trump is not for the poor folks directly out here. It don't matter if you're white. It don't matter if you're Asian. It don't matter if you're black. It don't matter who you are. If you are poor, that means you don't got no money. You are broke. You are destitute. You can't get nowhere. You are on the struggle bus. Choo, choo. If you are in any of those instances, Donald Trump is not for you. He is for the businesses. He is for the corporations. He is for the rich. That is clearly what she is telling you. But, you can't tell nobody nothing. And I've heard a variety of rich folks say this exact same thing. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. A lot of people like to vote against their own interest. It be like that, though. But let's continue.
And guess what? When I talk about poor, I'm not only talking about poor people that's under poverty. To him, even millionaires are poor. He don't give a fuck about the millionaires like me neither. So here I am to say, right? Dictators always find an excuse to blame people for America's downfall. Which, how many fucking immigrants have he deported? So now that the immigrants are deported, who are we blaming for the fact that we're practically going in a recession? We don't even have fucking food stamps. Not we, y'all. We don't even have food stamps. So now that y'all cannot blame the immigrants, remember he used to say, oh, because of the immigrants, y'all don't have jobs. Because of the immigrants, we're spending so much money that we don't even have money to give y'all. Well, now the immigrants is gone from America, so who we blaming? Because they have spent, what, a whole entire year or half the year getting rid of the immigrants, and now there's no SNAP benefits? I thought it was the immigrants that was taking all the fucking benefits. So what is it now? Now, remember all them jobs that he was saying the immigrants was having? Now they saying, well, the immigrants' job is gone. Get to work, motherfuckers. Just because the immigrants are gone don't mean that we're going to give you this free food. Y'all get to fucking working. Yeah. Yeah. So while y'all was happy and all that shit, and I hope white people is watching me. Well, not just all white people. I'm not going to put everything, but there's a lot of white Americans, a certain type of white Americans that like, they are so, you know, they country, they eat raccoons and shit, all type of shit. They live in the Appalachian fucking mountains and shit like that. And these are the type of people, because y'all we live in certain ghettos, we live in certain poverties, but then there's certain poverties that white folks live in. They live in trailers, they live in mountains, they fucking eat squirrels and shit. And those are the type of white Americans that they live in towns that like they used to like do coils and shit, like coal, whatever. And now they're out of jobs and all that shit. And instead of blaming America and technology for the poverty that they're going through, they blame it on the immigrants. And these are the type of people that I want y'all to watch this live, because y'all thought that immigrants and this and that, and we gotta go for Donald Trump. Y'all thought that he was gonna be your hero. He don't fucking like y'all. Yo, poor, you're poor. He don't fucking like you.
So this is another instance of which, sadly enough, I have to agree with Cardi B. There was a lot of folks directly out there who are immigrants that wanted to either side with because they didn't have the ability to vote, or immigrants who, you know, became naturalized, or, you know, however it is that it basically worked through the system. They became United States citizens, and they decided the first thing that they were going to do was vote Republican, vote for Donald Trump. And as I've covered directly on this platform, a lot of those immigrants who sided with Trump, they were, oh yeah, Trump 2020 and Trump 2028 and all this other, a lot of those people got deported. And you had some of them dumb enough to sit up there and say that they would do the exact same thing all over again. Wow. So everything that you fought for, right? You strive to basically build and establish yourself in a brand new country, and you were successful with doing that. You made a business, you got a home, you got a family, you have something established. Back home, you don't have anything established, right? You ran away from home because obviously it was not beneficial for you, growth, family, and everything of that sort. So you came to the United States, but however it is that you came, and you decided in your grand wisdom that, hey, I'm going to take this opportunity to vote against my own people and also against my own best interest. Wow. And again, Cardi B is right directly within that. I've covered for about a good month plus or so a lot of immigrants that were at one moment in time cheering for Donald Trump. As soon as he got in office, they were crying, they were praising Jesus, praising the Lord, and doing whatever it is that they wanted to do. And now they're at a point in time of being scared. People hiding all over the place because they don't want to get deported. They don't want to get sent directly back home. And that's either because they sided with the Republican Party or they voted with the Republican Party. And a lot of the Hispanic individuals here that voted for the Republican Party and had the ability to vote, voted against their own people because they were like, yeah, we don't want those other ones here. And inadvertently, they did, in a sense, stop that from happening, but they ended up also contributing to the fact that now ICE is going to be looking at them, going after them, going through their homes and their businesses. I got a video up here of which I'm not going to show that one, but there was a strip club recently that was raided. and all you saw was the Latin women there that were strippers. ICE agents came through and picked them up, and there were also some Latin guys there. ICE picked them up too and was escorting them directly out of that strip club. So, yep, they are not playing around. They are going everywhere that they can possibly go, everywhere they can possibly go to pick people directly up. That's crazy. That is 100% diabolical. Mm, 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 mm. But anyways, let's continue.
He don't like you. He don't give a fuck if you black, white, Asian, Spanish. If you poor, he don't fucking like you. He ain't for you. Okay? He ain't fucking for you. And now, ain't no fucking food stamps. Y'all motherfuckers gonna have to hunt raccoons and shit for Thanksgiving. And eat beans and shit. And now look. Now the economy is fucked up in all types of ways. All types of ways. When was the last time y'all seen celebrities happy and shit? Or anybody like, oh yeah, I just bought a new house. The economy is fucked up in all types of ways. Everybody's going through it, bitch. Every fucking body is going through it. These companies, they're not giving money like how they used to before. They're not giving money like they used to before. And the truth about it is that we were going to go through a recession. We was going to go through a hard time. Remember when they said remember when they asked that doctor, how long do you think it's going to take for COVID to be over? He said like 2-3 years. And we was like, no, not 2-3 years. Well, that's what they should have asked people like us. Like, how long is the side effect, the effects of COVID and the economy is going to last? And they should just say the truth, like 10 years. 10 years or more, instead of being like, no, the reason why we broke is because of fucking the immigrants and the Mexicans and the this and that. No, we're broke because we just went through a fucking what's that shit fucking called? My bad shit, that whole COVID shit. This was gonna happen regardless, and y'all was gonna have somebody that was for the people, that was gonna make sure that y'all was good, and now we're fucked up. Tariff is through the roof. You know how you know that the economy is bad? Because not even the prostitutes is getting fly. Where have you seen a hoe with a good Chanel bag?
Yo, let me say that's wild. I didn't even think of. You know what? I just thought. You know what? That's a very solid point. When it deals with a lot of these individuals, these people directly out here, and the type of life that they lead and the work that they do, people would normally dress a certain type of way, look a certain type of way, and once things start hitting the economy, because certain things, let's say strip clubs, that's 100% dependent on men. Women are not going to strip clubs. When it deals with women of the night, who work the streets, 100% of that is men. Just like when it deals with OF, again, that's dealing with men. You're going to have a lot of women out here suffering. Just actually, like, if you just breathe just walk with me real quick, right? If you take a look at a lot of the women who either do it as a side hustle, right? Or they do it as their main career, right? Their main job. There's going to be a lot of women suffering, because the last time I remember a lot of these women suffering was back during the pandemic. And that was about a good like 2.5 years, right? It was at the point where, people had like some half off type sales directly out here that they were advertising online. Like, they had some half off, they had to really slash prices. Like, it was desperate times. Desperate times call for desperate measures, right? And now we're at a point where, you got a lot of folks out here that thought that the way that the world was going to be forever. Like, they were going to be on this high horse and everything was going to, go a certain type of way. And a lot of people did not really measure the economy. People didn't get out those charts. People didn't get out that data. People really, really did not get out that data and start looking directly at that. Rick H Town, what is up? What is up? You said they don't walk the streets no more. No, they do in certain places. Because you got some guys out here that do YouTube videos, which I've watched, anywhere from like up and down the West Coast, from Washington to California, whatnot. You still have women that walk the streets. Trust me, I done seen a video in 4K. I was watching these videos even during the pandemic. You got, and I was shocked. I'm like, dog, this is actually like, this is really real. I'm like, that's wild. I'm like, they are really out here strolling, and like I said before, they really about that life. Like I said, I disagree with it, but I gotta respect it because I'm like, they're consistent in what it is that they do every single day. Hey, you got to get it how you can get it. It be like that. Um, but MV says, so basically, what you're saying is women are only for selling their body. I didn't say that. Are you talking about me or are you talking about Cardi B? I'm a little bit confused. I was listing an aspect. I was listing something that I've covered before when it dealt with, let's say, like the pandemic. And I was talking about the whole thing of OF and things of that nature. And as a matter of fact, I too also on my platform sat up there and listed 2 women before, because there are fields of women out there that do that, right? That either do it openly where people know who it is that they are, or do it privately, or however it is that they do it. And I was specifically telling women, I'm like, yo, at the end of the day, I might disagree directly with this. That type of lifestyle in a way that, how you gotta, move and do all that stuff. But I'm like, yo, at least be safe at the end of the day. And I was sitting up to telling women, I'm like, yo, your safest bet is to sit up there and just do OF. And that's as real as I can sit up there and get. Because I'm like, you're in control of your own money. You get a larger share of your own money, and there is no middleman managing your funds. You are doing everything yourself when it deals with the monetization, when it deals with the content creation, when it deals with the control of the area of the safety and who it is that you are messing with at the end of the day. You can also put up certain barriers which will require people to have STD tests and checkups and stuff. Like I said, it's a more controlled environment versus being out there on the street. The streets don't love nobody, right? This is common sense. The streets don't love nobody, right? So like I said, the only thing, again, as somebody who has a platform trying to at least give a type of a solution, if people are in there as a career, this is their job every single day, and it's just what they want to do, yo, at least be safe doing it. That, like I said, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to look out for the best interest. Like I said, I grew up watching Cops, and I saw a lot of the stories of how it is that women were getting treated. I read a lot of stories over time on how Johns and all this other type of stuff would do a variety of things to women, and I'm like, it don't even make any sense. I'm like, dog, just y'all out here doing business, just do business. You doing a little bit too much extra for like no reason, and you're taking it you're taking it to an extent that it doesn't need to go into. So, like I said, for me, when it deals with that, and again, I don't care if people disagree with me. Again, the only thing I can do is at least look at reality and be as real as I can be. I'm worried about women's safety when it deals with that. I'm not worried about guys, because ain't nothing really happening to guys realistically. You have more oftentimes than not guys out here committing crimes against these women who are already having crimes committed against them by way of law enforcement, and I've covered stories like that. So like I said, I'm all for the protection of women and them, how it is that they move and things of that nature. Like I said, whatever. Crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. MV said OF is just a legal version of selling. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Just like the digital content area where women are on X and a variety of other places, like they're on X, they're on TikTok, they're on Twitch, and a variety of places. Yeah, women find different ways of, I gotta watch the words, monetizing their bodies, right? How it is that they are able to profit and do things of that nature. So yeah, like I said, for me, as long as they are in control of the content, control of the money, and of their person, and there's no middleman, I'm completely fine. Like I said, do what it is that you do. You know, don't overstep the bounds and start doing some crazy type of stuff where you want to show up on kids' platforms and start, putting your stuff directly out there. Don't do that. That's when we're going to start to have a problem. And again, I've covered that before. I've covered videos like that are on Twitch. I've covered videos like that are on TikTok. I've covered videos like that are on YouTube as well. And like I said, and when it gets to that point, this is when people need to start calling women weird. Like I said, there is a certain, leeway for certain things, but then when you start pushing it to another area, trying to quote unquote, as you want to call it, maximize whatever, it is that you're trying to do, now you're weird. You're in the exact same avenue as the many men that I've covered on this platform that specifically do crimes against the family and children. Just saying. Hector de Jesus said nothing is safe about that. I mean, it's safer than being on the streets. It's safer to be on the streets. And then somebody stated above, one of many said, plus it leaves a digital paper trail should something happen to you. And that is true. That is very, very true. That's 100%. 1000%. Let me see. Hector de Jesus said, it's crazy work, but you support anyways. I mean, if it's what it is that people want to sit up, I don't have control over that. I can't, I can't sit up there. Let me just highlight this real quick. There's nothing I can do. There are women out here right now. It's like, hey, I could, in a sense, want them to do something different where it is safer. But if this is what they opt to do, if this is what they feel is beneficial for them, if this is what they feel that God put them on this planet for, then so be it. It ain't my daughter. So that's a full grown woman. That's a fully grown adult able to make her own decisions. I don't have no control over that. Like I said, the only thing that I can sit up there and do is try to, throw something out there to be like, yo, at least, be safe and do it this way and all this other time. Hey, like I said, that's the most that I can sit up there and do. I don't know. I don't know what else you want me to sit up there. I don't know how else you want me to sit up there and put it. One of many said, right, said you folks are going to do what they do. Let them be. They just can't cry about the consequences. Yeah, that's facts. That's 100% facts. That's 100% facts. If you live that type of lifestyle, it's going to come with, certain types of consequences. And I've covered, some of those stories directly as well. It didn't matter if it was a man or a woman. I've covered both of those stories. I think I also, at least covered both black and white folks directly out here, when it deals with, that specific thing. But, it'd be like that. But anyways, let's go to the next video.
Just something utterly bizarre about food stamps not coming in November.
That's bars.
There's something utterly insane about it that I can't get my finger wrapped around. I mean, this has got to be an extreme shock to the system, right? This is so heartless. And I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around what the point of it is, and after watching a couple of creators and trying to put my 2 cents together, ultimately it seems like the ultimate goal is the Insurrection Act still, but I thought that was going to be invoked during the No King's Day protest. It wasn't. So it's like they're really upping the score. They're really turning up the heat and the pressure, trying to get people to react in a type of way that will get people like me and other people who might not fully be paying attention to consent to more aggressive policies. Because the Trump administration would have put maybe the worst case scenario of one person going absolutely mad because they haven't eaten food, because he cut the programs that were holding that person and their family afloat. So they got desperate. It's going to make people act out. They're saying that the crime is going to rise because of people's lack of access to not just food, but resources altogether, healthcare, medication. They're going to take that footage. They're going to broadcast it all over Facebook, all over Instagram, all over TikTok, all over our feed so we can't see it. So then we can start to feel that, wow, things really are getting bad. Even if we know that Trump is the one doing it, when we start physically seeing people act like a human that is trying to survive, when we see people take matters into their own hands, when we see that, even though we know that it's him, not him, but Trump, even though we know that it's Trump, we're still gonna be like, oh, well, this is bad, this is dangerous, someone needs to do something. That's the consent. That's the consent. That's the manufactured consent part of it. That's
So let me just pause that right there. This is something that I have talked about for the longest time possible, even back during the times of, I think, the BLM protest. I was talking about the exact same thing on how, if certain things go a certain type of way, they're looking to find a way. They're trying to see what reactions work and what doesn't work, so that the government can decide to step in, because they allowed a problem. They were the catalyst and the causation of said problem. So all they have to do is sit back and wait for the people to cry out, help, help, help. And now the government comes in as if they're doing a job that the people asked them to do, when realistically they're the ones that caused. They had a domino effect. They started removing, they started repositioning, they started building, they started doing all of these things on top of these very fragile dominoes on purpose, in order to cause a necessary pressure, so that a catalyst could be there, so that they can do what it is that they want to do by the words of the people. Right. So they're not forcing you to basically ask for help. They're not telling you to ask for help. They're just delivering you a nice symptom, a nice problem, so that you can see it. And the government can say that they see it just like you see it. And they'll just sit back and just allow you to say, okay, government, come in, protect us, do what it is that we cannot do for ourselves. Come and manage us, because we are clearly kids and we need a parent. Right. But let's continue.
it. That's it. That's it. He just needs people to get crazy enough for other people to feel unsafe. He needs the most vulnerable population to get so unbelievably desperate that the people who are middle class, who are just making it, who need to support him, can't support him. Right? He's, once again, this is just a way to divide the masses. You got the people who are better off than others versus the people who never had shit, and then the people who's controlling it all, trying to get all of us to accept his aggressive policies. Now we look at what's going on in Argentina, right? A lot of Nazis in Argentina. He's been blowing up. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, wait, no. Yeah, Argentina. He gave 20 billion, 30, 40 billion dollars to Argentina. No MAGA, no nothing. Quiet. Before it was no money to Israel, no money to Ukraine, but Argentina can get it. Okay.
So if people don't understand why that is, why he's listing that, is because if you look at a lot of the stories and a lot of the things that were stated after World War II, right after the war was lost for a certain demographic directly out there, they decided to scatter. They fled all over the world. And one of the main places that they went to was Argentina. If you look at some videos of the South Americans down there in Argentina, a lot of them have grandfathers, right? And parents who are a part of this group from Germany. And they have a lot of the memorabilia, right? They have, like, some remembrance days. They have these grand celebrations, right? A lot of these people are proud of that heritage. Knowing the fact of how the world looks at it, they're proud of it. They celebrate directly in it. They idolize it. But yet he's saying that the United States government was like, hey, we're going to sit up there and give money over there to Argentina. Huh? That's a little bit weird. I thought we fought against folks so that there would be no more celebration. So that all of that stuff would be again history, so that it would be no more. Why are we giving it to a group of people who are celebrating and have a bloodline directly in that? That's a little bit weird to me, but like I said, America will do what America will do. Let's continue.
He's blowing up ships in Venezuela and sending warships to Venezuela. And he's starving people here. These are not loosely fitted random attacks from an administration that doesn't know what they're doing here. I mean, Trump doesn't know what he's doing. He just doesn't want to go to jail, right? But Palantir, Stephen Miller, Steve Bannon, all of them, they know what's going on. These three things are not loosey-goosey. And even Israel breaking the ceasefire deal. I don't think they ever respected it. Again, recently. These are not all disjointed things. One day they're all gonna hit at once. And I mean, I was just saying, soon we'll be knowing what Jim Crow was like in this country in a few weeks. And I don't know, I felt like I was just chatting, but I mean, look, if I was to guess, right, people go crazy. He invokes the Insurrection Act, martial law, and then he gets to do what he's been wanting. He wants to lock up people. He wants to put them to work. He wants people on the street, troops in houses, and he wants war at home to make people desperate so that when he starts the war in Venezuela, well, that's going to be our only means to eat. We're not going to have a job. We're not going to have these things. We're going to be desperate and easier to control. So then he'll send more people to Venezuela to basically and this was a take that I heard from another creator, but basically do to South America what Europe is doing to Africa. He wants to get his own kind of party started there. And with the whole Argentina thing, I mean, I don't know, maybe he's going to flee after. I'm shooting in the dark here, but I think at the very least, they turned up the heat. It's getting a little too hot in this pot.
Like I said, it's crazy out here, but a lot of people are not paying attention to the variety of things that, and again, like, and I do want to, frame this as telling people like, hey, just pay attention to stuff with a grain of salt. Right? Do your own research. You don't have to 100% believe any and everything that somebody is specifically saying. Do your own research. Right? There's nothing wrong with that. Do your own research. Due diligence, all of that stuff. So let's go to the next video.
About, they cut the link in time for Thanksgiving. Who cares about Thanksgiving? They cut the link. They cut the link. No one cares about this pagan holiday. Why do we keep tying it to this Thanksgiving shit? Like, they took this land from the indigenous people and they're ha-haing it every year. And people are participating in that same ritual. Fuck Thanksgiving. They just took the food. They took the link. And then y'all notice how these shops sitting here giving out vouchers or for the low of the stuff that we put in our food for Thanksgiving. They still want you to participate in this same ritual, but they're taking snacks. They say, hey, I know we took y'all shit, but we kind of need y'all energy a little bit. We need y'all to participate, so I'm just giving you this little shit off the top. Remember what Thanksgiving is? It was the day they took the land from the indigenous people. Y'all are so fucking brainwashed. Fuck Thanksgiving. Like, just think about the gluttony that surrounds Thanksgiving. Do y'all think about that stuff? Like, y'all are sitting around the table giving thanks to a source that took this land from somebody else. From somebody else. Do y'all pay attention to stuff like that? Or am I thinking too deep? Am I thinking too hard? Woo. But y'all gotta think about that. Like, I was watching Rick and Morty and they was like, Thanksgiving is basically America's birthday.
100%. 100%. We're giving thanks to a source that took something from somebody else. Sitting around a table with gluttony. Are we not all sinning? Let me not say we, because I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. But y'all know what I'm saying? Put no thanks. No thanks. That's what we need to start saying as a collective. No thanks.
So I want to say that within everything that she stated is true. And I want to just be very specific. The message that she's giving, she's specifically speaking to Black people. Again, she's not speaking to any other demographic directly out here, specifically to Black people. Because if you look directly out here, and Black people know, the normal stuff that we happen to buy for a lot of these holidays, right? Normally it may cost, quite a bit of money or whatnot, whatever. Now you start seeing a lot of these deals, right? People know that you have, a slim sum directly out there who are dependent on money coming directly by way of the government in order to facilitate the ability to cook for their families when it deals with this event, when it deals with this holiday. So now they're like, all right, well, we know y'all can't really spend the amount of money that y'all would normally spend, which means that there's going to be a lot of food up there that we normally love to buy an exorbitant amount of, because we know that it's going to sell out real quick. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have a lot of discounts. We're going to have a lot of sales. We're going to try to bring the prices down, somewhat, so that it's affordable for you to be able to do stuff directly out here. Yep. Everything that she said was true. That this woman did not miss not one note at all. And again, like she said before, it's America celebrating how it is that they were able to take the land away from the native people. It is crazy work. But again, I can't really be too shocked about that, because America celebrates Christopher Columbus, and Christopher Columbus and his gang have a lot of terrible stories. But that's neither here nor there. But again, people like to have the Christopher Columbus statues in their towns and their cities and stuff like that. Now you gotta start looking at a lot of people sideways, but it'd be like that. But anyways, let's go to the next video.
That are talking crazy about people who getting food stamps and the fact that it's getting cut off and just making fun of them is the people who don't get it. Y'all really just mad because you don't get food stamps. That's it. That's all. Because when they passed out them summer EBT, them PEBT cards, and everybody got it, y'all was happy to walk in them stores and use that. But all of a sudden, it gets cut off and this and the third. Now y'all got so much negative to say about it, but y'all wasn't saying that when y'all got them free little $150. Like, if you don't get it, cool, move around. It don't affect you. So why you got to comment on it? Okay. Y'all just so negative and just happy that, oh, glad y'all got to spend y'all money on food too. Now y'all can see how I feel. Come on now. If everybody was getting food stamps, y'all would feel the same way that the people was feeling that's getting food stamps. Y'all are so negative and hateful. It's crazy. And then y'all be the same people who get on Facebook anonymously and be like, anybody got some stamps for sale? Y'all be them same people who be needing stamps. So, if you don't get it, cool. Move around.
So I want to state that nobody is mad that they're not able to get food stamps, and to get up here on social media and to think that it's a flex that you're I don't. Sometimes when people make these videos, I'm not sure if they proofread in their mind, or just have like a script reader, in their mind or something, just like go over some stuff before they try to make their points. Because that's the weirdest flex to try to do. Was like, well, you're just mad because we're getting something free that you're not, huh, brother? What are we talking about here? People, you got a lot of people that work 9 to 5s, or that got 2 jobs. Nah, they're not jealous. The only thing that a lot of everyday working people have a problem with is the fact that rent is going up, and they don't have anything that's really, the government is not working with them. Landlords and all of this other type of stuff is not really trying to work with them. But then you got other people who could, in a sense, actually be working, doing things that everybody else is sitting up there doing. But people are like, ah, no, I'm going to just sit up there and lay back, lie on my back, and have 99 kids, and just do this. And I'm going to have the government pretty much pay 95% of my rent. So you're probably paying about, a few dollars on your rent, while everybody else with the 9 to 5 are working 2 jobs or got family, living in the same house. Everybody is like, yo, we got to get this 1,500. We got to get this 2 grand together real quick. That's the only issue that people have. It's not really so much you, it's the fact that the government is not doing anything that is beneficial to people who are, quote unquote, doing it the American way, which is getting out there, working, holding down a job, stably holding down a job or 2 jobs, paying your taxes, doing your taxes at the end of the year, and contributing to society. There is nothing positive there. That there is nothing positive that you get from doing that. But it seems as though that if you decide to find a cheat code or a different avenue to take, it seems that magically the government or the powers that be is like, ah, yeah, oh, you found this way, no problem. We're gonna hand you everything, no problem. That shit, it's crazy to me. It's diabolical out here, but it be like that. It be like that. Jordy, what is up? What is up? You said, what about the elderly who depend on food stamps? I like I said, I don't know what to tell people. For me, I'm not talking about the elderly. I'm talking about specifically able-bodied people. There's a lot of able-bodied people that are just out there, just doing God mode, directly through life, doing automatic cheat codes. And I try to tell people years and years ago that, yo, whatever you're able to get now, this is not going to be forever. I told people even during the whole thing of the PPP loan, I'm like, yo, whatever y'all doing, this is not forever. The government is going to catch up. The government is going to find you. And people didn't believe me. And lo and behold, the government will allow you to move as long as they want you to move. They'll give you about a few years. They'll start, tacking on notes. They'll put the clip notes in there, paper clips, and all this other type of stuff. Now they got a nice dossier directly on you, your spending habits, what you did specifically with the money, how it wasn't for the business, how the business was a shell company, how you, your family, and your friends all conspired in order to do this. And now people caught up, and now people locked up in prison. You had people all the way from the church. You had other rich folks. You had middle class people, poor people. Everybody was sitting up there getting caught up, but nobody wanted to listen because they thought that they knew. They thought that they had the greatest scam directly out here. The greatest scam is you can't out scam a scammer. The United States of America is the greatest of greatest scammers. You cannot out scam the greatest scammer to ever exist on the face of this planet. You just cannot. They'll allow you to think that you can, but you can never see America at its own game. And that's the part that I keep trying to tell people. It's like people just stupid out here. People are just stupid. So now you have a lot of people getting caught up. And I think I might have a video directly up here. I might have showcased that video in a previous video, short / long form content, where there was a woman that stated that she made a video on TikTok about how to cheat the system and get all of these benefits from the government. And now the government sent her a tab talking about, you got to pay us back $38,000. Whoops. Like I said, I can't 100% verify if she got that notice or not. I don't even care to know. I just know for a fact that there are certain things that you just should not play with at all. In dealing with the government, that's something that you shouldn't play with. They have your birth certificate and your social security. I don't care how much of a scammer that you think that you are. They have all, you can't hide. There's nothing, you cannot run anywhere in these United States and hide from them and think that you're just going to be able to just keep getting money without them handing you a nice tab or some jail or prison time. Like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical out here. Diabolical. We got Brandon V. World in here, said, here comes a new challenger. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the 5 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see. Let me move past the troll comments. Uh Life with Shea 12. What is up? You said, I get what you're saying, but why is it hurting them that other people are getting food stamps? I mean, well, you say that you got what it is that I said. So, got somebody in the comment section telling me don't be a hater. Some diabolical work. Diabolical work. Let me see. DJ said, I was once on food stamps, then I made too much money. Now I just learned to live without them. It's tight, but you have to do it. And that's facts. And see, like I said before, for me, I like the fact when people are honest, about situations. And a lot of people make it seem as though that they just can't live without this. And it's like, actually, you can. Before food stamps, before black people were ever even able to get the ability to be on food stamps, because let me just give a refresher course to anybody that's new here. For Social Security and when it dealt with government assistance, both of the people were white. The first people ever in the United States to receive these things were white. One was a white woman and the other one was a white man. So, like I said before, none of these systems that are in place were for black people. Or I'm sorry, let me reword it. None of these systems that are in place at this moment in time were there to help or benefit black people at all. Black people were afterthought. It was pretty much like a trickle down effect. It was like, all right, white people's like, yo, we got to help our people. We got to make sure that they don't fall. We got to supplement them somehow. We gotta give them a leg up. And that's what they did. Right. And unbeknownst to them, it was going to end up, falling to the colored folks, as they like to sit up and say during those time frames. And, black people were able to get, that stuff way, way, way later on. Right. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. It is diabolical work, and this is when I told people before, it's like, yo, you gotta shop smart and you gotta cook differently. The way in my household that we learned a lot of things is like, yo, when things got tight, like I said, growing up in a black household, you cook things that will last you some days, right? So you got things like, chili, right? You got some things like maybe like some hamburger helper, and you get like some loaves of bread, things like that. You got fried bologna sandwiches, right? You can get the triple stacker fried bologna sandwiches, right? You can have, excuse me, hot dogs and fries. You can have sloppy joes, right? There's a variety of things that can be fixed where you can portion that directly off so that it will last you throughout, the months. Now, again, I will sit up there and say I'm dealing with the fact that how many of us was in the house? It was like me, my mom, my grandmother, and I think my aunt. Right. So that's about like four people. Right. So at the time, at least it was about three adults, one teenager. Right. And this is how we basically, manage certain things, during certain times of things were, a little bit tight, But like I said, a lot of people got to shop smarter. People got to stop spending outside of their means. And that's the craziest thing. Like, people don't think about a what if. People don't think really beyond tomorrow. They're like, I got all this now. Let me sit up there and drop like 900 right now directly on this. And I'm going to buy a whole bunch of stuff that can pretty much, spoil within like a week. Right. And you got umpteen days left. You got 20 plus days left in a month, and you buying stuff that can pretty much expire within a week. I'm like, yo, that's not good. I'm like, you gotta move better with your money or the things that you are allowed. And now you got a lot of people that are trying to, figure some stuff out, because you saw the videos online where people are sitting up there saying that, oh well, you know, uh, uh the benefits of November or whatnot are basically on hold and yada yada yada. And the government's pretty much been shut down for almost close to like 30 days at this moment in time. So I'm not sure when the government is going to open back up, because we already got one holiday pulling up to the scene. If they make it with a government shutdown all the way to Thanksgiving, may Godspeed. for anybody hoping and wishing and praying for Christmas and New Year's, because you probably ain't gonna see nothing. Because the moment in time that it at least makes it to one holiday, they're on vacation for a minute. They're on vacation for like what, like a week or something like that, and then they come directly back. So if they make it to Thanksgiving, somewhere during Thanksgiving, they're going to be on break for about like a week or so, and then they're going to come back to basically resume, and it's going to be within the very first week of December. And then they got to go through all of this deliberation and all this other type of stuff directly out there to probably come what, to a stalemate, to still argue back and forth and rah 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 and all this other type of, like it's going to be crazy out here. It is going to be crazy out here. Somebody said food stamps were designed to be a short term and not a lifelong strategy. That's true. That is true. Yo, Miss Daltrey, what is up? What is up? What's up? You said because unfortunately people don't like people and see someone do better than them. Miss Grace said red beans and rice. Oh yeah, I'm a red beans and rice type of person. I am that person. Either lima beans, kidney beans, with rice, and I would also fix cornbread. That was one of my favorite meals that I would have directly back home. I would either ask my mom or my grandmother to sit up there and make it directly for me. And that was just a meal that I loved. I would have a nice slice of cornbread with a full plate of just like beans and like rice just like sitting there. It was just beautiful. Just have the butter, directly on there. So yeah, that's another meal, and that's a meal that I cook to this day. And you can, with refrigeration, you can hold cornbread for a minute, and then you can hold it even longer if you decide to make it and then freeze it. And that's another thing that people can do too. People can do meal preps where you make the meal and then you can just store it directly in your freezer. That's that's another thing too that people could also do. So that's something such as like jellies. Like I said, I watch a lot of videos where people talk about living on a budget, survival, and all this other type of stuff. So that's things from, also I want to list this as well too. This costs way more money, but I'm just saying this because we're on the topic dealing with like food and everything of the sort. They have machines out there where you can freeze dry your food. I think it takes like several hours, 8+ hours, I think it is, to freeze dry, but you can basically make some stuff and then freeze dry it. If you have anything that is freeze dried, it lasts way longer because there's no, moisture there. So then what you would basically do is, depending on what it is, you would then just pour water directly in it. So you can basically freeze dry a soup that you've made, or like a jam or something like that. And then you could decide to eat it freeze dried, or then you could just rehydrate it by pouring water directly in it. And it's sort of like the rations, I think that they use for, I think, what is it, the MRE rations that they have for like the military, or I think that they might use for the astronauts. But it's pretty much like that. Like I said, they got videos directly on it. You have families that have freeze dried businesses and things of that nature. So that's just something out there for those out there that have the money to buy those machines and invest in those machines. That'll be something good for the family and things of that nature. So like I said, just trying to list solutions directly out there. Alex the chef, what is up? What is up? You said, I think you should also have a plan when you have food stamps. I think a lot of people look down on couponing, but on average, I save about $3,000 a month using coupons from Kroger and Safeway. Let me just post that directly up there. So again, this is why I love doing live streams, because I have people out there that have, again, this is information that I, in a sense, know of, but I don't specifically myself have the experience because I have not delved too deep directly in that. I've watched, some videos here and there, but to actually be able to experience to save money, yeah, I gotta, because $3,000, that's a lot. That is a lot. That is a lot of money that you save. That's almost like a tax return. Right there. So like I said, that's beautiful. And then that's 3,000 that you save, and that's 3,000 that you can put, elsewhere, such as being ahead on bills and different things of the sort. Like I said, that's beautiful. That is awesome. So hopefully, this is another thing to get added directly to the list, directly up there for people. Think about couponing. Go on a variety of the websites. Sign up to whatever store that you may frequent. Sign up for whatever memberships that they have. Look for the coupons, the mail-in coupons, the coupon booklets, the in-store coupons. Do what it is that you can potentially do to maximize the money that you have, so that it can just go longer, instead of like, oh, I just bought like some lettuce, some carrots, some balsamic vinegar, and some peppers, and that's already like $30. Yeah, no, that's not cutting it. And like I said, everything that I listed, I'm pretty sure if you go to the store, it's crazy. Like I said, the prices when it deals with a lot of stuff right now, it is insane at this moment in time. This is why you have a lot of people that are working on gardens. Shout out to Sham. She has a garden. Shout out to one of our other mods here, Cross-Eyed Crickets. That's all black family, got a farm and everything, where they got their eggs directly in a local market. I think they also do goat's milk and different things of the nature, farm fresh, directly off of the land. Um, you know, like I said, just trying to list some things directly out there. As I stated in a previous video before, I don't want people to sit up there and lose. If I can happen to like mitigate and give or put some information directly out there that's beneficial to people, that people can just so happen to use, I will, do that. And it's up to people to do what it is that they want to do with that information. Oh, that's another. Miss Grace said I got some gumbo in the freezer. That's another one too. Gumbo. That is another one too. The interesting thing is, I watched a video about gumbo. If I'm correct, and I'm thinking about gumbo, I think you have to make a roux first, and pretty much the roux is the main show. When it deals with the gumbo, if you mess up on a roux, then you mess up the whole gumbo. The rest of the gumbo, it's like it don't even matter, and you got to be very. You got to have intent. You got to be very specific. You have to baby it, and things of that nature. One of these days, I'm going to actually try that out. I have patience, and I like to be very attentive when it deals with stuff of that nature. So I'll try that out one day. Hopefully, I'm thinking about the right food. Hopefully, I'm thinking about the right food. The chef said exactly that's how army food is made. Okay, yep. Yep, Ms. Dolce said, thank God for my grandmother taught me all of that. Yep. Said freeze dry foods. Yep. PMW said ground beef, refried beans, rice is good as F and easy to make. That is bars. That is bars. Adam said, for a lot of people, food stamps is their security. They already have a job, but it just doesn't cover the cost of living, as it has increased more so over the last couple of years. And I get that. I do get that, and I do understand it. Like I said, the main thing that I've tried to do over the years is that I've at least tried, by way of my platform, I've tried to list different avenues of which that people can go directly into in order to, I think, what is the terminology? Like a supplemental income, at least, or better yet, let me just use the reference of a side hustle, right? To get income coming, at least like if it's $50 or $100 coming in from, somewhere else. So as somebody who is directly on social media, this is what I've tried to at least, tell people and inform people directly about. It doesn't matter if it deals with like YouTube, if it deals with TikTok, if it deals with Facebook, if it deals with Tumblr, if it deals with X, if it deals with IG, if it deals with Party. I'm trying to see if I can think of some, if it deals with Twitch. What's one more platform that I might be able to list that I can't think of right now? And it's probably another platform, but I want to say that it should have been at least about 10. If I was counting, correctly, I want to say that was at least close to about 10, and all of those platforms are monetizable. And I told people that they can do a variety of content directly out there, and work on monetization. You just have to be very consistent, and you have to have intent when you do those things. If you're not consistent, it's just not going to work out. You can't just place one video out there and think that it's going to go viral. You got 500,000 views or 1 million views, and then you're just in the money. No. No, that's very short gains, and it's very rare for that to realistically happen in that way, especially with the first video, right? Um, but like I said before, the main thing I told people before is like, yo, work on, monetizing yourself, work on coming up with a business, even if you're selling a few things. Like maybe you're a good cook, right? Maybe you might go to like some job site specifically, let's say for the women out here. You go to like a job site, like a construction area, and you cook home meals. So you got like the macaroni, you got, let's say, like some holiday type food or whatnot or whatever, or you're just a very good cook in general. You can basically set up shop near a construction site or at a construction site, and those guys will sit up there and pay because men love women who can cook, and we will come right back. So we will sit up there. It's like, yo, your food is so good. It's like, yo, you got a man. It's like, what you doing out here? How you getting to cooking? Who you cooking for at home? Like I said, women will get a tremendous amount of money. A business could potentially be started overnight, with the amount of money that men would, really give to a woman who is able to really, really cook. So, like I said, there's a variety of things directly out there that people can do. I don't know. I don't know. That's another thing too. Buy in bulk. People can also do that as well too. That is true. And Ms. Dolce, I do understand you got people out here with disabilities, but again, I'm not talking about the disability. I'm not talking about the disabled. I'm not talking about the disabled. I'm talking about those that I can look directly at and I know that they're able bodied and they're just like, yeah, I just don't feel like I'm just not going to work. Why am I going to? Those are the only groups that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the able bodied people that decide to do this, knowing the fact that they could sit up there with the amount of years that they've been doing this. They could have saved up money and got a trade, learned a skill. During the pandemic, there were a lot of areas that people could have learned free skills to get certified in a variety of areas, especially when it dealt with the internet, internet security, and all these other. The people could have got certified for free. Google was doing this at one moment in time. I'm not sure if they're still doing it now, but there's a lot of avenues that people could have done in order to, really pick themselves up, and they could have did it from home. They didn't have to leave home and go to an office, go to a school in West Hill somewhere. It was directly from home. They could have did it on their cell phone, on a tablet. They could have did it on a laptop, on a PC. Right. So, like I said, I'm for me, I'm only focused on the able bodied individuals that just refuse. They use it as a crutch. Right. I'm not focused on the elderly. I'm not focused on the children. I'm not focused on the disabled and things of that nature. Like I said, I understand that you got people out here that need it. I have no problem with that. People that legitimately need help or just need something for a little bit of time, I have no problem with that. I've never had no problem with that. Never at all. Exceptional. What is up? What's up? You said I have a backyard garden as well, and I pressure can a lot of food as well as dehydrating. That's dope. That is pretty dope. Commissioner said 5K and stamps is nuts. Oh, you talking about how much the previous person was able to save with the coupons? Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, you talking about 5K and food stamps. Like I said, I'm not even sure what you can even buy with like 5K in like a month. I'm like, a lot of that stuff is going to roll over. It has to. Nobody should be able to spend 5K in a month when it deals with food. It just like unless you're doing like a side. Well, let me not even say that because I don't want people to sit up there and think that I'm trying to tell. I'm not even gonna list that, but yeah, I'm not sure that would fit into money mismanagement if somebody could spend 5K in groceries in a month. Like that's crazy. I'm like, you just don't know how to cook and don't know how to shop. Like that is wild. That is wild. Ms. Daltrey says spaghetti, another good meal too that you can store. That is true. Yo Adam said, yeah, I take care of a couple of people who are on disability assistance and food assistance, and it's looking bad for those that don't have somebody who can help support them. Yeah, it is. It is. Inadvertently, you're gonna have a lot of people out here catching strays, when it deals with this, and it's going to be the ones that are actually the needy. the ones that the country should be supporting, that the government should be supporting. So you're going to have the children, and you're going to have the elderly, and you're going to have the disabled, the main three groups that are the utmost vulnerable when it deals with the United States. They're like I said, it's going to be, it's going to be tough. It is going to be tough. Drose TV, what is up? You said should have been stocked up. I mean, that's true. That's true. Miss Grace said, I enjoy your live streams. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love. Somebody said Nico Nell Media. I don't even know who that is. Adam said you also have to remember a lot of those people that got those jobs during the pandemic have all been replaced by a different AI system. Amazon is laying off 30,000. The hustle is real now. Yeah, yeah. The craziest part is, let me just highlight your comment real quick. The craziest part about you listening at is that this is a story that I tend to go back to very often. And I remember working in Whole Foods, and I first saw the self checkout that was being installed. Like when they were really first, like really bringing that to Whole Foods, I saw that happen day one. And the main thing of my concern, because the main woman over the store, she was like, don't be, too worried and concerned about, you not having your jobs. Those are just there. We're still going to have the cashiers and this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, I don't know why y'all trying to pacify the situation as if people cannot see the inevitable. I am a tech guy. There is no way that any living human being cannot sit up there and tell me that the one main goal of a lot of rich folks out here is to have the AI and the robots replace a lot of people out of these jobs, to basically, push people into poverty, to push people to an extent of which now they're going to be specifically solely on government assistance on purpose. And I want people, okay, so let me just take this down a whole nother road so people can get a further understanding, right? The government is doing this for a multitude of reasons. One of the reasons, again, just like with the pandemic and many other things, they're doing a check. They're trying to see how people are going to manage stress. They're trying to see what it is that they can do to agitate people, how it is that they can specifically get people to move and to act. If people just don't move and act, then they're like, okay, well, we got to go back to the drawing board and try to really figure something out that's going to really, shake people, real quick. And the other thing directly with that is the fact that they want to get rid of a lot of standard issue jobs to force people directly on government assistance. When they force people on government assistance, that now means that you are solely dependent on the government. The government is going to do what it is that it's going to do, which is give you money. But you have to then abide by the rules and the regulations of the government. Right. So then that goes back into a video that I gave you guys before. If those of you are a part of the channel, I gave you guys a video where it specifically stated, this was one of the main guys that was ahead of, I forgot his name, but he was over one of the companies dealing with the medications during the pandemic, right? And he was specifically stating that they came out with a computerized type of pill that can basically show compliance, right? So if people are taking the medications that they are supposed to be taking, they basically, take this pill, and then, after they take the pill, it sends off, the signal. So that'll be a way of which that the government will have compliance, right? They'll be like, okay, well, we got all of this other type of stuff going on. So if you abide by what it is that we tell you to do, and you do everything that we tell you, and you take this, then we're, the whole world is open to you, right? No door will be closed, right? AKA comply. Right, you don't have a job, you're not able to do the fast food, you're not able to work the cash register, you're not able to just do all this because we got robots and AI to do this. So now you're solely dependent on us. So now, because we're giving you the money, we need you to follow steps A through Z. It's the same exact way that the government does when it deals with people getting food stamps. They want you to fit a certain criteria of making money or to no money. They want to know who is directly in the house. They want to know how much you make, if you make anything, how much, if you do have people in your house, how much they make. They want to know if your kids are even bringing in any type. Like there's a lot of things that are going to be required of you in order to show your compliance. And like I said, a lot of people don't actually see it because a lot of people don't even see past today, right? When it deals with a lot of these things. All of this is geared up for a variety of things that they got directly down the pipeline, and it's out there in the open. Like they have open conversations, they have open forums like TED Talks and these other events where they allow people to hear what it is that they have planned, but it's like everybody is not listening. They're not paying attention. So then once a lot of these things hit, then people are going to be like, yo, they got a digital pill and it can send off a signal. It's like, yo, that's crazy. It's like, no. It's like, no, they've been had that. You just opted not to pay attention. Like I said, there's a lot of things in tech right now that's happening. But back to the thing with Whole Foods, my main point that I was saying is that nobody's going to be able to tell me that the rich, right? These corporations, these private, these corporations that got privatized military. Nobody can sit up there and tell me that their main goal is to cut down on the workforce so that they can keep as much money as possible in house. Like I said, a lot of fast food restaurants in certain areas, they have self-cooking machines. They got robot arms that can flip burgers perfectly. They can basically make the burgers perfectly and they come out the exact same way every single time. So pretty much you only need two people to really work there, and that's only to manage the food that needs to get stocked so that the robots can keep doing their jobs. And maybe you might have one person, you might have another person there for janitorial, but realistically, the way that fast food is, everybody knows how to do every single job. So therefore, you don't need to hire, 20 to 30 people like you used to have to do in the 70s and 80s and so on. Like at one point in time, you used to have an army of people in the back of these fast food restaurants. Over these decades, they put that down to 12. They put it down to 10. They put it down in some instances to 5. And in rare instances, it's down to 1. So, no, they don't actually need a lot of people. And that's going to cut a lot of people out when it deals with how it is that they're going to be able to specifically get money and live. So, you're going to have two choices at a certain point in time. And this is when I told people before that my mom, she always states to me that either during her timeline or during my timeline, specifically mine, that there is going to be no more middle class, that you are going to have the poor and you're going to have the rich. That's it. And if people actually take the time, you get away from this whole BS and you're the Democrats and everybody. If you take a breather and you just look above the whole situation, just put yourself in the clouds real quick and look above the whole situation, you will notice that there is a shift in wealth that is going on at this moment in time, and it's a very large shift. And I've tried to tell people over the years that, there's a variety of avenues that you can go directly into, at least to try to snatch up a few coins and do this and to do that and all this other type of stuff. And, people choose not to listen because people are like, everything is of the devil. This is all Satan's work. And this is the mark of the beast and all this other. I'm like, all right, brother, you got it. You got it. Like I said, when it comes to a lot of things and information, I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to argue with people no more. You say that you know what it is. I'm not going to argue with it. You got it. You got it. So like I tried to tell people before when they dealt with like the whole crash down of certain cryptocurrencies and things of that nature, when people could have snatched those up real quick when they were affordable. Now people are sitting up there looking, well, if they pay attention to the news, let me just look at something real quick. I gotta make a sidebar real quick. Let me see. I gotta go to cryptomarket.com. Whoops. Actually, wait. Will it actually let me look at it real quick? Let's just look at all coins if it'll actually let me do that. Yeah. At this moment in time, Bitcoin is at 111K. 111K. Let me see if I can get the all-time chart. right? So let me see. I remember, I think Bitcoin was about, it was very, very cheap. Let me see. When was I back during Whole Foods? Let me see. About 20, that was about like 2015, right? 2015, Bitcoin was at 8 p.m. Sunday, August 23rd, 2015. Bitcoin was $218. Bitcoin went from $218 back in 2015, right, to 2025 being at, at one height. I think it actually hit one. Did it hit 140 at one point? Because they got the 140 marker directly up there. It might have. I'm not sure because it won't let me specifically pinpoint. I can see the 123, and that was October 5th. But yeah, like I said, that's all I'm saying. And these are things, even at, again, Whole Foods. I tried to tell coworkers, I'm like, yo, man, this Bitcoin thing, it's like, yo, it's gonna be this, that, and the third. It's like, yo, it's real cheap right now. Like it's all $200 to $300. Like, all of us, like any one of us could sit up there and get it. And I had people telling me, man, no, that's a scam. It's like this, that, and the like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people no more. It gets to a point where you just like you don't want to talk no more, and it's just like you just want to let people happen and just let people be in shock and awe and just be surprised and go into the whole thing of like, man, I wish I would have. Well, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. It 100% be like that. But like I said, I don't know. Adam said, excuse me, said this year alone, trillions of dollars from both the stock market and cryptocurrencies and other markets have all been shifted around. And that is facts. That is facts. It even got to the point where, I told people before, and I was straightforward with people. I'm like, yo, when you deal with this, you have to deal with money that you can afford to lose. And the moment in time that you decide to delve into that area, it's just like gambling in a sense. And like I said, I try to be as transparent as possible. I'm like, just already think that, yo, it's a possibility that the money is gone so that you don't feel bad about it. Just it's like, hey, money's already gone. Right. So that if anything does happen positive, you can be like, oh, snap, this actually, okay, no problem. All right, that's cool. Let me, try to switch some stuff around, put some stuff in many different baskets. And the main thing that I try to tell people to put things in many baskets, I was like, yo, you could come through with a crypto mining rig, or you can have an ASIC rig. Crypto mining rigs are a little bit more affordable and cheaper. During the time of the pandemic, it wasn't because everybody was just buying up these graphics cards, and the graphics cards were going like sky high. It was to the point where you can only get one graphics card. Because Petrus Farm remembers. I remember when you can only buy one graphics card per house. Before, there was never a limitation on graphics cards. But during that time, during the 2.5 plus dealing with the pandemic, there were limits on graphics cards because a lot of people, not even just the some in the United States, but people all over the world were really buying up these cards because they were trying to get into the whole thing of cryptocurrency, trying to get this money and hold it and keep it and all this other type of stuff. So again, you got some early people that adopted and that went directly through with it, and it netted them a pretty nice little scene of some funds. You got a lot of other people, and I'm going to just put this directly out there because we're dealing with the whole thing of the government and things of that nature. I'm going to tell y'all that there's going to be a point in time that you're going to heavily see the governments and mainstream media push out news dealing with cryptocurrency, and it's going to be positive news. And they're going to be really talking about it. It's like, oh yeah, my kid told me to get into this, and we did it. I didn't really think much of it, but then da da da. It's going to be a lot of positive news because they have to do that now. Because now they're in a sense there. This is in a sense going along with the same thing to cross into another avenue dealing with the government. People forgot about Fed now. And that was a video that I brought to the video that I brought to you guys some years ago. And I think I did something recently, maybe back in 2024, 2023. but I did about 2 to 3 videos on FedNow, and FedNow basically uses blockchain technology. Blockchain technology is part of the basis of cryptocurrency and how it is that they're able to do certain things, with verified transactions and all this other types of things. And now you have the governments implementing that exact same technology into their systems because their systems are archaic, right? So this is, in a sense, their update. This is also their avenue and their way to, ease directly into, cryptocurrency and being able to move, money around and, and different things of that nature. Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, for me, I know that I've tried to give solutions over time to help people directly out. And as I stated before, it was up to people to decide if this was the avenue that they wanted to go, if this is something that they wanted to do, if they wanted to do more research. And I told people before, like, hey, just do research. Research, 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 research. And even when you get tired, do more research so that you know everything like the back of your hand. I said, read the white papers. You got different papers out here. You got the normal papers, you got the white papers, you also got light papers, right? And variety of other things directly out there, right? Have conversations directly with people, right? And again, because you're basically, in a sense, placing bets, it is what it is. You, like I said, you're just trying to see what's going to sit up there and happen. If you're going to gamble, you're going to gamble with money that you can afford to lose. If you can't afford to lose money, again, this is not directly for you. You can still hold the information. You can still keep it. You can still deep dive and do a variety of things directly with it. But again, if you can't afford to sit up there and do it, just don't do it. It is completely fine. There are other avenues of which that you can go directly into and, see some, different type of results. So, yep. Yep. Timothy said at this point, the Black community needs to build their weaponry. Miss Rivers said medical field. Crazy said 10-4. What is up? What is up? Adam said, yeah, everything is going to move into Web3. They're going to use the talking point of decentralization, but it's because they can collect more information. Yeah, 100%. 100. So going back to what I told you guys before when it dealt with compliance, that's going to be another avenue of which that they can use that compliance, because using the blockchain is, in a sense, like using a ledger. It's going to keep track of every single transaction, everything that basically happens. It doesn't matter how minute it is, it's going to keep track of it. And the thing that's really going to move this into a whole nother universe is the moment in time that you tap quantum computing directly into this. Because what will essentially happen is that once quantum computing gets into the hands of the main government entities, they're going to have something in place of which a lot of the normal everyday hackers don't have, right? People basically stated that quantum computers can do immense damage if it fell into the wrong hands, meaning that all of your bank accounts, all of your passwords, you pretty much don't have anything if it deals with a quantum computer, because it can do the numbers at such a fast rate, it doesn't matter. It's like the door was already unlocked in the first place, right? That's how powerful those computers are. And pretty soon, once those are fully established in the government, this is when you're going to see the doors fully open. This is when you're going to see Pandora's box, fully there. This is when you're going to really see the implementation of cryptocurrency, within a lot of nations directly out there, because they want to make sure that they are, in a sense, guarded as best as possible. And then, once things start getting pushed over to, us, it'll be a little bit different. But, like I said, it's crazy work out here. Timothy said gold and silver. Yep, that's another avenue as well, too. Crazy said, I'm truly blessed. God gives me the ability to... Okay, yeah, I got you. Adam said, you can always... Wait. You can always has all the information for the initial investment. Yeah, that's true. That's true. People do initially have the money to invest. It just depends on what people want to specifically spend money directly on, or how it is that people specifically decide to spend money. One of the main things that I told people before is that, hey, come through with a white or a clear board, and you basically write down what all of your bills are per month. So that goes for your phone bill, that goes for the electric, the gas, the water, the groceries, the rent, your car, your insurance, all of you put all of those things on a board. And then once you get that, you put your money on that board, how much you make per month, so that you know that, okay, as soon as I get this check, it's a consistent check. This is the same money in and out, what I'm going to sit up there and get. And these are the bills. And then you subtract from that, and then you figure out what you got to pretty much play around with. So after you figure out what that end result is, then you're like, okay, point A, I can decide to go and just have fun and spend whatever little bit I got left. Or B, you can decide, okay, I want to put some money forward in some other places to get some other bills basically ahead of time, so that I can get to a certain point in time over the months and years where this bill is like a year ahead of time, right? Or you can do C, which is, well, I'm not going to put the combination there yet, but you can do point C, which is like, all right, I'm going to invest this money somewhere else where I can get some dividends, or I can happen to get some money back. Or you can do a combination of both, B and C, which would basically be paying bills forward on top of investing, right? Again, both of those are in a sense beneficial to you, to your bottom line, right? But just putting it out there. Timothy said, been buying gold and silver since the price point was at 2,325. I'm up right now. I know you are. He's sitting on the gold mine right now. Adam said, yeah, quantum integrating AI is going to be something else. The future is now. And just like the cell phones that we have a more advanced than the ones in Star Trek, so our computer systems are going to be. That's facts. And the other thing that I want people to do as well is that I truly understand that people, let's say, who are heavily religious, are fearful of certain things. Don't be fearful, because the moment in time that you decide to be fearful, then with fearfulness, it will also grow ignorance. And this is a point in time when dealing with the technology and the understanding of technology, you cannot decide to take a stance now and be ignorant. This is not the time. This is 1000% not the time, especially if you are of the older generation. Pay very close attention, because there is and again, this is coming from somebody, I love tech and I'm used to tech. But it's to the point now where a lot of these AI videos, it's a little bit harder to tell. Before, about a few months to a year or two ago, it wasn't that difficult to differentiate between like an AI video or not, because you could see mutations and all this other type of stuff. They've gotten to the point in such a short amount of time that they've tightened up on this AI that you can't even tell the difference. It was at a point in time that I showed people an AI profile that was on IG of a black model. I thought she was African. I thought she was Sudanese because of how dark complected she was. And I found out that it was, I think, some Euro guy, designer or whatnot or whatever, that basically designed and made her. And that profile, right, had, I think, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of followers, all to find out that it was never even a real person. So like I said, that was a few years ago. And that was just a still shot. Now we have moving AI people, images, videos. So, and the other thing that I want people, the other reason I'm specifically getting on the older generation as well too, is because there's now a lot of scams out there dealing with AI voices. There's a lot of scams out there right now dealing just with like AI videos. And a lot of you guys are going to get caught up on this because y'all don't know any better. Because a lot of y'all refuse to actually learn. Y'all feel like a lot of stuff is pretty much set in stone and that there's no reason for you to learn any more than what you already have. Trust me, I didn't have these conversations with a lot of older folks, and it's very much nerve-wracking. It's as if I'm dealing with children, and that's the craziest thing possible. It just should not be like that. And again, like I said, for y'all being older, you can't afford to allow this time to slip by for you to basically learn, because once you have, as Adam said, once you have the quantum computing and the AI connected, it's over. You're not, there's not going to be enough time for anybody to help you catch up. So it's either you start working on this right now so that you can get used to it, understand it, hear it, and see it, or that you'll just be on the sidelines, and you'll just be getting caught up by every single scam, getting robbed blind. So like I said, I need for a lot of religious folks directly out there to, not be so much in the religious area that it leads you to ignorance. And I want to specifically put blame directly on a lot of these pastors, because they not really teaching y'all nothing. When it deals with this technology, they're going to only give you fear. They're not going to try to give you some intel. They're not going to try to make you intelligent about it. All they're going to say is like, oh yeah, it's the devil, it's Satan, it's good versus evil. And this Bible verse versus something chapter, this, that, and the third next to Exodus. That's all they're going to sit up there and do, and scam money directly from you. While then, when you leave the church, now you're being re-scammed by the scammers, losing everywhere you go, because they're specifically putting you in ignorance and not teaching you nothing. I've yet to actually see a church that is teaching people about technology. I've yet to see it, because everybody normally, it's the devil. So like I said, for a lot of the church folks out there, y'all better wisen up. Y'all better pay attention. And y'all better learn as quick as possible. Do not allow these pastors to sit up there and bleed you dry and leave you dumb. Please don't do that. Please don't do it. Like I said, it's crazy. You got hustlers out here all over the place. Hustlers out here all over the place. Sham, what is up? What is up? You said, what did you miss? Technically nothing much. I just showed off a few videos pretty much talking about the whole thing, dealing with the EBT. And for me, at least dealing with the first video, I was like, yo, this just can't be real. Dealing with the first video and stuff of that nature, and going over different points. Pretty much that's the whole rest of the videos that I have directly up for you guys as well too. I got 2 bonus videos, but that's going to be happening towards the end, right? So let's go to the next video. Oh, we got D Money directly here. What is up? 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 So let's go to the next video.
Right now, I'm not the one to fuck with. Okay, don't piss me off. Like, food stamps for November is already on hold. So, like, you piss me off, the crash out is gonna be just mad extra. It's gonna be spicy, extra razzle dazzle on that crash out. No bullshit. Cause don't fuck with me. I'm not in the mood. Like, don't piss me off, because no funny shit at the moment. At the moment, I'm not the one to fuck with. Especially since I know now that my fucking food stamps will be delayed. It's on pause. They done seized my shit. Yeah, please, tread lightly, because let me tell you this. Don't fuck with me. Me not easy. Yeah? Me not easy. Don't rock with me, please.
Wait, is she Jamaican?
Joke, your towel. Eh? Shit, my food stamps. I can't believe this pumpkin peach. I can't believe him.
Is she Jamaican?
He worried about building a fucking ballroom and taking away our food stamps instead of worrying about what the real fucking issues at hand, like the housing crisis, the job market. Hello?
Am I slipping? I could clearly, I know what it is that she said. She from the islands? Nah, brother. Nah, no, brother. No, we're not doing this today. And this is when, because I'm just going to go off of the accent that she does, because a lot of people tend to do that are not Black American. They tend to put on like a certain, standard issue Black American accent, but then they have their normal, natural accent that they, just so happen to do, but they just keep that directly secret, which again is crazy to me, because everybody's unique and you should be proud of your accent or whatnot, whatever. But this further goes into what a lot of people happen to state when they're like, yo, all, other people directly out here get a lot of this assistance and these benefits, while other people don't happen to get a chance, don't even get a shot. And she's feeding directly into that narrative. So going directly into what she just did, this is not a Black American. So, the nonsense that she is speaking, this has nothing to do at all with Black Americans. I just have to make that very clear. I don't know how other worldly clear that I can sit up there and make that. You got counterfeits directly out here. Don't got no time. Don't got no time for that. Like, yo, that is crazy to me. Like I said, if you got a problem, if you are a Jamaican woman and you got a problem, what's going on with these food stamps? Go back to Jamaica. There's no other way I can sit up and put it. There's no other way I can put it. There's no other way I can sit up there and put it. You can go back home. You got a home that you can go directly back to. Black Americans have this home here. And again, we don't need, there's ignorance out here in the black community. We don't need other people cosplaying and putting their own spin on this type of ignorance in order to sell a certain type of stereotype, because many other folks out there cannot tell the difference. White people cannot tell the difference between Jamaicans and Haitians and black. They don't know what the difference is. They think, oh, all of you guys look the same, so therefore you are the same. Black Americans are the ones that have the unique ability to at least be able to have a shot at telling the difference between different groups of people, knowing that where it is that they, specifically come from, But like I said, that's crazy to me. And again, like I told you guys before, I collect the videos and then I happen to, watch them fully directly with y'all. I didn't know that she was even, Jamaican. Did not know that at all. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Diabolical. Diabolical work. This man, D Money, set up and said, like, yo, I've been here the whole time. Look here, sir. I scrolled through the comments and I didn't see names directly up there. It doesn't tell me that you got. If it was Twitch, I could basically, hey, the mods are basically here in this section here, got everybody highlighted that just showed up. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. And then we got Ty sitting up here co-signing. Man, I tell you, be your own people. It be your own people. Adam said you also have to remember people will also use the Jamaican accent to emphasize certain phrases when they are trying to be angry or dramatic for the media. I mean, that is true, but also within the exact same thing, you have a lot of like Idris Elba. I thought he was black. That dude was British. 21 Savage. I thought he was black. That man is British. You got the Dempson Idris. I thought he was black. That dude is British. It's some crazy. Jeffrey from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I think he's British as well too. Like I said, it's some crazy work out here, man. You learn a lot of stuff. What's the brother name from Crooklyn? I forgot the brother name. Black Americans know who I'm talking about. The main father that was in Crooklyn. He is also British. I didn't know that. I still love the man. Like that man, he played those roles like that. If there's ever a point in time that the rules do not apply to certain people, that would be like one of those people. I swear to goodness, that'll be one of those people. But yeah. Somebody said, why are most of the vehicles in the food bank lines newer vehicles? It be like that. It be like that. Timothy said it's kind of the same way Asians can tell the difference between each other. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. This man Ty said excuses. Diabolical work. Yo, Judah, what is up? What is up? What is up? Judah said, I'm here off and on. I'm currently at work. I got you. Got you, Judah. Got you. Ty said, I called off of work to make it to your stream to be ignored. The audacity. That's some crazy work. How you going to levy that to sit up to say, you know what, Seiji, I did this for you, brother. I actually called off for you. No, you called off, Ty, because you didn't want to go to work. He was like, man, Seiji streaming. I'm not going to work today. It's whatever. We're just going to consider this a whatever day and just, do what we sit up there and do out here. I know what you did. Timothy said the crazy dude from BMF, I can't stand the rain, is British too. That's crazy. Mata said that's not my culture to talk patois when I get mad or happy, just filthy. That's crazy. Diabolical. Judah up here rolling. Bushido said wait, Del Toy Lindo? I don't even. Oh yeah. That's the brother's name. Yeah, that's the brother's name. Yep. Yeah, didn't know he was British. Did not know. Marco Kane. When I see that name, I'm automatically thinking that you got to be a Marvel fan, and you got to be a Juggernaut fan. You got to be. Somebody said threatening to crash out or steal from the stores while on social media isn't a flex. It's evidence that is true. Miss Rover said they learn how to cosplay Black Americans. Well, that is true. Got to learn from the best. Ty said, nah, the spirit came over me at 2:23 a.m. saying, Seji, gonna go live. Time to rise up and be this man right here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, this man right here. Timothy said my dog is German but looks Native American. That's crazy. I ain't never I ain't never in my life heard that before. That's wild out here. That is wild. Got to get that on a shirt. All right, so let's go to the next video.
So y'all, I'm just thinking, I gotta come up with a master plan. They didn't cut my food stamps. I'm down to my last pack of noodles and 2 bars of soap. Something gotta shake. I'm just trying to see when we going to get the groceries. I'm thinking tomorrow a good day. We can start tomorrow. I got a route for this. We gonna start that bitch off in New Temple. We gonna run that bitch through Wesley Chapel, swing that bitch down Bruce B down. We gonna gas up in the city. We ain't gonna fuck with the city, because if we fuck with the city, them hoes gonna be ready to die about that shit. So we gonna leave them alone. Bring that bitch up round Brandon. Take that bitch through Riverview. Swing that bitch through Apollo. Depending on what time it is, we could take that bitch clean down Del Mabry. Wrap that bitch around town and country. We done. Whole thing is, I need a ride. I can't take my car. But I think that's a clean route. Y'all let me know if y'all fucking with it.
Let me just let y'all. I just want to specifically state. I don't care. I just want to be real. I don't care if this is AI or not. I just want to specifically state that people who go online and they do this, I don't care if it's for just jokes. This ain't no joke. This is the dumbest thing that you can potentially do. Especially you're putting your face directly out there, your image is directly out there, and it's going to feed again directly into a stereotype. So joke or not, AI or not, this just is not the move. And I'm hoping that actual people, real people with some common sense, are not going to feed into this and to listen to this nonsense. You literally laid out a whole bank robbery-esque type of plan for food stores and markets online, and you ask people, so what y'all feel about this? You should be asking the FBI and the police and the government, because I'm not sure if people are aware, but all of those entities watch social media. So if you think that you have a route and you're going to sit up there and say this openly, you don't have a route anymore. you don't have a route anymore. It doesn't exist. It's not going to happen. You're all going to sit up there and get caught up, because now you're going to have plainclothes officers just being mystery shoppers directly at these stores and these markets, just waiting for you. Now you're going to have the undercover officers just waiting outside in a lot, acting like homeless people like they used to do. And they're just going to be tripping you up when you come outside and like, hey, put your hands up. This is such and such PD. You're under arrest for stealing. Dummy. It's just like, you got to be kidding me. It's like, what is even happening? Like, dog, how do you do organized crime online? Like, where are we at right now? Take the phones, take the phones, take the internet access away from a lot of. I'm not even sure where to go with this right now, because it's like, now as I keep thinking about this, I'm going to start to get heated, and I'm not even trying to be there. This is the stupidest, dumbest ass thing to sit up here and do. Like, I would pray that this is AI, because I'm like, lady, all of your tattoos, we can clearly see at least what some of your tattoos are. You're not hiding that. You're not hiding that. So those tattoos are clear-cut identifiers. And usually when you got women that have tattoos, they like to wear t-shirts and things that show off those tattoos at least partially. So yeah, you're going to get caught pretty quick. And then with your voice too, oh yeah, you're caught. You're caught. And then you're talking about, yeah, I'm not taking my car, I'm taking somebody else's car. It don't matter. They already got your face. We got facial recognition technology directly out here. I'm not sure why people are even playing these games or even trying to sit up there and tempt fate. This is why, ahead of time, before any of this happened, I tried to inform people about the evolution of technology, AI, computers, the web, and different things of that nature. So stupid people won't continue to be stupid. They'll just wisen up and be like, you know what? Let me just, let me just move better in life. Let me move differently in life. Nope. 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 People are like, you know what? Technology got better. They can actually find your faces now. Let me be even more stupid and put my face out there along with my voice and, in a sense, the locations, so that somebody who is smart enough on TikTok can potentially triangulate the areas to figure out in at least one in the center of that triangle where it is that I live or where it is that I reside or family reside. Like, people don't even think about, you have people on TikTok that are smart enough to figure out where you live just by looking at the light refracting off of a cloud onto a mirror of a car, onto a diner, off of a homeless bum, into your dog's eye, shining on the grass, highlighting an ant. And you mean to sit up here and tell me that you're going to play games and do this? This is why I sat up there and said that you can't save everybody. Nope. Nope, not at all. You cannot save everybody, and everybody is not meant to be saved. A lot of people are just meant to just be what it is that they are. No more, no less. Dear God. Let me move to the next video. Next video.
Someone who has never been approved for food stamps, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually happy for this food stamps cut. And it's not for the reasons that you think. It's not because I'm like a hater and I'm upset that people are getting like free stuff. No. I just can't wait for the looting. Yeah. Because as someone who is not on food stamps and you have to constantly pay for these expensive groceries, I'm tired. I'm sick of it. Like, I just can't wait for the looting. Just, be walking around somewhere, mind my business. Maybe a Whole Foods get caught up. Even a mom and pop shop. It is what it is. It is what it is. But, some free groceries would be nice. Just let me know when that starts. And I don't want this to last too long. I don't want the cuts to last like that long. Like, no, I just want it to last long enough for me to get some stuff. So, like, let me know when the looting starts. Like, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Somebody that's not even a part of the situation is like, you know what? Life is too difficult. I want to start committing crimes. You just throw people in jail. Just dear God, dear God. This is why I try to tell people so often that the few will mess it up for the many. This is why I try to explain, no matter how many times I get people on here, be like, "Oh, well, black people are not a monolith, so I don't know why." I shut up, just 100% shut up, because at the end of the day, what the few decide to do, in a sense, speaks for the many, irregardless on if we like it or not. And yes, I know I like to say irregardless because that's just how I speak. Right? I just like saying it. Right? I say Pacific because it's that deep, and I say axe because I like to chop shit down. So that's exactly what I like to sit up there and do. So because I get that comment a lot. It's like, yo, you can't even speak proper English. I don't give a fuck. I speak the way that I want to sit up there and speak because I got tired of trying to do it the way that people wanted me to do, and it's still getting critiqued. So I'm like, you can shove it. But at the end of the day, I feel like it gets to a point where I don't know, because that's going to be on a I'm not even going to say that one because that gets a little bit touchy, and that touches on the whole thing of like freedom of speech and different things of that nature. I don't know. There has to be some type of consequences so that other people out there that are part of the grouping or the community do not have to suffer negative consequences because of dummies that are specifically out here that just want to make dummy moves. That's all I'm saying. Everybody should not have to suffer because of dummies. That's all I'm saying. That's the best way I can, sit up there and put it. That's the best way. My tie says Seji, Lord, Lord in Christ. Oh man, it's crazy work. That is diabolical work right there. Somebody said, "Why is there nothing on screen?" There was nothing on screen because the video of this woman here basically ended and it faded to black. So I just pretty much left it there, and I was talking. You know, somebody else would Miss Rivers say, and here I am waiting on my weekly food ads to see what is on sale to stock up on food and waiting to go to jail. Wait, what? I'm a little bit confused. I'm confused. Adam said the situation is going to be a lot different than his proposed by the media. A lot of these majority groups live in that city where they can get the food groups. It's the rural area people. That's true. Yo, Patrick, what is up? What is up? What is up? Uh, Patrick said, back to the other person, what would you like on screen? That's a good question. I mean, I put her face directly back up there, you know. So R said, don't worry about the rural area people. We will be fine without the city folk. Mamak said, Mom Mac said, let's blame the people who committed fraud in the system. Okay, I got you. Yo, Waba, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Patrick said, "Who's going to hand out turkeys like in a New Jack City?" It's crazy work, diabolical in nature. So let's go to the next video.
So they about to cut off the stamps, right? And inevitably, there's going to be a flood of them folks that voted for Tangerine the Terrible, who will be yelling and crying and snotting and sliding down the wall because they can't afford to feed their children.
This man said Tangerine is terrible, dog.
I would advise that you ignore them. Just like they ignored us and we told them what the fuck was going to happen. And we told them what was in Project 2025. And we reminded them what was going to happen the first time. But they didn't want to hear what we had to say because they were so focused on harming anybody black, brown, or other. Stupidity should be painful. Let them starve.
The man sat up there and took it to a whole nother level. But I mean, it'd be like that though. Like I said before, there's a lot of white folks out here too that know that they're on government assistance and they've been on that generationally. But the poster child or children for government assistance, they've always made to be black people, which is the craziest thing possible. But it'd be like that. So now I wonder how the media wants because we have TikTok. We got TikTok, Facebook, IG, and all these other places that people can go and actually give their grievances. When people start to notice a lot of white people going out there crying, I wonder how that narrative is going to shift. And I know how it's going to shift. It's not. It doesn't matter if 50% of white people were complaining about, and this is just, I'm just listing a number. That's, I don't want nobody to go out here, go get wild, like, oh, you're trying to say that white people. Just pay attention. It don't matter if 50 to 60% of white people just magically showed up on TikTok crying that they're losing their government benefits or food stamps. People will still sit up there and see 5 videos and be like, oh, look at the blacks and what they're doing and how they're talking about the government when it deals with food stamps. That's how the media will spin it. That's how everybody else will sit up there and spin it. No matter how obvious the optics are, no matter how obvious the information is, and it's staring people directly right in the face. You know, it's diabolical. Let me see. Wait, what was it? Would be easily refuted in a debate, refuted factually, and equal to certain personal tax and needs to get violent. What else we got? To get out of work, common sense. Bobby said, I truly believe the AI videos that got platinum encourage people who think it's real getting caught up in trying to match it. Yep. Mod said, I'm here for it and I'm ready to eat on these red beans and rice with neck bones. Oh, that sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. Moment said, talking about the Democrats. Adam said it's becoming so much of a joke. It's part of a cartoon like Family Guy. Timothy said over 80% of the black community voted for Harris. We understood the assignment. Moment said, dummies push the false narrative that Trump is responsible for this, but he is to it. Judah said not many people use Facebook anymore. It's whack. I mean, true. Let me see. So hold the moment. This is so because I keep seeing you talk about the whole thing of black people voting for Trump and all this. You do realize that no matter how many black people voted for Trump, it wasn't black people that got Trump in office, right? The main demographics, the highest demographics that got Trump in office, number one are white folks, and number two are Latins, the Hispanic population. So I just want to put that directly out there. Just because you got a few conservative black folks directly out there, it is not equating that, oh, this is the reason that Trump sat up there and won. No. So let's just it like I said, don't matter 1 out of 3. I don't care what statistic you got for that. They are not the reason that Trump is in office. Just to be factually clear, just to be very, very clear, two of the main populaces with the greatest demographics out here in numbers are the main reason that Trump got directly in office. The other thing that I also want to focus directly on is the fact of this. As a lot of other folks have basically stated, Trump does not care for the poor. You, my friend, you're in this comment section right now. I'm pretty sure that you're not a millionaire because you would not be online in the live stream. You are a part of the poor. And what I mean by the poor, that encompasses both the poor and the middle class, because they're working on getting rid of the middle class. So it's basically, two people combined in order to make one unit. The poor and the middle class make the poor. That's it. So it'll be the poor versus the rich. Trump is rich. Everybody who is in government is rich. I don't care if it's Democrat. I don't care if it's Republican. I don't care if it's independent. All of those fools are rich. They are greedy. They do not care nothing about your health care. They don't care about your insurance. They don't care about you or your family going through cancer, having a terminal illness. They don't care about your Alzheimer's. They don't care about your dementia. They don't care about your hospice. They don't care about your accidents. They don't care if you got injured at work and you may need a little bit of workman's. They don't care about anything that you have to do or say. So again, I keep trying to, get that directly through to a lot of white folks directly out here of how you guys keep, coming up here talking about Trump. And I'm like, you do know at the end of the day, he does not care about you. You're in the same boat as everybody else. Some diabolical work, but You said, I'm tired of tax money being confiscated from paychecks through taxation and given to others. How about you being tired that you're even getting taxed in general? You know that had nothing to do with immigrants, right? You know that had nothing to do with the blacks, right? So how about you focus in and tell white folks who are in government to get rid of the tax? Because realistically, we ain't even supposed to be getting taxed. The corporations are supposed to be getting taxed. They make the most exorbitant amount of money directly out here. And maybe, I think, potentially even small businesses. But everyday people, we're not supposed to be sitting up there getting taxed like this. We're not even supposed to be even a part of this area. These corporations, like what is it? Amazon, that is $1 trillion corporation. Microsoft, that is another $1 trillion corporation. You also got Apple, that is billions, if not trillions. All of these corporations are the ones that are supposed to be footing the bill when it deals with the United States. But you know who's footing the bill? You know who's trying to, get rid of those trillions at 36, 38 trillion, almost 40K. I mean, I'm sorry, not 40, almost $40 trillion worth of debt. It's the American taxpayers. You know why it's the American taxpayers? Because it don't matter who you voted for, red or blue, Republican or Democrat. None of them know how to actually manage money. Color me surprised. They put money everywhere else but in America. And you sitting up there worried, talking about some taxation, and you worried about your money going to, other people here when it deals with government assistance. But yet I don't hear you screaming and crying about the United States giving hundreds of billions of dollars to other countries. Huh? Are you lost? Are you confused? Because I am. Which one hurts America more, right? People on government assistance or the United States government just fucking off money all over the place? Which one actually hurts us more? I would dare to say it's all of our money going off to other countries, of which those people are not investing back into us. We're not getting anything back in return, at least anything tangible that we can actually see for our tax dollars. But yet, here are people wanting to Trump, and hey, I picked the right side while you guys sat up there and picked the Kamala side and da 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 and all this. Don't none of these parties care. I keep trying to make this as transparent as possible. The government does not fuck with the people. That's the best way I can put it. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. It don't matter how many times black people have voted Democrat for how many years, the government don't fuck with you. The black people also were Republican at one moment in time. The government don't fuck with you. White people, y'all are Republicans. The government don't fuck with you. White people, you are also Democrats. The government don't fuck with you. Like I said, I don't know how else to sit up there and convey this so that people can actually get a well-rounded understanding of that the government does not care about you. But yet I still see people arguing back and forth about good versus evil, Democrat versus Republican, Jedi versus Sith. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing? When is the last time that anybody who has voted actually had any of these government officials at their house for dinner? When have y'all actually shaken a hand with any of these folks that you actually voted for? You haven't, and you can't, and you won't, because they don't want to touch you. Like I said, I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. Oh my God. Let me see. So he said, this dummy who owns his chat forum, I know you're old, tried to tell us that Trump is just another politician. But if that were true, if that was truly the case, they would not have tried to do X, Y, and Z. You do realize that the government stages a lot of stuff, right? I'm not. Do you understand that, right? Please don't tell me that you're one of the people that really fully believes every single thing that the government tells you. I feel like you're one of those people. Question. For hold the moment. During the pandemic, did you take any medications? Did you listen to WHO or the United States government? Let me know real quick. Let me know. You said the fact is that you are pushing a false narrative and Trump won. You do realize that I don't care if he wins or loses. You do understand that, right? It like it's weird to me. Let me re-explain this. I don't have a dog in this race. I don't give a fuck if you're a Democrat. I don't give a fuck if you're a Republican. I don't actually care for either side of the government. And to me, it's always weird seeing a grown ass adult male come directly to this platform and decide that they want to gloat about another man that they voted for. Okay, I got it. You're on Trump's nuts. It's okay. That's great. You got his nuts directly dangling on your forehead, like it's some type of like decoration, like it's a mistletoe. We get it. It's okay. Okay. That's great for you. Let's clap it up for this man. He voted for Trump, and the candidate that he voted for sat up there and won. Whoop de doo. Okay. Like what? Like what? Like now what? Now what? You got your clap. You got your pat on the back. You got your cook. Now what? We're still in debt though, right? We're still in trillions of dollars worth of debt, bro, right? We're still looking at a debt clock, correct though, right? We're still looking at the fact that a lot of Americans are losing their jobs and they're being pushed out of their jobs, correct? We're looking at the fact that a lot of Americans cannot afford a livable wage or even living in the situations of which used to be normal. Like I said, the craziest part is that if you look at our parents and grandparents, they were able, by the time that they were like, let's say like 25, 30, they could afford to have a house, they could have a family and a car and take care of all of that with the wage that they were getting paid. Nobody can do that at this current point in time. You're not taking care of your car and your family and your home with just the one paycheck that you're sitting. You're not doing that. You're not doing that. Like I said, if people don't believe how exorbitant a lot of these prices for stuff are, look at the prices of fast food from the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s to now. It's a world, like I said before, go on YouTube and just watch some of those videos. You'll sit up there and see prices for a lot of these sandwiches that cost like $5, $7 to $12. Them bad boys were about like $1, $2. At max, it might even been close to like $4. But like I said before, it's crazy. It's diabolical. That is diabolical. Timmy says, Seji, you should care a little because look at the damage he has done thus far. This country is for this country. All the black people had. This country is all the black people had. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Tim, this is the thing though, and I've been honest directly about this. I've been at the point in time where people of other communities have looked at the black community and look at the suffrages, and look at the many things that we have gone through, right? And people like they don't care. Let whatever happens to the black community happen to the black community. I could care less. I'm at the point in time being a black American. I'm looking at all of this happen in America. I'm like, whatever happens, happens. If it burns, it burns. It is what it is. It is what it is. And for me, I don't think that a lot of people actually realize that you have, quite a bit of black people that feel that way or that see it that way, that they don't care what happens. Whatever happens is whatever happens, because everybody has sat idly by and allowed the United States government to do a variety of things to black Americans by laws, rules, regulations, by the military, by the government, by the police, by the judicial system and whatnot or whatever. And everybody was like, nah, that's their problem. We're going to let them sort it out. It is what it is. It don't got nothing to do with us. So like I said before, whatever happens is whatever happens. I could care less. My main job is to basically survive. My main job is to, look out for my family. My main job is to, inform people the best way that I possibly can inform people. It is what it is. Like I said, at this point in time, if I'm looking at the government in its totality, white people got control over the government. They always have. They created it, right? So if anything falls down, if anything burns down, it's because of them. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. I don't have the pocketbook to sit up there and be like, all right, I'm going to make this $30 billion check to sit up there and have a privatized military start cleaning up the streets. Start protecting like these states and these cities. I don't have that pocketbook. The government does though. And the only reason that they got that pocketbook, that they got that checkbook directly out there is because of the American taxpayers. They're not pulling money directly out of their own pockets in order to facilitate a lot of these things that they're doing, such as giving away money. They're using taxpayer money. And they always have. And they always will. So like I said, it'd be like that. It be like that. Like I said, no matter what happens to this country, black people will always survive. That is one true fact, and that is one true point. We've been through more things than any other nationality here. We've been through the worst of the worst of the worst, and had things documented where people have these on postcards. They have it on pictures. I have a pictorial book upstairs showing white Americans celebrating the deceasement of black folks. in the variety of ways in which they like to sit up there and do it. So when I look at that book, that reminds me of the history of what took place. That reminds me of the hidden history that doesn't get talked about the history that America likes to sweep under the rug, the history that a lot of white folks don't even want to dare to mention because they're not going to have a response for it because they can't. Because those are actual pictures taken by them, by their families, by their communities, by their friends, by their coworkers, by their ancestors. So when I look at images of the burnings, and I got to paraphrase it the way that I say it, when I look at pictures of those burnings taking place, it's like, well, it's for Black Americans, it's just a Tuesday. It's just a Tuesday. Seeing something burn, smelling something burning, just watching it, it's just a Tuesday, because historically it's always happened. Now, for everybody else, this is a brand new thing. They don't know what to do. They're losing their minds. It's the end of the world. For us, we're just walking, drinking coffee, and be like, oh, you must be new here. So like I said, it's crazy work out here. Oh, you hurt my feeling. Jesus Christ, you said I was a racist wish cat. What word is even wish casting? Let me look that up. Is that even a word? I've never heard of that before. It's a new word. Never heard of that before. Okay. So it is the act or believing of forecasting a future outcome based on a wish rather than on evidence. You know, the craziest part directly about that, and who was that wrote that? The Wholesome Grill. Shout out to you, right? That was a brand new word. Didn't even know anything about it. Right? Wish casting, right? I'm trying to forecast off of a theory or whatnot or whatever. No, I actually have the book, which is a pictorial book. That's history. So when I'm speaking about burnings, when I'm speaking about the atrocities that have taken place to Black Americans historically, this is not something that I'm theorizing. I literally have the pictures. Even before I had that book, I was putting pictures up like that on Facebook. And Facebook, shout out to Mark Zuckerberg, was like, we can't allow you to put those photos up there. Crazy work, diabolical in nature. If anybody remembers the live stream that I did, I actually showed you guys the pictures of the book. Well, I showed it in a certain extent. I had to block out what took place, but you were still able to, in a sense, get or grasp, what was taking place. So again, that's not me wishing. That's not me wishing. That's me specifically reminding people of the history of the United States. And it comes to a point in time of realization that you see that a lot of white folks don't want to live in reality. They want to live in this type of image that they theory crafted together, their own version of history. This is why you got Tucker Carlson directly on his platform talking about, whites have it so bad. We have it, so rough. And, it's going to get to a point where, things are just going to happen. What do you mean by that, Tucker? What do you mean? And who specifically is out here making it so tough, turning the whites into victims? Because at this moment in time in the United States, I don't know anybody here that is oppressing white folks. I can't give you a group. But yet, listening to Tucker Carlson, there's groups or people out there that are oppressing white people. White people are the majority. White people are the government. White people are in every single facet of society. But yet, no matter how much of a champion they are, they're still being oppressed. And that's what Tucker Carlson said. I'm confused. I'm highly confused. Highly confused. It's crazy. Diabolical work. Anyways, let's continue with the next video.
The government shouldn't be paying your rent. The government shouldn't be buying your food. The government... Shut the fuck up! The government should be doing more than what the fuck it's doing!
They poison our food. They charge us an arm and a leg for it. They poison our water. They said water's not a human right. They charge $2,000 for a one-bedroom in the middle of Austin. Austin just spent $25 million on a bridge. $25 fucking million on a bridge, but they're closing schools. Like, minimum wage is still $7. $7. They don't even give a fuck to raise the fucking minimum wage, but they'll raise everything else in the country, but not the minimum wage. No. Trump's gonna buy beef from Argentina before he gives money to American farmers so that they can keep their farms. I don't know what history type of class y'all had, but the whole point of the government is to help the people. The whole purpose of it is to make sure that our lives are running efficiently and that the economies are running efficiently, the cities, the outskirts, everything is running efficiently. Nothing runs efficiently in this country. Nothing. So instead of y'all being like, well, y'all should just work more, y'all should just, shut the hell up, shut up. The government should do more for the people and actually be for the people and not just the rich and the billionaires. That's what the hell everybody should be saying. That should be the final note that everybody's on.
What? Brother, hold on. Hold on, brother. Nah, brother. Wait. Let me see if I can get this real quick. Cause you gotta be, brother. No. That's actually a real thing. Getting beef from Argentina. That's what we're doing. That's wild, brother. No. I don't even think I can even share. I could share the video, but I don't think the sound would actually come through. So let me just read the story, and this is directly from the Hill. It says Trump defies America first. Let me just put this directly up there so people know what it is that I'm going directly over. That is wild. The face is basically blurred. I could care less. The face is going to be blurred directly in the image, but you know the article that I'm reading directly from, right? So it said President Trump is breaking from his America First trade agenda and feuding with some of his most loyal supporters in a fight over United States beef prices. Trump has centered his economic agenda on reducing the United States' reliance on cheap foreign products and boosting domestic production of goods and food. But the president's plan to boost imports of Argentinian beef while urging American suppliers to lower their prices marks a sharp departure from his platform. The dispute is threatening Trump's longstanding support from agriculture groups and workers who stood by the president during his first term, despite the backlash that they faced from his trade agenda. Wow. That's wild. So the main people, from at least what I'm gathering from that story, so the main people that were supporting Trump from the very first time are the same people that are supporting him right now. And it seems as though that technically the president is kind of turning his back directly on them in order to get cheaper prices. So this is going back to what some people wanted to say, Trump, we won. And you're not looking at the fact that the main people who put the food on the tables in the United States of America are in a sense being told like, yo, we need you to bring down those prices. But the people who have those farms, they're like, yo, we got like a whole bunch of stuff that we got to pay for and whatnot or whatever. So this is the reason why the prices are the way that they are. Trump is like, no, I don't really care about that. So what we're going to do is we're going to start importing beef from a whole, another place. Huh? We can't even get beef from America now. That's what we're about to. We're about to have Argentinian beef. That's what we're doing. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Well, there's that. there is, you know what? There's that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. Like I said, people can vote for whoever it is that they want to sit up there and vote for, but doing the whole initiative of gloating and all this other, it's not getting nobody nowhere. But let's go to the next video.
That the only men that are happy about women and children losing SNAP benefits are PDF files and abusers. These men are hoping that y'all are going to be so desperate that you're going to be willing to trade your children or favors for food. I'm telling y'all right now, do not let these men into your houses. He's not in love with you after 3 days. He doesn't want to move in with you after a few weeks because he believes in love at first sight. No, he's a predator, and you and your children are prey. That's it. That's all. They don't want to genuinely help you and your kids. They want something. They always want something. And I'm telling y'all now, y'all better protect your kids' innocence, bro. These men are sick. Because why else would a grown man literally be on the internet cheesing and happy that children are about to be starving? It's because it's the children that he wants. PDF files do not choose children. They choose the parents. Y'all need to open your eyes.
So I can already sit up there and tell you the demographic that she's talking about, and I promise you, she's not talking about white guys. She's not talking about Asians. She's not talking about anybody that's Hispanic. She's not talking about Africans, Haitians. She's not talking about nobody else. Somehow, throughout all of this conversation dealing with the government and everything that has transpired, it has come down to somehow, some way, referring to black men as predators. I do not know how it is that we even got here. I don't even know how it is that we even got here. I'm just like I said before, this is why a lot of people just should not be on the internet. This is exactly like this is exact like let me just put it like this, right? If like this woman here, she says that she's basically putting out this message for women and kids, right? This is a message that I've put out for women who are mothers, single mothers. Stop dating. Stop opening your legs to random men. Stop having unprotected relations with inconsistent men. Stop having short-term relationships. Stop putting the needs of yourself over your child. I've stated everything, and I want to note that everything that I'm stating right now is the exact same things that I've stated to both girls and women that I've known over the years. And the one main common thing always happens is that women are going to do what it is that women are going to want to do. So it doesn't matter if I'm giving advice. It doesn't matter if I'm trying to point somebody in the right direction. So what I'm saying is, if you got people out here that say that they really care for the best interest of their kids and their children, then why are you dating? Why would you risk the safety of your child and your home for just a little bit of short-term happiness because you feel lonely? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. Edna Jones said, I hope you're telling that to the men as well. The craziest part is whenever I want to specifically give information to women, and again, I tend to give information to women because those are the most vulnerable when it deals with any community. But whenever I happen to specifically want to give information to women, somebody always turns around and be like, oh, I hope you're telling the men the exact same thing too. I don't have to worry about men bringing in a woman and then them ending up dead. I don't have to worry about that. To Miss Edna Jones, I don't have to worry about that. Those are not the stories that I've covered. I've specifically covered stories on this platform where a woman decided that she wanted to go out on a date, and then something happened, something went awry, and then she ended up dead along with her kids. That's not a story that I consistently get when it deals with men who are single fathers. Usually, guys who are single fathers, they tend to technically be smarter. They can technically also manage to just, all right, I'm just going to stay away from dating because I'm going through too much right now. I don't got the time and I don't got the energy. Right? A lot of dudes will sit up there and just be like, just be single. That'll be it. You got a lot of women out here that's like they don't know how to not be single, even though they were initially. Like I said, it's crazy to me. Like if men basically say that they care about women and they're looking out for their best interest and their protection, and you try to tell them something, it's like, but oh, why don't you tell that to the other side as well too? Because the other side is not dying from dating. They're not dying from one night stands. Like what's happening? Like I said, I don't know. Like it's crazy. Some crazy work out here, but it'd be like that though. Sham has a point. Sham said people shouldn't even be doing anything up until you actually got, your stuff together. That's a fact. That is very true. That is very, very true. So now let's go to the next video. These were extra videos that I had directly up there that I could not specifically put because you gotta place them. You only can put 10 directly up. So let's go to the next one.
I'm wondering, do MAGA men think that because WIC and SNAP benefits are going away November 1st, that this is going to open up the pool of women that they can date? Because they're going to say, oh, single mom, she's already proven to be a breeder, and she's going to be broken, not able to feed her kids. What can I get away with? What can I do to her just so she can feed her kids? That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. They're going to be so disappointed. And because women have chosen the bear, and the next step in that is women choosing women, not in a gay way, but to live together and care for each other.
In a gay way. It's just like, who are you fooling? Like, if let's not play games here. If she's talking about like, oh yeah, women choosing women, you know what you bet. You're talking about lesbianism. You're talking about women moving away from men because of whatever reason, and that women are going to be providing for each other and doing this. If that was the case, 100% of women should have been like lesbians on this planet. Like there's lots of women out here who have money, but those women are still looking for men to be with, to have kids with, to have relationships with, to get engaged and married directly to be, long life partners and all this other type of what are we talking about here? Do people not realize the DV that happens in lesbian relationships? Even if two women are cohabitating and they're not even doing anything, there's still a chance of them having a physical altercation because both of them have very smart mouths. Jesus Christ. And then the other thing I want to sit up there and note as well too, which she's not, with her smiley face, that she's not adding up. You have a lot of these women out here who are single mothers and they are on OF. Did she not add that directly into there? Like I'm a little bit confused. You're like, oh, they're not going to sit up there and chew. No, they still will, because men are going to be the ones that are going to pay for women to see women. Women are not going to pay to see other women. Case in point, the WNBA. Color me surprised. Color me surprised. If everything that she said was 100% factual and it's just going to go to women supporting women, then why aren't women supporting the WNBA? Huh? Why aren't women moving away from all of these men-centered sports, Like I said, I gotta use this as proximity, right? Because it's dealing with the whole supporting and putting women first, right? Why aren't women moving away from these men-centered sports and moving on to women-centered sports, buying up their jerseys, buying up their paraphernalia, making those women into millionaires, 100 millionaires, billionaires? Huh? If we're all on this whole thing of women first and you chose the bear, the WNBA should be the hottest thing right now. Female college anything should be the hottest thing right now. And we saw what happened with that when it dealt with the female college basketball players. It was hot for a nice minute. It had a shine, and then it dropped. That's crazy. Like I would really love it for people to just be honest and just say like, yo, you're into a whole nother lifestyle, and this is what you're trying to push people directly towards. Don't try to paint it as, well, men are so bad that, us women, we have to sit up there and choose ourselves because who else do we got left but us? We're the safest bet for ourselves. You might want to look up those DV cases and those records. I done been on a lot of blog sites where it deals with bi women and lesbian women and the honesty that is there and how it is that all of these DV cases sit up there and take place and happen, that a lot of women don't ever want to talk. They'll talk about men real quick, but they never want to talk about how quick a woman is to put hands on another woman. Never want to talk about that or list those stats directly up there. It is high. It is so high. And I thought, like I said, getting brainwashed and listening to a lot of women out here, I thought that it was the case. I'm like, yo, yeah, women are pretty safe around other women. Like there's no chance realistically of a woman taking another woman's life or a woman shooting another woman or, doing anything violent. Oh boy, was I wrong. Oh boy, was I wrong when I started deep diving and going down that rabbit hole. Somebody lied to me and they told a very great lie. And now here we are. But here we are. Diabolical work. Let me see. So now Miss Rivers said, facts. I would pay to see a man take off his clothes. As for a woman, girl, you got what I got. You said my monkey eats bananas. Yo, that is wild. Oh man, yo, Apple, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? No, D Money, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the women's football league. Yeah, I support that football league as well too. That is the greatest football league that I've ever seen in my life. That football league needs to be televised. Yeah. That would probably be like one of the first times I would have like a jersey and go up there and get it signed. I'm like, yeah, let me I need you to, sign this jersey real quick along with your number. Like I said, it's great. I put it to you like this. I would, and I'm just going off of like aesthetics because guys are about aesthetics. Aesthetically, I would support the female football league in a sense before I would the WNBA. And I'm just saying, just going by the aesthetics. Those girls can take some hits and they can hit. And you got some of those girls there, they can run some routes. You got some of them girls there that do got some speed. Like they really about it. And I'm like, man, if they could really put some money like actually behind this and get some, they could really do something. Like I said, the aesthetics. Like I said, the aesthetics. And again, there's not a lot of chances that you get to see women who are attractive that are actually doing something physical. It's like, it's weird. It's something about it. It's like, man, it's like, yo, I don't want you to get hit, but I'm like, yo, you can actually take it. I'm like, yo, I am intrigued. It's just like, yo, it's great. Like I said, it's a multitude of emotions and levels that you go directly through. watching the female football league. Like, it's crazy. Ms. Dolce said, have a point I want to know also. I'll wait. No, I got you. What you talking about? I got you. Let me see. Big Brother said, "A come to live. We encourage people." Wait, huh? I'm confused. I'm, I'm a little bit confused. D Money said, "Facts. Put your number on the back of that jersey." Yeah, that's bars. That's 100% bars, or at least your social media. um, Adam said, "Women's rugby and kickboxing is very good as well." Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Like the craziest part is, I am way more intrigued. Like I said, I've throughout history we've all seen like men's sports. Men's sports is great, but for me, it's very intriguing seeing like the two things happen where you have a woman that is attractive and that she is also very capable in her sport. It doesn't matter if it's boxing, if it's kickboxing, if it's MMA, if it's football or things of that nature. It's a very intriguing thing. It's a very intriguing thing. Like I said, maybe it's just me. When I happen to see that, I'm looking at them like, yo, we can sit up there and like actually like build a house together. I'm like, yo, that's some stuff. Where I'm like, all right, like I'm sitting up here working. We both sitting up there working together, putting some stuff. I'm like, okay, I see. I was like, yeah, all right. Like I said, it was just like D Money. It's like the story that I told you all about before, where I was younger and I was playing basketball with my friends, and it was this one girl that pulled up, and she was sort of kind of like a tomboy, but she could play though. And I'm like, and for me, the way that I always went about sports is that I'm going to give you the same respect that I give men or any other guy directly. I'm going to play the same defense. I'm not going to sit up there and play easy. I'm not going to sit up there and let up. I'm going to be directly on you. I'm going to be like your shadow. I'm going to be everywhere you are. And I'm like, yo, that girl, I'm like, yo, she can sit up here. I'm like, she can play. I'm like, all right. I'm like, I got you. It's like, yo, because I think I had asked her before. I'm like, yo, when the next time y'all play? Like I said, I was interested. I'm like, man, I'm like, yo, you can sit up there and play. You basketball, you can take like bumps and bruise. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right, I see you. I see you out here. It's like, man, I'm telling you, if during a point in time, if during that point in time I would have actually had, like a job or some type of income, being at that age, I swear to goodness, I would have just automatically asked her out on a date and took her out at that point in time. Because there's like, for me, there are like very few instances where I am very much impressed by the capabilities of what a woman can, in a sense, do, right? Because like I said, you got some women out here to put directly also into that box. When you got women out here that do like yard work, right? That go out there and they're just like they're good like with their hands and different things of that nature. It's like, yo, that's like, oh, I see you. I see you. I was like, okay. I got this. Like, oh, all right. Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I'm different. I'm different when it deals with with a variety of things and stuff of that nature. I don't know. Like I said, maybe I got different standards or something. I don't know. Mo said, "Oh, now this man pops up. He was like, aesthetics equal lingerie. This man right here." Adam said, "Women's rugby and kickboxing very well, but I'm sure people don't like to see them get hurt because of cultural belief." Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Because sometimes, them women, they can be brutal. I'm like, oh man, ref, you got to call this man. Her face is busted. We can't do this no more. We cut the throw the flag on the play. Somebody throw a towel directly in there. I'm like, man, I felt like it was like at certain times watching the matches. I'm like, it felt like it was Ivan Drago versus Apollo. I'm like, call the match, man. Throw the towel. It's like, I felt like that. I'm like, man, I might have to turn my face. I'm like, man, I ain't want you to look like that. Like crazy. Let Let me see what we got. What was that? I don't think my conscious wife would like me watching the WNFL. That's crazy. That's diabolical. That is not. You got that. You got that. Mo said, "Would you have a physical?" Well, this man right here. This is why I got to pre-read comments directly up there. That's some crazy work. The crazy part, now the crazy part that you asked me about that, Mo. There is a video up there by it was a brother. His name you might know him. It's a comedian by the name of CT. And somebody had brought that up to him, and it was this woman. I think she might have been either a lesbian or yeah, basically a slut, right? But when you see her, it's like, huh? Like the way that she is built, the way that she is in shape, and how everything. I'm like, nah. This somebody got to be lying. I'm like, nah. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. Oh man, that's crazy. That's diabolical. Aesthetically, looking at the situation, depending on how the person looks, that would be a yes. Because it's a woman at the end of the day. It's a woman at the end of the day. It's, like I said, aesthetics mean everything. Aesthetics mean everything. So that would be a yes to your question. If I could actually pull up the video of what the comedian was referring to, I'll put it in the Discord. Because like I said, I'm like looking at those photos, I'm like, yeah, like what he say in that video? He was like, he would have folded like origami. I'm right there with him. Yep. Adam says some of the best carpenters and welders I've ever met were women. There is a discipline that can be learned in trying to prove yourself. Impoverished people usually learned it as well. Waba says, Seji, you be at every game. If I had the money, I would. Yeah, if I had the money, I would. Ms. Deltry said, not talking, you just people in general. Okay. Tippy said, women in football, okay. Put her on the field with the guys. See how long that lasts. Nah. We're just talking about women playing against other women, Tippy. We're not doing all that extra stuff. We're not doing that. Sherman is like, yep, I used to play sports too. Very fun for me playing sports in school, and even neighborhood football was fun. Yeah, like I knew only a few girls that would actually play. Shout out to JoJo. That was somebody that I knew from a very long time ago. And she was a tomboy, but she wore a dress. And that girl was tough. And when I mean to you that girl could hit. Yo, we sat up there. I don't know. Shout out to Mr. Reese. Because he had the grandest idea during it. And I think I told y'all this story before. My teacher at the school I went to, Mr. Reese, he had the idea of pairing the two people that were in class that were in a relationship that everybody knew was in a relationship, pairing those two people as captains on the opposite team. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, this is what we're doing? Man, let me tell y'all something. I was raised to never hit girls. Right? So I'm sitting up there like looking at her. I'm like, all right, she's gonna, come directly towards me. It's gonna be like a takedown. In my mind, like the takedown was vastly different. It's like, whatever, right? Normally what, boys, think of, like, all this other stuff. And it was like, nope, not at all. That woman trucked directly through. I'm like, word? I'm like, she can do that? Oh, yeah. I'm like, that caught me so off guard, and yet I was so intrigued sitting there on the ground. I'm like, yo, my girlfriend just trucked me. I don't know if I'm supposed to be like aroused by this. or I'm supposed to be offended. It was like it was a serious battle that was going on. It was a battle of the minds that was going on at the moment in time. I was like, I'm very much intrigued right now. Like this is very much. So I'm like, so you're telling me that I have somebody that I could actually wrestle with, and I don't have to worry about them talking about their hurt or like something just snapped. We're there. We're there. I'm like, all right. All right. All right. It's crazy. D Money said I dated a female hooper before. She was overly competitive. I used to dunk on her all the time. I mean, it'd be like that. When people want to be overly competitive, you gotta put things. You gotta put the levels directly in perspective. It's like, yeah, you good, but there's levels. There's women levels of being good, and then there are men levels of being good. Like I said, there's a difference. There's a difference. Sham said, I hated my coach always trying to make me play basketball because I was taught. It be like that. Like if you got the height, you got the right. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, Sham, that height, you probably could have been. Well, if I'm thinking about from previous conversations that you guys had directly in this chat, you probably could not really do basketball like that. Because that'll be a little. There'll be some logistical, so to say, issues there. Because I knew a girl who ran track. I remember this girl. For whatever reason, I can remember her name. There was a girl named Ashley, and I was like, you know what, Ashley, she was a sweetheart. Let me explain this to y'all like this. This girl, she had some heart. She was willing to put in the work and to put in the effort. And I'm like, yo, that's some dope. I see you out here. I respect what it is that you're doing. There were just two things that I had a huge issue with. But no, not even two things. There was just one thing that I had a issue with. No, actually there were two. So let me just go for one. One issue was that due to the fact that she was top heavy, that would cause a tremendous issue with her running. She couldn't run properly. So after a few, meets, she was basically cut off the team because I think she was one of the slowest people on the team. But that was because she was top heavy. I'm like, dog, if you're gonna run, I'm like, dog, you're gonna have to like tie them back. You're gonna have to tie them boys up. You're gonna have to put on like some extra training bras so that everything is just fixated in like one direction, so that nothing is just like that whole thing. The other thing was the fact that I've never in my life actually met a girl that people would say is how do they would normally say stuff like way back when they would say like call people like sort of, I don't even like that term. She was I guess like I guess you could put it as like naive, heavily naive, not specifically like it was almost on like some clueless type of stuff where it was like she's there, but then she's not there, type of thing. Sort of like the blonde, thing, in a sense, but she's black. So again, those are my only, main two issues, directly there because looking at that and understanding that, I'm like, yo, there's gonna be a lot of dudes that's gonna take advantage of that. There's gonna be a lot of dudes, and it's like for me, I'm like, I feel so sorry. Um, like I said, it's gonna be tough. Gonna be tough. Gonna be tough. Anyways, see, Apple said studs can get it. Oh man. Ms. Rivers said playing sports for both boys and girls is good for teaching them good work. Yeah. It is. It is. Shem said I did swim, track and field, basketball, and female attack football. People always trying to recruit me. I was always nerdy and did the art club and school newspaper. Okay. Gail said most black studs have beautiful thick hair and ample bosoms. Yeah, that is true. That is very much true. Very, very much true. Very much true. Like I said, I knew another one that was directly in school, and I'm like, you're a lesbian? I'm like, word? I'm like, that is great. But then it's like, the funniest thing is that I've noticed with a lot of girls who are studs is the fact that depending on the right guy, they will go into it'll be a fight. You will see them go into like a factory default setting. Like it's the weirdest thing to actually see in real life. And I saw that in school. I literally saw it was this one girl. She told like the whole story of the reason why she's, like the way that she is and all this other type of stuff. And, rah, rah, rah. And, she's about, hers and she'll fight this and all this other, right? Doing all of that, right? She got the 50-50 cap and, she got the flannel, the pants and all of that, right? But I would notice when it's certain guys, she does not really seem so studdish in a sense. I'm like, the woman in you is really starting to peek out right now when you're around this guy. I'm like, you really smiling. So I'm like, I didn't even know you even had all those teeth. I'm like, I didn't even know you can smile like that. I'm like, that is wild. I'm like, I'm like, you're a part-time stud then. I'm like, it's like I said, it's crazy. It's some diabolical work. This man D Money said, yeah, some of those studs be holding. That's crazy. Apple said, Gail, stop it. You're about to set me out. That's crazy. I feel like that was a Queen Latifah reference, but maybe it was just me. Tippy said, I used to be a cheerleader, but got kicked off the team because a black girl didn't like me. She was one of those coons, I guess. That's crazy. Yeah. I highly believe that Tippy was I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. This man Mo said, man, this dude Mo always was. I read it ahead of time. My eyes have gotten quicker. That shining gun clicked on. D Money said, so a black girl got you kicked off the squad, Tippy. Yo, Carl, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Tippy said, yeah, she was the captain of the team. She kicked me out. I guess she didn't want another black on the team. This one, Marie. She said the other girls were all white. Oh man. Yo, Pink, what is up? What is up? What is up? Pink said, oh, Seji, you had a love and basketball moment. Did you push her to the floor after speech? Nah. It was wait. Were you talking about the girl that I was with in middle school or I think okay, so you might be talking about the girl who played basketball. No, I didn't do that. No. But I still to this day, I don't even know who she is. I don't know where she is. I still have a lot of respect for her. I really do. Like I said, I admire when you got women out here who don't mind hard work. I can't even tell you the amount of respect that like it elevates them to basically in my eyes. And like I said, I understand that every single woman is not built for physical labor doing certain stuff. But I'm just saying just even some little simple type of things or whatnot or whatever. And when like I said, seeing stuff like that, I'm like, yo, it's like you do your work, I'll cut the grass for you. It's like I got you. That directly sends me into like a whole like other type of mode, because like I said, I was a kid that always played in the dirt, like in my backyard and whatnot. I used to find, I wish I still had those, but I don't. Maybe some might be at the old house, but I used to find crystals. I used to find marble. I used to find pumice, lava rocks. I think I did mention crystals and some fossils. Like I at least I think I had a fish fin of a fossil and I had a seashell that was a fossil. Like I used to like really just dig in the dirt and try to see what it is that I could actually find. But yeah, seeing women out there that are into like those type of things, like that just elevates stuff beyond anything. Like it's crazy that it works. Let me see, what was it? Sham said, LOL, I had to duct tape my stuff down just for track and field. Swimming wasn't too bad, but those suits don't fit black curves. And basketball, all that jumping broke the duct tape. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying earlier, because I remember a lot of conversations that y'all would normally have in the live streams in the comment sections. And I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna, really, in a sense, like work logistically speaking. It's not gonna really work because I understand how gravity and and everything tends to work. So it's gonna be a fight. Like I said, I remember looking at Queen Latifah when she was playing basketball. I'm like, man, that is wild. So I'm like, how are you doing that? But I think later on, I think Queen Latifah actually got a breast reduction. I think that's what she ended up doing. I think later. I think. Carl said, "Another black is crazy, Tippy. Not another black female, just straight up another." Hack said, "Airhead." Yeah, I really don't like the. It's like, so yo, Juicy, what is up? Damn, I did say I was gonna stop saying it. Yo, Tribe, what is? We got to do something with your name. Let me tell you something. We got to do something with your name real quick. Oh man. You caught me out here slipping. Oh man. I tried my hardest not to fully even pronounce it, but it was too late. It was just already out there. I really feel like every time I say her name, people gonna be like, "Yo, what you mean by that?" Said you like, why you calling it? I'm like, that's her name. That's her name. But yeah, both you and Hacks put the word there. It's like, because I remember her. It's like I didn't really like the term. Like, she was really a sweetheart though, and she was very sensitive as well too. And it was like I would never, refer to her as as that, because people got potential. And again, that was just high school. So like I said, no telling what she might be doing right now, or all of those things. Because I understand how people tend to see people during high school and stuff like that, and using names and all the other type of stuff. So that's why for me, remembering people and stuff like that, I try not to use certain names. Sham said they probably didn't tell her to use duct tape, but that mess hurts coming off. And when you hit 18 to 20, you get that last grow out. My sports career was done. Sham was like, I picked up gardening instead, but I still swim. It's good to do a sport to stay in shape, I think. That's true. That is true. That's true. Tippy says, speaking of studs, those weird bunch are teaching kindergartners now. Oh, Tippy. Oh, Tippy, I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because the most interesting thing, that was one of the last videos that I actually got. So I'm glad that you mentioned that, Tippy. It's like you read my mind. You knew what was going to happen before it happened. You might want to play the lottery, Tippy. Might want to play the lottery, because that's the video that I'm going to go directly over, and I'm saving that for last. Ms. Dolce said that's the reason that I quit basketball. I got you. Wobby said I dated a female before I got married. I thought she was pretending she was a stud. I agree with you on this one. Said Timothy said football and wrestling was my sport. She must have ran out of food stamps when they kicked you off the cheer squad. Oh, you talking about for the captain? Okay, I got you. Ms. Dolce said, yeah, I was a tomboy also. The funniest thing is tomboys are actually very attractive, and people do not. It's like the craziest part is it's like you see it, but you don't see it, because you're so used to, in a sense, like being around them, that, like, for me, I would normally try to treat somebody as they are. Right. So if you are a girl during that time of like high school, and you're like, yo, you just like to, like wrestle, or you want to play basketball, video games and stuff, like, I'm going to treat you as you present yourself. Right. I'm not going to do no more, no less. Like, that's, in a sense, how I look at it up until further notice. Now, up until further notice, then it's different. Now we're dealing with, whole other type of conversations and, different stuff like that. So, yeah. Let me see. Well, I would say me too. I think all those pictures burned with my grandmother's house. Tippy said, I did yard work before. Don't like it. I could do it, but I don't like it. I'm not a man. I don't like taking out the trash. I'm trying to be more feminine, not masculine, but in in this world is hard. Waba said, my bad, Tippy. Uh, my eyes getting old. I'm sorry. Ty says, Seji, look up Woodrow Wilson High School. Woodrow Wilson High School. Wait, what? Why does that sound familiar? Parents say remove principal blamed black students for schools B grade. That's crazy. That is diabolical. It'd be like that. That's crazy. To our black students messes around and finds out. I got you. I'll sit up there. I'll put that story directly out there. That's some diabolical work, though. It'd be like that, though. It'd be like that. I got you, Ty. I got you. Yo, we got Miss Miss Anderson, where you been at? Where you been at? Where have you been at? You know, I wrote you, and I never got a. Let me check my phone real quick because I gotta put you on blast real quick, as my mom would like to say. Let me check my messages real quick because it's crazy how one of my moderators who's like, yo, I'm going to sit up there and, do some gaming and, and stuff like that. And, I want to, I'm trying to, catch up on people and watch streams. I know, and I want to give my apologies to Pink. I know I probably missed out on a field of streams. My apologies. And also to Miss Anderson as well. My apologies. My apologies. I lose track of a lot of stuff directly out here that is specifically on me. But yeah, back to Miss Anderson. Yeah, it's crazy how one of my moderators who I've tried to actually get into contact with has been nowhere. Let me look at this last message. I sent this. What was it? It says October 6th. I sent a message. No response. Diabolical work out here. Diabolical. They'll have to send a message to the rest of the squad out here because pretty much everybody's here, either in the comment section of normal videos or people show up during the live streams. Diabolical work, diabolical. But we got Miss Anderson directly in here. Shout out to Miss Anderson for finally pulling up to the scene. Shout out to Miss Anderson. I thought Tribe was actually still here. Let me see. Hack said a tomboy sports fan or gamer. I'm confused. Wait, Hack, who you talking about? D Money said, imagine finding tomboys in Seji search history. That's some crazy work. You will find a variety of shape-wise of women directly there. That's what you would happen to see. That's what you would happen to see. Be like that. Tippy has called me out quite a few times looking at IGs. She'd be like, yo, Seji, I see the women out there that you be liking. I'm like, wow, Tippy. That's what we're doing out here, Tippy. That's like, wow, that's diabolical. That is diabolical. Tippy said, I'm in between the tomboy and girl trying to be more feminine. It's hard. Tim said, I love gardening. I want a greenhouse and a koi pond with enough yard space to farm shrimp too. Oh, yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. And then we got Miss Anderson sitting up here rolling. Ain't nothing funny. That is crazy. Mo said, if Angel Reese, you have to. No, that is not happening. That is because you listed that Brittany Griner part. No, that's not happening. Nah, but again, Angel Reese don't like short guys. Angel Reese is into tall guys, just like most tall women want tall guys. So it'd be like that. Pink said it's okay. I've been doing research on a new gaming laptop. Okay, I got you. I see you. We got the female PC gamers directly out here. We got Pink, and then we also got Sham, aka Mrs. Monopoly. Let me tell woman, she got all types of PC parts. It's crazy. Tippy said, like when feminine women get ready but stay inside, and she wears silk and perfume. Men wear bonnet, sweats, extra large V-neck with minor holes in them, and play video games. Yo, Tippy is hilarious. Let me tell you. Tippy is a gamer. She would be out here no lifing. If only Tippy was like in the shooters and like in other games, I could see her. She would be like no life gaming. I can directly see it. Miss Dolce said, I meant Tom. I got you. Miss Anderson said, why are you bringing up old stuff? Wow, that's crazy. How come I'm still looking at this message on the phone and like, yo, what's up? How you been doing? Nothing. Dead silence. You didn't even make an effort to be like, oh well, let me sit up here and just like write a response. That's some crazy work. That is diabolical. Diabolical. Ack said, I just meant which is better. That's tough. That's a tough one. I would say a combination of both, because I've had a combination of both before when I was younger. So I would say that. There was also another girl too that I knew when I was younger. Shout out to Danielle. That was another one too. And yo, I kid you not, for whatever reason, I'm very much unknowingly. No, I can't say unknown. Yeah, whatever. But like in a sense, unknowingly, for whatever reason, I am very much attracted to very smart women. And I'm talking about like smart. I'm talking about like some degrees, able to be like a teacher teaching like some not arithmetic, but some physics type of stuff. Because the one girl that I knew, she played video games. She also played basketball, and she was just smart. I never forget Danielle. And it's like it's the dopest thing to be around. Well, during that time we were like teenagers, but it's the dope, because I was gonna say woman, but it was the dopest thing to be around a girl that was just like that was smart. It's like it's something like directly about. It's like an air in a sense. Like it's just it's. I can't even like really in a sense like give you guys like a great description directly on it. But long story short, I found out later. Um, I think later on when she went to college, 'cause I think she went to Michigan or Michigan State, one of those. And she a teacher aide, or was she teaching math there? She was doing something. I was like, whoa. I'm like, man, I'm like, you like how I originally thought that she was that person. She is that person. Right. And like I said, dope stuff. Seattle said, as long as she's organic black, I am down. Seattle said, hey, Seji, did you hear about the Bonnie Blue with 1,000 dudes? Yeah. I ran across that by way of X. It'd be crazy out here how stuff just show up in timelines. It's diabolical work. Sham said, nope. It's a pipe dream to be tall and want tall guys. You never find someone too much taller than you. I'm cool with the short ones. Michael said, if I was Angel, I wouldn't want a short dude either. I'm a little bit confused. That's okay. Whatever you say. Timothy said, a black lady. Yeah, black lady from R8 would be a dream. Wait. I don't even know what that was. Was I pronouncing that right? This man Ty was like, Sham is telling me I got a chance. This is why I said, okay, please don't do it on your own. If you know any elderly woman that's respectful and trustworthy, just ask her if you can hang around her. Tippy just my advice. Sham said, that's why I said if you're poor, you should know how to garden, hunt, fish. And crying over food stamps is a waste of time. Get you a fishing license, a hunt license, and grow some food. Timmy said, what about Danielle? Seji, why did you say her name like that? Wait, say her name like that. I mean, wait, what you mean? Wait, how did I say her name? I know. I think I wait. Did I say it like? I think I said it like twice or like or three times when explaining the story. Like I said, I can't specifically hear myself when I say stuff, so it's going in one direction. So how I say it and hear it is going to be different. When you happen to hear me say it or whatnot or whatever. So I don't know. Oh, you talk about Lady Dimitri from Resident Evil 8. Oh yeah. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about now. Yeah. Yo, where did Miss Anderson go? Because I got some questions. Let me write her again. Let me ask her if she got Battlefield 8. I mean, the new Battlefield. Let me see. Yeah, because I'm like I said, people be talking a whole bunch of mess online, talking about they good at shooters, and then people want to have like family members pulling up to the scene playing for them. Be some crazy work. So now you got a brand new message, October 29th, asking about. Oh, okay. So you're here, and you said no, you don't. Why don't you got the brand new Battlefield? Because you be talking about how much you a gamer. I see you be posting about the car, but where those shooter stats at? You got the brand new Call of Duty coming out in November, right? And we got Battlefield out there right now. You talking about you're good at games. You talking about you does this, right? I'm trying to see the work that you put in when it deals with these shooters, because I ain't seeing nothing right now. I don't see no stats. I don't see you on the boards. I don't know what's happening right now. It's a wild work out here. Oh, this woman probably at work right now, sitting up there mixing up some chemicals. Let me tell you, the car looks dope though. The Jeep, it looks dope with the Halloween decorations on it. It looks pretty dope. I didn't even know you can actually do that. It's pretty dope. As though you said, smart about what exactly? No, I'm just saying, like in general. Like for her, she was in general, she was just smart. She was like ahead of her class. Like she was like on some, honor roll, valedictorian, type of thing. Like she is a student, but she also played video games and she also played basketball, as well too. So, like I said, I'm just saying, like, just, smart in general. Like, you can sit up there and have a conversation and learn something, right? She can basically teach you something that you may not, I said may not, that you may not, know anything, directly about, because you're not, of that field, or you didn't, do any deep diving into, that type of information. Doesn't matter if it's like chemistry, science, mathematics, or just even dealing with numbers, you know. Um, yo, Rabbit, what is up? What is up? He said these game companies are really showing their racist employees. Wait, showing their racist employees. They really put a black Pokemon necklace, the jogger type. I mean, that's crazy work. Shout out to Jinx though. That was the first black Pokemon right there. That was the first one, that I've ever seen. Shout out to Jinx. Tippy said, I can make applesauce, I can cook, but I never cooked like I live in the woods. I grilled chicken on the grill. Okay, I got you, Tippy. I see you. Somebody said William Defoe. I'm a little bit confused. Papa said my grandmother never got around to making it with talking about the sham. Miss Anderson said you don't want these problems. What I got the one you lucky I don't have the El Gato what remember the El Gato thing I had told you about that you could use for streaming. You're lucky I don't have that, because I would have pressed a button so I can pull the African dude up dressed as Shell Khan talking about I want all the problems. That meme would have been directly up there. You're not seeing me in Battlefield though. I can let me tell you something. You're not seeing the amount of wars that I've had to go through. I got, what is it, 50 hours in Conquest, and I think 15 or 16 hours directly in I think, what is it, Breakout or whatever it is, and then I got a few hours in Team Deathmatch. On top of that, level 76, and I primarily 90+% of the time I play as a support. I play as a healer. So even in the new, so I'll tell you this. So for where's she at? Where's she? So for Miss Anderson, right? For the brand new Battlefield, the free to play version of the game, which is the battle royale, it is free to play. You don't have to specifically own the game or pay for the game in order to play it. It is there, or at least that's how I'm thinking that it works. That it's advertised because they said it was free to play. So that is up there. The battle royale is fun. I like it. I've been, playing that, consistently. I haven't gone back to Conquest or any of the other modes in quite a minute. And I've actually played with some randoms, and I've come out with about a good 4 to 5 wins so far, things of that nature. But yeah, you ain't seen me in there. You ain't seen me in there. What was it? Let me go back up. Tell me, I don't want these problems. Yeah, you don't want the problems either, because people don't be responding back to messages. That's some crazy work out here. See, Apple said you miss the unicorn. Oh, you talking about back when I was younger? I think. Tippy said I love ice cream, whether better oatmeal or grits. You said, oh, you love cream of wheat. Oh yeah. Cream of wheat is, yeah, that's classic. That's a staple. I like them all, but I prefer cream of wheat. I got you. Yeah. Black man on the box. Yeah. Bobby said, did they grind the cob after the corn is plucked? Oh, you must be talking to somebody else. Rabbit said, I meant NPCs. Timothy said, am I the only one that saw Alakazam as a black Pokemon? I thought Alakazam was Asian. I thought he was Asian. I thought he was kind of playing off of like a stereotype. But I know the animal that he was like kind of like based on, in a sense. So I get it. See, Apple said Seiji Battlefield 4 was the one. No, Battlefield 4 was dope. But Battlefield 6 is very nice. Don't sleep on 6. I'm telling you, do not sleep on 6. Rabbit said they put a black NPC in the jogger type. Very sus. Since when was there even a jogger type NPC? I want to say back during Red and Blue. You had a jogger, you had the fisher, you had the bikers, you had the random businessman, you had the fisherman, and I think the hunter and all this other type of stuff. Oh, Miss Dolce said, okay, I hear you. Okay, I got you. Hack says, Seji, thank you for your service, keeping America safe. Bless you and salute. Wait, oh, you talking about on Battlefield? I got you. Miss Anderson sitting up here laughing. That is wild. Astro said, this pick is insane. Yeah, it is. I was supposed to switch it to another video, but I'm just reading through comments right now. Bobby said, oh, I misread. My bad. I was and Iron Smith to do the thinking. Tippy said, I'm not anti-black. I love blacks in my family. It's why I can't deal with Tippy. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Because I know when Tippy says this, she's sitting up there laughing out loud at her house. Oh my goodness. Hilarious. Astro said, what's the context of the photo? Basically, this woman was basically saying that women are going to choose to be with each other. They're going to cohabitate with one another and basically move away from men because women chose the bear. That's pretty much it on that one. Timothy said, is that campaign really as bad as they say it is in Battlefield 6? The crazy part is I never played the campaign. I thought about playing the campaign. The funniest thing is because I used to watch a show called Heroes. I'm going to play the Battlefield. I mean, not Battlefield. I'm going to play the Call of Duty campaign only because of the actor that's in there. That's the sole reason I'm playing that, and also because it's free. I don't have to pay for Call of Duty because I got Xbox. It's a part of Game Pass, so we up. Apple said, "Yeah, I'm not upgrading to a new Xbox to play the new Battlefield." I mean, I understand you. I got you. I got you. Tiki said bell peppers and trying to grow strawberries. Mo said, "That's one vegetable, not a garden. This man out here." Tippy said, "I did say I have a garden, but I'm trying." Sam said, "Man, that's never happening. That woman is wishful thinking on her part. Guarantee that she's one of those weird lesbians." Yeah, I pretty much feel that she is directly within that area, but she just doesn't specifically say it because what she said slipped out. She was like, "Yeah, women are going to choose to be with each other," and then she was like, "Yeah, not meaning the gay thing. No, that's what you meant. That's what you meant because that's what you're trying to sell." So now we're going to go to the next video.
Her crashing out about EBT and shit like that, baby. That's why I got big purses, big bags. Yeah, I got it all. I don't know why y'all crashing out about motherfucking EBT. Because we can meet at every goddamn Walmart, Target, and every goddamn grocery store in the motherfucking America and get them running up out that bitch. They can't catch everybody. If it's 5,000 motherfuckers in the motherfucking store stealing meats and motherfucking goddamn box shit and everything the fuck else and running up out that bitch, how they gonna catch our ass? You better be like them motherfuckers that was out there in Philly when they was out there doing all them riots, going on them stores, snatching out big ass fucking 70-inch TVs and all the motherfucking shoes and all that shit. Y'all motherfuckers better stop crashing out about this motherfucking shit. Y'all better start motherfucking sitting up here motherfucking figuring it the fuck out. Cause that mean if I gotta go in that bitch and steal meat, steal fads, that's what the fuck I'm doing. I don't give a fuck about no EBT because we gonna eat regardless.
Like I said, it gets to a point where it's either AI or it's not. And only thing I can sit up there and say is I just need people not to be stupid. And I do get the fact that a lot of people are going to say that a lot of videos that I showed off are AI, but I want to remind people that during the fact of the PPP loans, there was no AI. There was no AI. Those were people that were legitimately online doing it. Like I said, the what was the rapper's name? It was like Little Nuka, a Little Nuke, or something like that. He literally got on the internet and made a music video teaching people how to scam, and the government caught him and threw him in prison. So I just want to let people know that AI does exist, but you also have amongst AI, you got a lot of stupid people that are willing to put themselves directly out there just to get famous. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Diabolical. But now, so again, Miss Anderson, I need you to get that Battlefield though. Need you to get that Battlefield. You're supposed to be a gamer out here in these streets. I'm waiting to see some gaming. Like I said, I done seen Pink gamer, right? Console and PC. I done seen Sham game, right? I think PC and I think she got console as well too. Who else? I done seen Tippy gaming. And she's gaming on the Jesus boxes this month, but she is still a gamer, right? I didn't seen even some other people gaming, right? I'm waiting to see Miss Anderson out there gaming. I ain't seen nothing yet. It's crazy work, diabolical. So now we're going to go to the next video. I gotta go back a little bit further to pull that video though, because we did all of those. Then with Cardi B, right? Oh, wait, I forgot. What was it? Okay, what were the two? Oh, I got yeah. The other video is a little bit longer, so I'll save that one. So now we're gonna go to the one that Tippy was talking about with the studying that was happening at this school. And this is when I say before that a lot of women there needs to be a thing where women start getting caught out for being weird. Because this woman here is weird. Let me see. 1028.6. Let me go directly to the videos. 1028.6 right there.
Hustle unlocked. I'm a school teacher now. Little breakfast. Let's get the day rolling. Who would have ever thought? Yes, ma'am. Have a good day. Today was really a breeze. My kids ain't had to do too much, man. To be honest, I let them do whatever they want to do. Yes, I'm that type of teacher. Took me a little lunch break. Yeah, they got it going on at this junk. They stay bound. Okay, then. Damn, shorty. Sheesh. Man, I gotta get up out these school kids trying to take me down, man. Then I look so young. I look like one of them. I'm pretty sure by
So I just want to go back to this, right? So I've done videos over time, and there's two issues here. Two issues that I want to sit up there and list, and these are the things that I've talked about before I've even listed instances when I was in high school, and I told people about, you got your daughters out here specifically trying to get the attention of substitute teachers, of male teachers, right? So this is clearly a stud. This is a woman. You see this young girl here in school, and she is giving a look, and I've seen that look before. It's like the look of like, oh snap, like this person it would be, it looks, something that may be like interested in, and then you decide to like, all right, let me just like look around, like make it look like I'm really staring at the person. Then they look back at the person, and then they start looking again in another direction. She did that exact same thing. And I'm pretty sure that she knows that that is a substitute teacher and not a student. I'm pretty sure that she knows. But yet, again, looking in the direction of an adult. You should not even be doing that. Pay attention to what it is that you're supposed to be doing at school. You're supposed to be like cheerleading, or what it is that you're supposed to be sitting up there doing. Number two, there should be never at a point in time where I should ever see a grown substitute teacher talking about some damn short. Like, what are you talking about? And you then you wanted to say later on, like, yo, you gotta, sit up there and get on out, because trying to sit up there and take you down. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Because the craziest part is, if this was a guy, and you can visibly tell that it was a guy, and he said anything close to the realm of this, women would have clearly, the whole world would have lost it. The whole world would have sat up there and lost him and trying to put that person directly in prison. People would have been trying to sit up there and see that man. At the end of the day, there have been so many people out here talking left and right directly about this. Like, oh, if that was my child, he that'll die. All this, everybody in life would be trying to see that person, but because it's a woman saying this, it ain't really nothing much happening. People ain't really saying nothing much, in a sense, sort of, kind of, slightly. Actually, let me take that back, because the substitute teacher that you see here actually ended up losing their job. So, we're going to go into the excuse, or I'm sorry, the explanation that the substitute teacher is going to sit up there and give. I'm not falling for it. I don't believe it. Because I also want to state that I think she stated in the video that the students know of her. And there is a video I wanted to put directly up here, but I can't post it up here because, dealing with censorship. But clearly we know that this is a woman, but this woman was doing a dress up on TikTok wearing a strap. If you know what that's short for, you know exactly what it is that I'm talking about. So this clown wanted to sit up there and basically really try to make it seem like they got something, while basically trying on like some pants, or like it's the most weirdest, and you would swear, and people tell you all the time that they're not trying to sit up there and be guys. Then what are you trying to be? Why are you walking around? There's clearly nothing there on your anatomy that fits that. Why are you walking around like that? Guys don't walk around like that 24/7. Like there are phases. There are phases. There's temperature changes. There's a lot of things that transpire and happen. You sitting up here just walking around with some plastic, like this is just like that is in the conversations that I be seeing women. Jesus Christ. Whatever. That's a conversation for a whole nother topic. But again, I couldn't show that because of various reasons. But if she has that directly on her social media, and her social media is open, which means that the students know about her social media, I just want to say that this is how you have folks out there that get into close proximity with your kids. No person, no adult should be around kids that puts videos up there like that for any and everybody to see. So for me, I'm now looking at this as a situation of that this could very easily be a student that saw that social media that is potentially interested in women or girls, whatever, females. And because of that video and many other videos out there, they're now looking in interest at this substitute teacher who is a grown ass adult woman. Anyways, let's go into the excuses, right? So let's just listen to this. Looking like little Snoop out here. It's crazy.
About these school kids trying to take me down, man. Then I look so young. So I look like one of them.
School kids trying to take me down because I was looking so young. I'm looking like one of them. Whoo! Oh, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Let's go.
Like one of them. I'm pretty sure by now y'all know my face. The substitute that got fired over TikTok. Before I do get started, I do once again want to apologize to the young ladies in the video and their parents. The consistent backlash is sick. A lot of people keep on saying, get her from around the kids, keep her from around the kids. Man, I'm actually a great person to have around your kids. You get what I'm saying? Great mentor. Head always been on straight. Never been a loose screw. You get what I'm saying? Do not let the tattoos fool you. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all clearly mischaracterizing me. Young adult, went to college, played ball, active sports. Grades always been A1. Like, what y'all saying don't fit me, baby. I see how it may come across, but I'm not that freaky to be sitting up talking about kids like that. Like, genuinely, like, it just sick. I'm not an over-sexualized person. Like, I don't even do that with adults. I'm not going to do that with kids and let alone put that on my platforms. If my intentions were sick like that, why would I broadcast it across my page when I know I'm a content creator?
So she wanted to say that if that was just for if that was her intention, why would she put that, directly out there being a content creator? Because you got a lot of dummies out there that do that because they think that people can't actually see or spot what it is that it is, because they would be like, why would the person actually do that? Why would they commit a crime while actually filming said crime? That doesn't make any type of sense. You got people that do that. You have people that do, like I said, I've covered these stories 99 different times or ways from Sunday. I've done this. Like I said, that doesn't mean anything at all. That means zero. Like I said, you gotta let me know, what specifically does these students trying to take me down, what does that mean? What does that mean? If I sit up and say like, yo, these women out here trying to really take me down, man, it's one of two things. Either the women are trying to sleep with me, or number two, they're trying to take me down, such as like, yo, they're trying to like ruin my name. They're trying to ruin there's only the two options that I can sit up there and list you. And I know that you don't mean that student is trying to ruin your name. Nobody knows who you are. So the other one would basically then mean that what, the student finds you attractive, that they're trying to eye you up real quick, trying to potentially, set you up for a case because they're interested. Because as you said before, you look so young and you look just like them. Let's keep going.
That really don't make sense to me. It's like y'all think people don't make mistakes. I did not know, because why would I post it if I knew that I couldn't post kids? Regardless of the situation, my intentions were never bad, genuinely. Like, nothing inappropriately crossed my mind, like, at all. I'm not that type of person. Every day is getting worse. Why are you guys constantly making this a thing if I've already got fired? I've already got fired.
What's
Why
up,
is it
Will?
constantly being a thing? With the consistent backlash and posting, I have not only lost that job, but I've lost my main job as a DSP, direct support professional. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've had that job for a year. My main job is down the drain. That is sick.
Yo,
I've
Cole,
lost
what's up?
not only one job, but 2 jobs to this situation when I clearly only made a mistake. I posted it and I'm a content creator. Why would I do that if that was my intentions? It literally does not make sense. It's like y'all don't understand. I get it. I clearly made a mistake. I've already got fired. Can you guys stop? Like, literally, I've lost my main job now that I've been here for a year. You just gotta know me to know, man, I'm nothing like that. I don't get down like that in no type of way. Do not let the tattoos fool you for a second, man. I am a great person, great heart, all above. I just made a mistake. I genuinely just made a mistake. And I apologize to them kids and the parents. But I guess it's just a sign, man. I need to just focus on the gifts God gave me. You get what I'm saying? Like, they were just a stepping stone. I wasn't supposed to be a substitute teacher, and I'm going to take that for what it is. I have 1,000 gifts, man. So that's what I need to focus on. I did start a GoFundMe, but I really didn't want to start a GoFundMe because I really don't want the free money. So I would just, man, if you would like to help, because I have lost everything, man, I got a link. I have my clothing brand, man. If you can just buy anything, I hand make all my merch. I'll be working. I have something to do to keep me active since it's gonna be hard for me to find a job. Everybody knows it's everywhere, man. My face is everywhere on every single site. I'm on YouTube. Like, why am I on YouTube? Why are you guys reposting me on YouTube? I hope you guys find the real predators out there, honestly, because it's not me. Like, genuinely, like, no matter how you put it, you ain't gonna find none on my name in that such a way, man. I'm such a great person. If y'all was to meet me for an hour, man, y'all say, man, she ain't nothing like that. And it's just me being honest. Like, I'm just not that type of person. Regardless of what type of content I put out there, because I know y'all gonna try to say something about my content, like I said. But, man, if you want to help me out in any way, man, I appreciate it. I genuinely appreciate it, because I literally lost everything. Man, it's gonna be so hard for me to find a job. Like, everybody know this now. Like, my face is everywhere. My face is everywhere in a bad way. And I'm nowhere near the fit of that. That's sad. Man, I did set up a GoFundMe, but I genuinely don't want the free money. Y'all don't have to. I prefer y'all to click that link. It'll give me something to do. You know what I'm saying? It'll give me something to do. I can work hard for it. When I send that order off, I know it's gonna be somebody that care about me. Whatever you can give, whatever you can do, man, I appreciate it, man. It's done. I've been fired. The day y'all found out about it, I was fired. Leave it alone, man. Like, I done lost it all over a mistake. I should not be going through this. I done lost all my jobs. The job's not gonna want me. I done been applying. It's just been hard. Like, you go up into the places and they already know who I am. Like, it's sad. Now I'm in the process of relocating. I'm in my car for right now, man. So whatever you can give can't help. And I love what you guys are doing. I love it. But I would love for it to be somebody that actually fit the description. That's all I'm saying. Defamation of character, mischaracterization at the fullest. Like, this is insane. Leave it alone. Leave me alone. Go away. We get it. It's insane how y'all keep carrying on. I have lost my job. For the past year, I've been working with disabled intellectuals. I had no issues this whole entire year. Now, I've made one mistake with teaching, and I've lost everything. This is sad. This is sick, man. It's sick, and y'all helping me lose everything when I clearly just made a mistake. I'm not asking for free money, but, man, if you can click the link, you know what I'm saying? Help me out in any way, man. I appreciate it. But I done lost everything to this. As you guys,
so I don't have that link directly up there, and nor was the link listed, at least from when I was able to find anything. It'd be like that. The thing I want to sit up there and say is that I think people forgot there was a young black male who was a teacher, and he was proud of being a teacher, loved being a teacher. And all of a sudden, there was fields of women. And again, he's black. He's a black male that is a teacher, and he's around his students, high school. Fields of women decided that he was inappropriate around students. They looked at his videos on TikTok, and they were like, 99 videos you got up here. Every single video is inappropriate. Look at how he's looking. Look at how he's talking. Look at how he's friendly. Why is he in the have the girls braiding his hair? Like, this is way too personal. This is predatory. This is how the men decide to get very close to these young girls. He needs to be fired. Women everywhere. We're sitting up there trying to find ways to cancel that black male teacher. And I stayed consistently on that story because I'm like, yo, that is crazy. At one moment, people say that we need more black male teachers here. And then in the next moment, they see a video and they're like, oh no, this dude, he should be locked up in prison. Huh? Huh? Like that man was getting crucified online. Crucified. I even had some people, if I'm thinking back for the correct video, trying to say that, you know, I'm defending Preds. I'm like, brother, how did we get here? I'm defending a dude that's innocent. I'm defending a dude that didn't do anything wrong. I'm defending somebody that is being crucified in these streets because he is a black male. Because what I did was after that, I was like, okay, so let me just catch people real quick. I show videos of white women getting their hair braided. I show videos of Asian men getting their hair braided. I show videos of white men allowing their students in their hair and so on and so on and so on. Even black women. I kid you not. When I looked at those comment sections, I never saw any of those women trying to get those teachers canceled and having problems with those videos. When it dealt with a black man, though, women from all over, oh, we gotta get this guy out of here. We got him we got to get him away from the kids. I'm like, wow, 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 wow. It was diabolical. So what I'm basically stating is that he didn't say anything wrong. He better yet, he didn't even do anything wrong. Talking about that male teacher, and that was I think maybe a year or so ago from when I did that video and was on that. This one that we have here, I keep trying to tell people that words matter. And it's how you say things. And it's also the context. And even within the first video that we were able to listen for, probably about like 3 or whatever minutes, I never heard a specific example or an explanation on what she specifically meant or another type of way that could have been meant. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything at all. But I heard all of the things stating that, oh, my videos are everywhere and I can't, get hired anywhere. I got to relocate. This is pretty much everybody else's fault and not mine. That's what I heard. But I never heard an explanation on what the two things that were stated in the video when it dealt with the student meant. Some crazy work. That is diabolical. Diabolical. But anyways, let's continue to the next video and see what she has to say in this one.
I know I am the substitute that was recently fired from teaching because of my TikTok. It's honestly so sad how sick the world is that you guys automatically mischaracterize me fully without further context. I'm a content creator. I record everything I do, so it was typical for me. And as you guys know, if you create content, you will know that everything you see is not what you get. Majority of the content that you do see was recorded while I was alone. It looked as if I had a class, but I did not have a class, and the school knows that. I did not have a class. I had nothing but free time. Aside from the body camera that was already recording, everything else was recorded when I was alone. And as I explained to Lake Cormont when I first arrived, this was my very first time subbing ever. I had absolutely no idea that I couldn't record students, or else I definitely wouldn't have done it. I truly would have honestly recorded myself if I knew it was an issue with recording students. I went on TikTok before I worked, and that's what I seen. I am by far no predator or anything close to it. That is insane for it even to be put on to me. I truly just thought I was doing something good for the youth. Like, honestly, and I was enjoying it. I wasn't going to make a video, but I've been receiving an awful amount of hate. I feel like it was necessary for me to clear my name up. I truly do apologize for how it may seem, but my slang and terminology is much different than yours. But none of the kids knew they were being recorded at any point. And I do apologize for this once again. I truly do, but I had no idea this was prohibited. I assure you that it would have not been posted. What I meant by shorter in the terminology, the kids were going to take me down were absolutely not what you guys took them as. Those kids were smaller than me, shorter than me, younger than me. They are shorties. They are young. That absolutely means nothing with flirting. My terminology is much different from you guys. So I said the kids were going to take me down, as in a phrase of the kids all together. That absolutely did not mean anything sexual. What? That is sick to even think of that. I am a content creator. I am known. The kids knew me. They were supporters of mine. So I say take the kids were going to take me down. It means as the same way that supporters do anybody else that they support. I'm no different from them. I handle myself more than properly. I do have a fan base. I do have supporters. I do have people that know me. Those kids already had knew me previously. It was several kids coming up to me trying to see, am I that person? That's what I meant by take me down, all hassling me at once is what I meant. Absolutely didn't mean anything sexual from kids. That is sick. Those are kids, so they see me as somebody famous. They were all entouraging me at one time. That's what I meant. I find it sick that you guys would assume that I'd be saying that phrase in any other way. This was a voiceover I added way after I left the school. Again, it was an additional voiceover. It was not recorded. On the videos, it was nothing saying I was cheering the school on. There was an additional voiceover that I added after I mashed the videos up. I am truly so sorry that you guys are not familiar with me or my terminology, but I absolutely meant no harm. The entire 2 days that I worked at Lake Carmine, I did nothing but my job. I was to myself. Not one single kid that could say that I did or said anything inappropriate my time at Lake Carmine those 2 days. It was truly just a misunderstanding. But now that I see with creating content, it's easy to misunderstand and misinterpret things because everyone is free to their own opinions. That doesn't mean just automatically mischaracterize me. Like truly, like honestly, you guys, I would truly have to be an idiot to know that I'm doing something wrong that would lead to this much and still do it. I absolutely did not know. What I said in a voiceover was absolutely not meant how you guys took it. I just talk very differently. My slang is different. I do realize that those are students and I am an adult. I should have been way more professional with my word choicing. But again, the kids had absolutely no clue there was an additional voiceover that I added on TikTok. I do realize the mistake I made, honestly and truthfully. I was just in a moment being myself. I wasn't thinking inappropriately at all. I'm still learning. I am aware of that, but I honestly truly didn't know you guys. Like I just didn't. It's no way that I would have posted it. I wasn't thinking inappropriate. So when you say that I said something inappropriate, it wasn't in a way that you assumed it because I wasn't even thinking that way from the jump. But I truly, sincerely to the bottom of my heart, I do apologize to all of the parents and students at Lake Cormont. I actually loved you guys' school. I would have loved to work there. Like, I know you guys have mischaracterized me, but I am a great person. Like, I am a great person. Aside from the tattoos, I am an excellent person. I do apologize once again. I absolutely meant no harm.
Oh, that's crazy. I just realized she got hand tattoos.
I absolutely did. Again, and I just want you guys to, like, give me some grace. This is my first time subbing ever. You see, I'm a content creator. This is my first time subbing. I was trying.
Brother, I don't even need to hear nothing else. How is, like, this is the double standards that I be talking about. How is she's a whole woman. A whole woman. She got tattoos all over her. I just realized she got tattoos on her hands. I have never had a substitute teacher that had straight hand skeleton tattoos on. He would never allow, it wouldn't even happen. It wouldn't even, if a parent saw that, they would automatically think he was a biker, a gang member, or somebody who did a stint in prison. They would never allow that person. Parents would rally to make sure that that man would never be a substitute teacher anywhere in any type of district, city, or state, and or town. And it's, like I said, the double standards out here when it deals with men and women is wild. It is wild. It is wild. You got straight hand tattoos, brother. What? Oh my God, man. Oh, like I said, miss me with anything talking about equality. Miss me with that. Miss me with that. Like I said, I'm trying to figure out when was the last time I had a male substitute teacher that had tattoos. Because if he did have tattoos, it was like, it was on like the probably like the side of the ribs or like the stomach or something like that. And that's the only time that you saw us because it was like a white t-shirt, you know, with a beater on. That was it. Other than that, like dealing with the neck, the hands, and nah, brother, no, that's not happening. That's not happening. They would never allow that. That's crazy. That is diabolical. And then to sit up there and say at the end of the day that we took it the wrong way and we basically got you fired. Nah, brother, you did that to yourself. If I like, dude, if I or any other man would have said the exact same thing and been filming inside of a school, it is the FBI, the Power Rangers, the X-Men, the Avengers. You know, everybody would have been showing up there. Tommy would have called in the Dragon Zord and would have just been beating the bricks off me. Like it would have been over. It would have been curtains. But you sitting up here saying that no, we just took it the wrong way because your slang is different. I just clearly explained. I just and like I said, I'm a guy. I just clearly I've never heard that definition for they're trying to take me down. I've never heard that definition before ever in my life. That got to be some brand new age. It was just born yesterday type of stuff. I ain't never in all of my days ever heard of no explanation like that. I don't know what type of hoopty loops, ring around the rosy type of ish. This is wild. And to still technically not take accountability for your actions. That is wild. That's I can't believe, oh man. It gets worse though. What is it? 10:28:2. I got you. So now we're gonna go to the very last video. This is the longest video that we got here. So bear with me. Let me see. 10:28:2. Let me go. I think it should be that one, right? No, it's not that one. Because didn't I have to re-edit this? I think. Lord. I thought. Okay. That's what it is. I think it's 10:28:1. I think that's what it is because I had to resave it. So let me go back there again. Let me see. 10:28:1. I think this is it.
Hello, welcome.
All right, so this is going to be the ender video, and this is going to be one of the longer videos because I just want to showcase the foolishness that is going to take place here. Every once in a while, I'll just so happen to highlight these videos. I got to sit up there and do it just because. Third, what is up? You said exactly. Law and Order shows ever made would have done a crossover show to take a dude down who talks like that. Yeah, that's facts. D Money said the Lord's work. Timmy said, please do not do a pop balloon video, just another embarrassment. Hey, it be like that. Gotta do it. Reflection said she said something along the lines of these kids are trying to get me in trouble. Yeah, exactly. That's what I got from it. And there's another definition for it, but again, she's a woman, so no other woman is trying to ruin her branding and her name because it doesn't work like that with women in that sense. Wait, who? Wait a minute. So who is this person? Let me see that. I'm trying to figure out how long was that person here. What was that name? Gabe? You only see them like once up here, and I'm not even sure what that dude was even responding to, which makes no sense. Like, I keep trying to tell people, like, dog, if you come directly here and you try to be disrespectful to any one of my moderators, like, dog, you automatically it scopes directly on you. Like you are playing a very stupid game, and you're going to win a very great prize to the Shadow Realm. Like I don't understand. I do not understand why people sit up there and do this. I just do not. Like I said, if you want to get banned by my moderators, that is directly on you. Be stupid. Pull up to the scene and be stupid and show yourself for the world to see, just so that you can get thrown in complete darkness. But anyways, we're going to go to this video, and I want to list, and I just want to preface this by saying that the dude that you're going to hear, he's actually a pretty decent a hardworking, nice guy. And we're going to see what is going to take place and how a branding is going to be placed directly on him, which again is crazy. So let's just listen to this.
And here you go. What's your name?
Darius.
Darius, how old are you?
I'm 37.
37. Where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. And what do you do?
I'm an HVAC technician and musician.
Okay, nice. What are some things you like to do for fun?
I like to play music. Like I said, I'm a musician. Play the drums and the bass. And I like to bowl. I like arcades. I'm not a simple-minded person, so anything that's fun, where I can have some fun, we can laugh, I'm with that.
Okay. And what are some things you look for in a woman?
First of all, she got to be a woman of God. Cool. I like a woman that got a good personality, that's not uptight. You know what I'm saying? Somebody don't mind just getting out and just being herself without, you know what I'm saying, like not just trying to disrupt the vibe, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm on.
Okay. And what are some of your deal breakers?
My deal breakers is a woman with a lot of kids.
Okay, what's a lot for you?
Ooh, boy, like two.
Two is two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have nothing of my own, so that's just what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's your only deal breaker?
Yeah, she can't. She got to be a woman of God. I'm saved and sanctified, so I really take my relationship with God seriously. I take it very seriously. So, bad attitude, bad hygiene. I like to smell good all the time. So, stuff like that, I like to start there.
Okay, sounds good. So we did get some pop balloons. Let's head on over there and see why they ended up popping. We'll start here. Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
I'm Tiffany. I'm 42. I prefer not to date musicians. I think they're better as friends. They tend to be whorish, and especially church musicians. They are the worst in my experience. That's the only reason. Yeah, I prefer to stay away from that.
Cool.
This is the one thing that I want to showcase, and this has been happening on a lot of these dating shows, right? Where the women are allowed to super judge the men, and the men just have to graciously take it. And if the man did have a response back, then other women are going to pop the balloon because all women stand in solidarity, even though this is a competition for whichever woman is basically the best woman in order to, get selected. Like I said before, when I sit up there and tell people that women make their own decisions and single women will keep other women single, I mean exactly just that. And it's going to get worse. And it's crazy to listen to a woman sit up there and tell a man that, oh, you look old, or you look older than what you said at your age is. If a man ever said that to a woman, he would be crucified. I just want to be very clear on that. If a man were to have said anything close to that to a woman, he would be crucified. So let's continue.
I love that you're a man of God. Like, that's a big priority in my life as well. So I really like that about you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And she's someone that's your type?
Yeah, I'll talk to her.
Thank you. Let's go on here. Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
I'm Alana. I'm 40. I popped my balloon because he talked about hygiene, but I'm going to use fitness as part of hygiene, and I'm not going to lie. You bought a toothpick with an egg on top of it, boo. I ain't going to hold you, so you shouldn't be talking about hygiene if you're not going to take care of yourself either.
So the guy said earlier that, when it is like hygiene, like he smells good and all this other type of stuff, he wants a person to take care of their hygiene, to smell good, as well too. So she said that she was going to throw hygiene. So the label hygiene, she said she was going to throw weight directly in there. And I want to note to people that she has weight directly on her. If at any moment in time that I was like, yo, let's sit up there and run some miles, she ain't making it. I'm just gonna be honest. She's not gonna sit up there and make it. I'm not sitting up there saying that she's overweight, but I'm sitting up there saying is if she needed to, or if she had to keep up pace with me, she would not be able to do it, and I can promise you that. So for her to sit up there and go directly at this man who never said anything negative to her about his weight, saying that you're basically like a toothpick and an egg, or like something crazy. I'm like, dog, who are you trying to impress? Right? Are you trying to impress the other women right now? I'm like, who are you defending? Like, I don't even understand why your mouth is even running this crazy. I'm like, this dude he don't even know you. He never even seen you before. And your main go-to is like, all right, the other woman attacked how he looked and his age. And now you want to sit up there and attack him for his weight. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's keep going.
What's funny? I mean, I wouldn't talk to her based off her response. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And, yeah, she ain't in shape either, so I ain't worried about her.
Yeah, baby.
I mean, but at the end of the day, it's just that sassy stuff. I try to steer away from that because I'm not that type of person. I just walk
Wait,
away
hold on.
from
Let me
that.
pause it. Rabbit said, want to see Sergio pop the balloon. I wouldn't make it. I wouldn't make it. I would. It's automatic. It's gonna sound like the Battle of Chirac directly in there. It's gonna sound like Afghanistan in there. It's gonna sound like the OK Corral. It's like, yo, it's gonna be sounding like a Western. It's over. It's not happening. I'm not gonna, like I said, I already know. I know before I know. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. Like I said, I'm not afraid to sit up and say that. Like I said, it's cool. It be like that. Like I said, I would never even sit up there and do that to myself. Even on my best days, I would never sit up there and do that to myself. Because like I said, for the most part, just being a guy, like I said, I'm just like he said, that he is honest about his height and everything, and he is proud of whatever it is that he got. Like I said, I'm a guy at the end of the day. I can't specifically just be like, oh, instantly I'm changing my height, and now I'm like, I'm 7'2". I can't sit up and do that. It is what it is. Right? I can't sit up there. It just is what it is. Can't switch up hair, can't switch up height or anything else. And a lot of women up here who disqualified him because of height, they're wearing heels, which is the craziest part. They're making it seem like they're 6'7", like they're automatically WNBA players. But I'm like, dog, if you take off those heels, how tall are you? I've even seen women who are short that are 5'2", looking up to a guy that is 5'8" and saying that, oh, you're not my height preference. You're too short for me. I'm looking eye to eye at you. Man, what are you talking about? Like I said, where are we specifically at this moment? And let's just keep going. Let's keep going.
Energy, that's what she's giving me. So
it's crazy.
I'm going on to the next. Whenever
you can call on Jesus, but my booty ain't in the front.
I'm glad.
What?
What's going over here? Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Tiffany, and I'm 44. And initially I popped because you said you're from Atlanta, right?
For sure.
Unfortunately, I just saw this statistic this week that says like 20,000 people with HIV. So
let me just replay that, right? So we got a black man that's from Atlanta. He works at HVAC. He's on a show looking for a woman. And the first woman he strolls up to, darker complected, says that, yo, I can't really mess with Atlanta men because I heard that 20,000 people got HIV. What does that have to do with him? Like you would never do this to a white man. You would never do this to an Asian man. Like, what are we doing right now? What, like, do you, like, this is what I be sitting up there talking about. That's like him sitting up there saying like, oh, I can't sit up there and deal with a black woman from this state because I heard like all of y'all got like 9 kids out there and y'all on welfare. Do you understand how crazy that would sound? Do you understand how he would be getting grilled and fried on social media? How black women would be up in arms? But she can sit up there and basically say, oh, well, you're a black man. You're from Atlanta. So automatically I know you got HIV. Huh? What? What? Brother, this is wild. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
So I popped for that reason alone, and then the fact that you're a musician is just a no for me.
Wow.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's crazy. Yeah. Well, I ain't a part of that. Number one.
I don't know. Them church folk be the worst folk too.
I mean, but at the end of the day, you know,
they be all up and through the church. I mean, I love the Lord, go to the church, but again, it's just a musician thing in Atlanta.
Okay. I mean, but for me, I take my relationship serious. So, I mean, this is a speed dating thing, you don't know me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's all good for me.
Dewana Marie?
I'm trying to go to heaven.
Right.
Regardless of what you think about me anyway, you know what I'm saying? So, that's what I'm on.
I appreciate that.
For sure.
Is she someone that's your type?
Not really.
Okay.
And why not?
She just remind me of a cousin.
Thank you. Your name and age.
My name is Kristen. I'm 35. Oh, and I popped because it was giving like Uncle, not necessarily Uncle Leroy, but it was just giving Uncle
What?
vibes, and I wasn't with it.
That's cool.
This is what I want to say right now. Like I said before, all of these women up here, they specifically have like a type. Obviously, he is not that type. He's not that type. Um, I promise you, somehow, some way, if he was to end up with anybody else of a different ethnicity and it worked out, a lot of these women up here would be rolling their eyes or having some type of comment to sit up there and make. Knowing the fact of how it is that they specifically played in this dude's face and said some of the most insane things directly to him. And he didn't really make any crazy rebuttals back. I feel like he should have, especially with that one woman bringing up the HIV thing. I'm like, dog, what are you really trying to sit up here and say? You just trying to say that he's a black man, he's from Atlanta, so automatically he got like HIV? And he would just, he's automatically, he has it and he's going to give it. Like what? Let's just.
And she's someone that's your type?
And she's pretty. I just have to talk to her more in order for me to really catch a vibe.
No, I need to know. And like I said, I like big girls. And like I said, for the girl, the one in the pink, ain't nothing wrong. For me, at least, it ain't nothing wrong. But I need to know specifically what is like your type though, because obviously your type is not specifically looking for you. So maybe you might want to swap what you think your type is in order to find the initial happiness that you specifically want. Because I'm looking at her, I can normally tell that she's probably going to go for somebody that's taller, somebody that probably looks younger, somebody that is athletic with less weight directly on them, and more than likely somebody that the rest of the women in the group would actually want to be with. I promise you that would be within, the type that she would specifically find suitable, find directly okay. But I'm just like, if your type ain't really looking for you, maybe you might want to sit up there and like, swap that up. You're a little bit too focused on it. And like I said, she a big girl. Like I said, I don't got no problems with that. Like I said, if you can sit up there and eat, we can sit up there and both eat together. We're good. But again, like I said before, like it's crazy to me how the judgments in a sense take place when both people fit within like a certain frame, but yet you get like disqualified. And he sat up there and said himself, he was like, it's more sort of vibe. He was like, she passed the eye test, which he's saying that she's attractive. She got some, some stuff directly there, but it'd be like that.
Cool. It's about the vibes after she passed the eye exam. I need to talk to her. But other than that, she all right.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go on over here. Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Michelle, I'm 37. I just want to say I like his fit. Like, it's nice. I just think initial attraction. Okay. But where do you live? Do you live here in
Atlanta?
Oh, you live in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do Atlanta. And it's just the destination and PTSD. So has nothing to do with you.
PTSD.
I like your answers. You're really, really laid back. I'm getting nonchalant vibes from you, and I'm done with the nonchalant man. I may be wrong.
What?
Maybe if I get to know you, or if I had the chance to get to know you, maybe you'll be different, but I can't do it. But yeah, nice fit. I love the hat.
Appreciate that.
Sneakers, the Jordans, right?
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I would have to talk to her. If she was into me out, then it'll be different.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Chloe, and I'm 37, and I seen you from the back.
So this is when I want to. So he's already received about 3 to 4 disrespectful comments. There's going to be 2 more. that are going to happen. And when I first saw this myself, my jaw automatically hit the floor. I'm like, what type of weird ass shit are you on? And why would you say something like that to a guy? So let's just let me just rewind this just a little bit back right there. Let me see. Was that a little bit too far? Okay, here we go.
A nice ass.
Wait, let me rewind it. Hold on.
Yeah, it'll be different.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Your name and age, and why did you end up popping your balloon?
Chloe, and I'm 37, and I seen you from the back. Got a nice ass, but I don't like it. It's okay. I
Weirdo.
mean, you look good though. You gotta don't.
Like, how do you even respond to
I
that?
mean, if your jeans weren't so tight, it may not look so big, but your butt looks big. Yeah, and then me and you in public together, they gonna be looking at your ass and mine. Okay, you look good though.
That's weird.
Yep.
Is she someone that's your type?
No.
No. Okay, and why not?
It's what you say. Because she look good.
Thank you.
So it's like, but other than that, yeah, I'm cool.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have an unpopped balloon. Let's head on over here.
Like, how do you sit up there? You what? Like, brother, you said you disqualify the guy because you said oh my god. Oh my god. This is what it looks like when you try to go for people that everybody else would consider, like highly attractive or whatnot. Whatever. Like I said, this is why like normal women are just awesome, are just great. Because dear God, sweet mother of Christ, like this is just. I ain't never. Just imagine if a dude basically says something like that, did a body judgment on a woman like that. He would be getting cooked. He would be getting grilled. All of the I've seen the dude sit up there and go back and forth with like women through the line, and the moment in time that he went off on like one woman because she said something, all the other women basically stood up for that woman. And I've seen this countless times. But yet, like I said before, the moment in time that this type of disrespect is given to men, you just got to take it. You got to shut up. You got to sit up there and take it. You got to be gracious. You got to be level-headed. You can't make a response. Like I said, if you're a guy in a moment in time, you make a response like this, magically the other woman is like, oh, I find that as a turn off. You like arguing with women and all this other type of like, dog, if you're wrong, you're wrong. Like, yo, adults are going to have a conversation about it. Like, nobody's going to sit up here and just be like, okay, well, you're a woman, even though you're wrong. I'm not about to really argue. Fuck all that. We're going to be having words, bro. Like, we're not doing this. You're not above reproach. We're not doing this type of like nonsense. We're not. Because like I said, if you're wrong, you're wrong. And you either I'm going to let you know you're wrong, which is going to be the nice way, or the world is going to sit up there and do it. And if the world does it, it's nothing I can do for you. You got to really hold that L and whatever comes with it, but whatever. Let's continue.
Your name and age, and why is your balloon unpopped?
So I'm Ray Dearest, and I'm 41. And the reason I kept my balloon unpopped was because I do appreciate that you are a man from God. Now I have a few questions for him. So you are an HVAC. You work for HVAC. When do you plan to retire, and how do you deal with fiberglass? Because fiberglass, after working in HVAC for a few years, it affects you physically.
Yeah, I get that. I like to stay safe as I can because like fiberglass irritates my skin. So like when I'm working in different attics and spaces where I'm dealing with that, I don't want it on my skin at all because it irritates. It like I have to take like a thorough shower like to make sure I get that fiberglass out of my skin. So stuff like that, I like to be safe.
Understood. My next question is, can you take off your hat?
Yeah.
Now we see this, right? She asked him to take off his hat. It's obviously apparent that the brother is bald, right? The brother came there as he is, right? He's not giving false advertisement. I just want to make this very clear before I start going off in the later portion after her response.
Go ahead. I mean, you already go ahead. Just do it. Okay. So why was that a pop?
Because I feel like if he has a ball, that he should embrace it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Don't be sorry.
So go ahead.
I embrace my bald head. Everything about me, I embrace. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't got no problem with me. I mean,
Kristen.
So let me just go back because it's going to get worse with this lineup. So you saw that, right? So I want people to understand that the hair that this woman is wearing is not hers. And she's telling him that as a man, as a person, you need to embrace what it is that you have. Why don't you embrace your natural hair? Why don't you embrace your actual real hair color? Why don't you actually embrace your weight instead of getting surgery, right, and getting it taken out? Why not do it the natural? Why not either embrace your weight or just work out? Why take shortcuts and spend thousands of dollars, potentially almost killing yourself on the table in order to have this type of shape or body which you cheated for? Like I said, it's crazy to me. Like I say, he's nicer to me because I've gotten to a point in time where I'm like, I'm fine with everything that I have. And if anything is going to change, I'm going to sit up there and do it for me. Right? Because I'm in a sense forever. I got to deal with myself and see myself, every day. If I get a haircut, trim my hair, beard, what I'm doing that for me. I'm not doing it for anybody else. Because no woman out here is doing her hair, her nails, or whatnot, or whatever for me. Right. And it's crazy to me, again, looking at the amount of criticisms that they want to give to this guy because they know that they can do it and get away with it. Because mind you, if this was just like, let's say if this dude was like top tier, if he was like one of the most attractive men, he was like a 9 or a 10, he was like a fashion runway model, he has no blemishes, he got the perfect hair, perfect lineup, perfect build, perfect everything, right? None of these women would fix their faces to say anything disrespectful, because if that attractive man decided to say anything, it would cut deeper than anything that they've ever went through ever in life. Because now you got an attractive dude that you're interested in actually telling you something about yourself. And a lot of women can't handle that. They can deal with it if a dude that is normal, average looking says something. They'll be like, oh, well, it's men like you out here every day, all this other type of stuff. I get right. It'll be that whole type of thing, right? And then they'll decide to sit up there and dig deeper and deeper and deeper to try to hit the soul, of that man. But like I said, all it takes is a very attractive dude to really knock all of these women down a peg, and they can't say nothing. They really can't say anything. Because whatever they may have that they could potentially say directly to that attractive guy, all he got to sit up there and do is just walk outside. There's like 20 women that look better than any of the women in this lineup that's ready to date, that will actually take out that dude on the date and pay for the date. But it's going to get worse. This was just the first half. It's just the first half. We got a few more minutes left, and it's going to get stupid. So let's get into it.
Because I feel like if he has a ball, that he should embrace it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Don't be sorry.
So go ahead.
I embrace my bald head. Everything about me, I embrace. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't got no problem with me.
Kristen, I'm 35. I popped my balloon to just make an easier decision for him.
Okay.
She got her balloon back. I feel like they have a nice vibe. So yeah.
Okay. But is he someone that you love?
Now remember, this is the same woman from the previous incident where she wanted to go in on the guy sitting up here, saying all of this crazy stuff directly to him. Right? Now, I'm just going to rewind this just a little bit so you can hear what it is that he specifically stated. Again, this is why I have the the captions directly up here. So let me go back up to this one here, and let's just specifically hear out what he said about her, right?
Nice vibe. So yeah.
So remember, he said everything that he likes. He's just listing everything. It's not in a specific order. He's stating that, yo, basically everything is beautiful and positive directly about her. Everything is shining, right? Right? So now let's go to the next woman.
Shine.
So see, now this is quote unquote a black woman, and she said that she didn't like the fact that he quote unquote only solely said that he liked the previous woman because she was light skinned, trying to basically say that he's a colorist. So I replayed that part twice so that we could understand everything that he said. And she decided that she heard only one thing out of everything that he listed. She only heard one thing. And she's technically within the same skin tone as the previous. Let me just play it.
You don't have
Okay, so I was just going off her complexion.
I like that you're light skinned.
And you know the craziest part is, I have to point this out. Arletty is African. Her and her husband are Africans. She, as an African woman, has to step up to defend a black man. Huh? That's how far we have gotten at this moment in time when it deals with this show. An African woman who is the host has to come in and defend a black man from a black woman who's trying to put out this narrative, a wrongful narrative about him and what it is that he stated. Never in all of my days did I ever think that we would have to make it to this point. Because without her saying anything, he's defenseless. None of those other women were going to step up to correct her or to say anything. They were just going to let that ride out. And you got some of them. You got the tallest one that's at the very front. She was basically looking confused. She was like, "What are you talking about?" Looking at the woman, very much confused. And as the guy was explaining it, she's shaking her head in agreement. But yet she's going to agree in silence, but she's not going to just openly object. Like I said, that's the problem. That's the problem when you got women like this that think that they are 100% right because nobody else is really saying anything. Like I said, it's crazy work out here.
He just said he likes her skin.
No, he said, I like that you're light skinned, which made me pop. He said like that.
I didn't say no. I said I think she's try. I said she's light skinned.
We can watch
like
it
her
back.
complexion.
I promise you that.
Yeah, I don't like her because she's light skinned. She's beautiful, but she happens to be light skinned, so that's why I was commenting on her complexion. But yeah, she's beautiful.
You know what I'm saying? I like that she light skinned too.
Okay, hey, that's cool.
And is she someone that's your type?
She was.
She's 40 and single for a reason. She's 40 and single for a reason. I'm just like I'm not sure what man on this planet is. You know what? I do know, man. Her attitude is good. If it was a white man, her attitude would be vastly different. She wouldn't even all of this stuff that she's doing right here. She would never have it. I can promise you that 100% because again, I've watched videos when it dealt with divestors and how it is that they specifically try to, train, indoctrinate, or tell other, black women out there on how to capture and snare and really, wrangle down a white guy. And one of the main things that I've learned is that it was stated that the attitude, the aggression, the masculine thing that people tend to bring up and talk about, she said, you got to cut that off. If you specifically want to be with a white man, you cannot, the same things that you have with the men of your community, you cannot do that with the men of this community. They are not going to tolerate it and they are not going to stand for it. Those are the words from a black woman that is solely with white men. So I know she's not lying. I've also read blogs surrounding this exact same topic. Like I said, it's crazy to me to go on this show and you want to just try to find a way to have an issue with a guy for no reason. It'd be like, oh well, I'm just gonna sit up there on this, syndicated show. I'm just gonna mark you as being a colorist so that all of the other, black women out there will be disinterested and, not even care for anything that you have to sit up there and say because they're gonna believe me over you. Arletty doubled down and was like, no, he didn't say that. That's not what he said. She went in there twice and then agreed with him, nodding, looking directly at him as he was explaining 3 to 4 times. And this woman swears up and down that she was right. Oh, play back the tape. I know what I heard. I know what he said. Huh? You couldn't even list verbatim what he stated. You heard that one thing dealing with a skin tone and you were like, oh, that's all he's about. Wow. So I'm just trying to show this. You had one woman directly up there stating that she did not want to give a black guy a chance because she heard that 20,000 people in Atlanta got HIV, basically trying to say that he has HIV with no type of proof or anything. And now you got this woman directly up here basically stating that he's a colorist and he only likes one skin tone. He doesn't like all black women. He likes black women, but not all black women, just a specific skin tone. And I'm guessing because he's darker complected, that's why she heard that. Or let's keep going.
Why did you end up popping your balloon?
And you seem to, I mean, it's okay that you like light-skinned women, but I prefer you to get what you want.
You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Brother, I swear to God, even our lady had to look to the side like, are you serious? She's looking like, did we not just break this down? Did we not just explain this? Did we not just have this conversation? And now you're sitting up here siding. You're in a competition trying to prove that you are suitable for this guy. And you're like, no. All women, we must sit up there and stick together. We all lose together. We all lose together. But if one of us win, then one of us wins. But yeah, he's a colorist. He's a darker complected black male. I've heard about them a lot. I know this for a fact. He's only into white women. That's why he is for the light-skinned woman. That's why he made the comment about her skin tone and her skin complexion, saying it was this, that, and the third. We know what it is. If you're into light, well, I just want you to be able to say your preference proudly and just go directly after that. No shade to you. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? And these are grown women that are educated. What the fuck are we doing right now? What are we doing? Like, do people not fucking listen anymore? Where am I at? Where? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I understand why people drink now. I get it. I get it. I 100% understand why people drink. Watching stuff like this would turn me into a drinker. Because some of the stuff that people say is just so unbelievable that I'm like, this has to be AI. Like this has to be, some propaganda by NASA or some government facility where they're using AI robotics and these aren't even real people. Like, I would want to just so much believe that these just can't be real people, but they are. Like, I don't even understand. I don't understand. Like, how do we do? You're supposed to be very much educated. You're supposed to be good at hearing. You're supposed to be at a certain place at your age. And you tell me that you're going to parrot the same talking points about a black man from what you heard from a black woman of which you don't even know that she just said 5 seconds ago. And you're automatically going to re-say it as if it's 1,000% truth and have your own thesis and theory about this black. Okay, let's just. It's only a few seconds left.
Oh, he didn't say that.
No.
Yeah, I never said I like light skinned women. I just happen to comment on her complexion because she is a light skinned woman and she's attractive. I'm attracted to all shades of black women. I love my black women, all shades.
I mean, even if you were, it wouldn't bother me. I like my
Oh
shade
my
too. So.
god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Even when he explained it, she was like, "Well, even if you were, or even if you are, what the, what?" The one thing that I want to try to convey to a lot of people, and I'm trying to showcase here, is that I want to state that for me, at least from my perspective, I feel as though that Black American men have to do so much in order to prove that they love Black women. I've never seen any other group of men out here have to do so much work in order to prove. I never seen white men having to do whatever work out here to prove that they love white women. I've never seen Indian men have to do this. I've never seen Latin men have to do this. I've never seen Europeans, Australian men, African men, Haitian men, Dominican. I've never seen any other group of men on the planet have to do so much work in order to prove not only to the women of their community, but to the world that they love Black women. I've never seen it. Nobody can show me anything. Nobody can show me not a nothing. Like, this shit is insane. It's like, bro, you can't even win. You're taking losses all over the place. And it's like, so let's say if the dude didn't have a preference, like let's take the Chris Brown instance, right? You had a lot of women that wanted to say, oh, Chris Brown is colors because, he only supposedly lets, light-skinned women directly into his whatnot or whatever. His mom is light. He is a reflection of his mom. His mom is a reflection of him. So if he loves his mom, would he not then be attracted to somebody of the same exact complexion as his? Like, I'm a little bit confused. I'm so confused. I just like I don't understand it. I don't understand. Like, I've never heard somebody try to say that a white man is colorist or whatnot or whatever because he solely is attracted to Black women. I've never heard nobody say that. Never heard nobody say that. Never heard nobody inkle or even try to even whisper around that at all. And white men date every type of woman directly. I've seen white men with and married to pretty much every group of women directly out here. And I've not seen anybody sit up there and say that they're a colorist or whatnot or whatever because they don't date the women of their own community. That is not even a conversation. But when it deals with Black dudes directly out here, even with this within the Black community, and he may just like, hey, I just want a woman that's darker complected. I might want a brown skin woman. I might want a woman that's lighter complected. It's still a Black woman at the end of the day, but it's for whatever reason, if you go light, you're too close to white. So realistically, we know what it is that you want, and it's not a Black woman. You can't win. You can't win. You can't win. You can't win. Like you can't win. You just like Jesus Christ. Like I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know. Like this is crazy. In Tippy, that's what I'm saying. You said white dudes don't get this heat. It's only it is. Black men are the only men out of this whole planet. No other men of any. I've never heard men of other demographics have to have these conversations on podcasts. I've only seen Black American men have these conversations and been having it for the longest time possible. Like I said, Black men have to do the utmost to prove to the world and to Black women that we love Black women. And even within that, it's still not enough. And it's still like a caveat. It's still an issue because it's like, oh, you say that you love Black women, but the images or the pictures that you say that you love, it doesn't encompass all Black women. It doesn't encompass every single shade. It doesn't encompass every single Black woman of every type of body shape and every single type of hair type. So you say that you love Black women, but yet you're colorist and you're also texturist. You can't win. You can't win. This shit is mind-boggling insane. Like, it's just, brother, it's tiring. It's tiring. It is It is so damn tiring. It is so damn tiring. Like I said, nobody else on the planet has to suffer or go through this. This is something only unique to Black American men. I swear to goodness. Swear to goodness. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Like, man, oh man. Like I say, even on this channel, I still got people that roll up to the scene to sit up there and tell me that I got like a white wife or some shit like that. I'm like, I don't even know. Like, what? Like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, like I said, if these guys decide that they want to do whatever they want to go sit up there and see the world, it'd be like that. Because like I said, nobody knows how tiring this conversation is. Nobody knows how tiring it is to actually have to deal with this. Like I said, and I repeat this again, even if you want to have a Black woman and she just so happens to be light, Black people in the Black community be like, oh no, well, she's not Black enough and she's light, which means that you realistically want to be with a white woman. So I don't even know why you chose her. You might as well just be with a white woman, because that's pretty much the next steps. It's basically right there. What? How? So light is not Black, but yet Black men are supposed to be the ones in the Black community that are colorist. Yep. So I see why I ended up technically saving this one for last versus the other video. I see exactly why. I think mentally my mind knew, it was like, yeah, we're going to just put this one here for last, and then you can do every other video before. We're just going to make sure to put this last. Woo! Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's crazy being a content creator and watching and watching things. And certain times you may watch the whole thing, other times you may not. The one thing I can sit up there and tell you that took place is that a lot of people underneath the red balloon pop, let me just pull this and like let me just highlight. Wait, where'd she go?
All right.
This one right here, it's a shame. Let me just tell you something real quick. This one right here, the one that you can clearly see, the tallest one out of the bunch. I think she said she was about like 6'2", 6'3", or something like that. For me, she looks beautiful. Tall women they look great. Like I said, I like looking at nature. I like looking at trees. Like looking at mountains. Things of that nature. Things that should be looked upon. Praised. Be like, oh man, look at that. You're next to the heavens. Things of that nature. And it's a shame she pretty much did not pick any guys directly out here because of height. Because of, again, she's tall, but she's also wearing like 3-inch heels. Like I said, crazy. It's diabolical, but it'd be like that though. But yeah, a lot of people underneath the comment section basically said that the guy in the red shirt, he needs a redo. They need to, allow him to come, directly back on here, because a lot of people are like, yo, the stuff that the women were saying was uncalled for. It was unneeded. It was uncalled for. The dude was nothing but pleasant. A lot of people were saying that the dude was nice. He didn't even, say anything bad, no matter what it is that they stated. Like, a lot of people really, really fairly felt bad for him and felt like he got done the dirtiest out of everybody. And he did. He did. Because like I said before, you got women out there trying to judge a book by its cover, but yet they're faking. Like, what I mean by that is, a lot of the women that are in this lineup, they're not going to look like this every day. That's the killing part. Like, their makeup is not going to be on every day. Their eyelashes are not going to be on every day. That the fake hair that they're wearing is not going to be on every day. The hair dye that they're using to cover up their actual natural hair is not going to be there. The relaxer that they're using to straighten their hair is not going to be there every day. So those curls and all of that stuff is going to sit up there and start like, the weight is going to start to come on at like, yo, there's a lot of stuff directly there. This is why I sit up there and I got a problem. Like, he's at least this guy, he's appearing to you as he normally is, right? The one thing that I at least remember from church, and that was the main thing that stuck with me. It always said that quote unquote Jesus or whatnot or whatever wanted you to come as you are, right? Or however it's basically framed. Maybe I might have the words, mixed up, but basically the way that the church originally worked was that you were supposed to come as you are. Nobody is going to get turned away from being able to worship and praise, right? And there's a lot of truth in showing up in how it is that you currently are, right? And this man showed directly up in his truth. A lot of these women that are showing up here are lying. It's not their hair. The complexion that they have on is not theirs. They got a lot of makeup, a lot of foundation, a lot of mixing. The eyelashes are not there. Uh, in everything else. Some of them, might be wearing, some type of shapers directly underneath their clothes. Again, there's a lot of counterfeits directly out here. Some of these women may have had surgeries directly on their butts. They might have had a fat transplant where they took the fat from the stomach and transferred it directly into other areas. So it's like it's crazy how the guy showed up as honest as he could be, not shying away from nothing, but yet a lot of those women would never show up the exact same way. They're going to show up like that every day once they're with that guy. But when it deals with going on a date, they're not going to sit up there and show up like that. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. That is some diabolical work, man. Let me tell you something. This man Mo said, have in real life these women the wall. They have hit $200 and solved the problem. I will. This man right here. Ms. Dolce said, honestly, I wish I had that beautiful chocolate skin. It is beautiful. Oh, wait, you're talking about, I think you're talking about the lady.
All right.
You talking about her? Talking about the lady here? Sham said, LOL, hey, just cause we're tall doesn't mean we can't wear heels. It's not the fact that tall women wear heels. It's the fact that tall women wear heels and then they look down upon guys who are average height and say that, yo, you're too tall, you're too short. I'm like, what does short have to do? There's a lot of short dudes out here that can pick up tall women. Like I'm not like this. Like the craziest thing that I've always heard from a lot of these women out here is like, oh, it has to do with a protection thing. Like, how are you going to protect me if you're not tall? Like what? There's a ton of short guys out here who can protect themselves. I'm a little bit confused. Just because somebody is tall does not mean that they have the muscle and the ability to use that muscle. It does not mean that they are strong. I have seen some tall dudes that are weak as hell. And I'm like, how does that even happen? I'm like, you are a waste of genetics. Somebody needs to go back to the drawing board because I'm like, there is no way in hell that you're going to tell me that as big as you are as a guy, 200 and something pounds, that you can't lift this? You struggling? Brother, I'm lifting the same shit that you're lifting and I'm not shaking like a leaf. I need I don't know what you need to do. You need to get that in order. Like that isn't called for. I am embarrassed. Like I said, I done seen that too many times throughout life. It don't make no sense. Like I said, and a lot of dudes out here who got weight, who got height and weight, don't even know how to properly use it. You would almost think that somebody just threw them into that body. They got them out of their original body, and then they did some avatar and threw them into this other body. And it's like dudes don't even actually know how to use their weight properly. It's like that shit is crazy. I'm like, dude, you're big for nothing. I'm like, dog, you got Herculean strength, or supposedly you're supposed to, and nothing. But yet, a lot of women are in the mind frame where they're like, oh, well, height automatically equates protection. Okay, I guess you never seen like a honey badger or a wolverine. I guess you never seen none of those animals before. Because like nature does not care. If you're able to protect yourself, you're able to protect yourself. If you're not, then it be like that. You're going to be food for somebody. But honey badgers and wolverines, like, yo, they be sitting up there going at it with like, the mountain lions, the bears, all of that. Like whatever nature specifically got, they will go directly at them, and they have no problem. And they be sitting up there running people back, and like it's crazy. It's crazy to literally see that happen. And I'm talking about like these are some of the most largest, fiercest animals, that other animals are specifically afraid of. When those two basically show up in their respective, biomes, it's a whole different conversation. You would not think that something so small will have such a major impact and scare away, you know, a bear or scare away like a lion or something like I said, it's crazy work out here, but it'd be like that. Waba said, "Oh, Seji, she might think that you're against hype for liking her all the way. That's crazy." Third Eye said, "A lot of women go on that show for clout and attention. They don't care if they ever find a date." I believe it. I believe it. Let me see. Timothy said, "I take that come as you are seriously. Hoodie on, basketball shorts with some soccer side practice. What you preach, churchman? Yeah, like I said, that's the one main thing. Like for me, I respect those churches or those people who do quote unquote preach the word, and that's how they go about it. I have more respect for them than any of these other $1 million pastors, because you're doing the work that is said to have been done when quote unquote Jesus walked, right? He was with everybody that was normal. It didn't matter how they smelled, how they bathed. He was out there amongst the people. These $1 million pastors, they're not doing that. They would not even want to. They don't even really want to be around ordinary people. They look down upon ordinary people. Now, if they can use you and get money from you, then they'll see you a little bit better. But other than that, they're not trying to be around ordinary people. They're not trying to really, hobnob and shake hands and associate. They're not trying to really do that. Like I said, they're not really about God. But it'd be like that. Said a lot of black people are too. I'm not even sure what. I don't even know what you're even talking about. You said a lot of black people are too racist. I'm not even sure what part of the video you're even on. I'm not even sure how even got even here. That's crazy. Just Carl said, "I wonder if the tall sister would get mad if I asked her for up-ups." That's crazy. Tippy said, "I don't get it. My parents, both black, grandparents black, great grandparents black, I think." Let me see what else we got. Tippy just up here laughing. D Money said, "Tippy, are you sure your parents are black?" Reflection said, "I seen short men throw down." Oh yeah, because you have to, like, you sitting up there fight. Like, people forget, like, the actual, like, let's put it down to Wolverine. The actual, like, comic book wise, the actual Wolverine is about 5'4", 5'4", 5'3". Like, he's actually short, but he's one of, like, the fiercest fighters that is, like, there, because of course mutant ability is healing factor. Like, he will go in. It don't matter what size, it don't matter who. This is why he is called the Wolverine, because of how it is ability, how he goes at the situation, and everything of the sort. But again, getting away from comics, because I know a lot of people hate that. Going into reality, Mike Tyson, he's about, I think, like 5'9", 200 and something pounds. That's a short dude, but he was knocking out tall dudes, big dudes, people that outweighed him, that had more muscle, knocking them out, had them crying on the mat, flipping out the ring. And that was a dude that was 5 foot something. He wasn't 6 foot anything. So, like I said, it's crazy to me when you got women out here that disqualify men because of height. I'm like, okay, you got it, brother. Alex said I'm 6 foot and 170 pounds, pure skinny, but I am definitely strong. You got leverage, yeah. You know, the funniest thing is I've been trying to make it to 170 for the longest time possible, but I'm not anywhere near 6 feet. And I think currently my weight is about like 165. But the funny thing is you can't really tell. You can't if I were basically outside, you wouldn't technically really tell that I was like 160 anything. It's crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Third, I said being tall is the only advantage if you live in really tall grass areas on the African savannah and you need to watch out for ambush predators. Yeah, like you got the Sudanese people and other people directly out there that are really, really tall. I forgot which culture it was. Was it Etrians? I forgot what it was, but they're very melanated and when it deals with them, they're naturally just like, let's say like 6'3", 6'4". Like they're just naturally just tall. It's just like tall people. I'm like, Lord, I'm like, I look like your child right now. Like it's crazy. They sit up there, use me for like an armrest. It's like, yo, stand here real quick. I need to rest. It's crazy. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Um, Let me see. Hoodridge said Mexicans too. They be like 4 feet tall. Reflection said honey badgers. Miss Dolce said amen. And they love climbing that tree. That is bars. TB said, what you mean if I'm sure is both parents are black, no white parents? Pink said people run from mosquitoes. Wait, I'm lost. Pink, that comment just threw me off. I'm like, wait, run from mosquitoes. I'm highly confused. D Money said, "Typical, yeah. Last time you checked your lineage." B Wayne said that show is bogus and not real. Bushido said facts. The honey badger will give smoke to any animal in nature and not give a damn. That's bars. I remember that classic video, Honey Badger Don't Care. I remember that video. That was a viral video during its time. Reflection said, now Pinky, the mosquitoes be fast. I don't run from the slow ones. That's crazy. Tibby said, "Who said that? LOL. We blacks are racist." Oh yeah, that was somebody up there in the comments. Like I said, I don't know what type of time they was on. Tibby said, "Damn, he's short. I'm 5'12". He can't take me down. LOL. Carl said, "I don't know. To the way you talk about the blacks, you might fit that category. That's crazy." Reflect, yeah, Mayweather, that's another fighter. That's another short dude. I think Mayweather is what, he's like 5'7", 5'7", 5'6", or something like that. And that dude can fight. That he can throw some punches and knock people out. Timothy said actual Wolverines are about 50 pounds and can take down a moose and a polar bears. Wait, Wolverines can get about like 50? Wait. Let me see that. Let me see. Wolverine animal. Damn, that's crazy. They can actually get 50? That is crazy. Let me see. How tall are they? So, and they can reach about 33 to 44 inches. Huh. That's crazy. But it's like, it don't seem like when you look at them, it's like they don't really look that big though, which is crazy. Okay, now I'm looking at some other pictures though. Yeah. Like I said, for me, I'm weird. I would have like different animals that would actually be a part of, like my home and stuff. Wolverines and honey badgers, those would be one of the main ones. If I could sit up there and just like really train them, oh, it's over. A robber can't do nothing. It's like you about to pull up there with a gun. I'm like, you do know that chances are that bullet is not going to pierce. I'm like, good luck with that. you about to get chewed up, brother. You came to the wrong house. You came to the wrong house. Wrong house, man. Wrong house. Timothy said 6 feet 250. D Money said, y'all, I'm starting to believe that Tippy might be Irish. This man right here. Jam said, yeah, it's a pipe dream. The average height for men is shrinking now, and it'll get smaller due to temperature. So if you taller than the average man, just let it go. Tippy said 5'9" is not short to me. That's average tall. This woman said average tall. Oh my goodness. Wabba said I'm 6'3", but feel like I'm 5'11". I grew at the last minute. Man, I ain't trying to hear nobody 6'3" talking about they 5, and I ain't trying to hear none of those words. Miss me with that nonsense. Miss me with, like I said, you got height advantage out here. You automatically, because you're tall, women look directly at you. They don't see nobody else. Whenever women see tall men, they don't see no other men in existence. They only see those tall men. Everything else is invisible. It's crazy work out here. Ms. Dozier said, and most tall men don't know what to do downstairs. It's diabolical. Diabolical. Reflection said, I'm 6'1", 145. Lost weight. I was 150 in high school. Never weak though. I just need to work on mine there. Yeah, for I think you and Tim that are about, that are in the 6 foot range and at like the 170 to like 140. Yeah, y'all pretty much y'all just lean. That's all that is. It's like y'all just have like a lean type of build and y'all got leverage. So yeah, it's not like y'all don't have no type of strength. Yeah. Most said I'm starting to believe that Tippy is a white woman from San Bernardino. Oh my goodness. No, Tippy is not a white woman. Tippy is, I can tell you, Tippy is not a white woman. Ms. Doji said Floyd Mayweather is short. That is bars. Tippy said autocorrect. Sorry, making me look stupid. The chef said there's a video on YouTube right now with a honey badger trying to fight an elephant. Yeah, honey badger, I'm telling you, they do not care. Tippy says, these dudes think I'm white. Please tell them. I did, Tippy. I did. Pink said, you were talking about how dangerous the honey badger is, and I included the mosquito. Man, I hate mosquitoes. They don't serve no purpose in the food chain at all. Mosquitoes can miss me. Shout out to cold weather. Sham said, "LO D Money." What he said about to me. D Money said, "Seji, you giving mod to Caucasian women? Man, that's some crazy work out here. Every woman out here that is a mod is blick, blick, blick." Sham said, "I don't know why kids from Barbados, be turning out light skin in America. It's strange to see, to be honest." Reflection said Mayweather beat who was Logan, younger and taller with more reach. He technically Mayweather technically knocked him out because he threw a hit. It was an expedition. That's an expedition. Jesus Christ, that's a vehicle. It was an exhibition, and Logan got a little bit too hype, and he hit Floyd, and Floyd was like, "Oh, word, that's what we're doing. Okay, let me just check you real quick." Floyd got him with a nice combination, and it was like the hit that he did. You could see that it caught Logan, and he was like, Floyd had to hold him up so he can like catch himself real quick. Like I said, people be playing games out here. This woman, Tippy says some blacks just make up delusions in their heads. Oh my God, Tippy, I swear to goodness. This woman right here. Dear Lord. Rabbit says, Seji, did you see how Stevie Knight exposed himself this past month. Who is wait, Stevie Knight? Who was that? Oh yeah. You talking about this dude? Yeah, I seen this dude before. I never knew this dude's name. Let me see. What is this? So they're supposed to have a boxing match. Him and this one dude here. That's crazy. Somebody said I got 24 months, 2 years suspension, and 100K fines as my punishment for the DQ. Thanks everyone for the support. I'll be taking my talents to golf now. That's some crazy work. But yeah. This is that one dude that be really simping for white folks directly out there. Yeah, he's one of those conservative Republicans. Yeah, I know who you're talking about now. I know exactly who you're talking about. Know exactly who you're talking about. Tippy said, "I'll step on a Wolverine." LOL. No, you would not. Those are very large beasts. Waba said, "I saw a man at the Section 8 office about 5 years ago that was darker than me with nappy hair. Somebody told me he was Spanish. I was like, wow. Yeah, they're darker complected. Especially like when it deals with like Mexicans, darker complected Mexicans directly out there, darker complected, than me. And black people would sit up there and look at a point in time. Black people like, yo, you black, and then they were like, no, me no black. I'm like, all right, well, you got it. You are 100% right. My apologies. Sam said, LOL, if you can train them, they are too violent and they hold grudges. Badgers and Wolverines attack the owner before they attack the robber. Oh, that sucks. I really like them too. That's diabolical. Rabbit said, I remember when I was small, my grandparent shot at a honey badger. He held it under his foot and shot it. The bullet didn't penetrate his skull. Granted, it was an old colonial rifle. No, yeah, they're the way that they are built is different. The way that they are built is vastly different. Like they can really take a beating. Third Eye said women are calling 6'3" short now. Yeah, and that's the craziest thing that I never understood. Like you got women who are like 5 foot something looking at a dude that's 6'3" and saying like, yeah, you're not tall enough. I'm like, what? What are we? I'm like, dog, cancel all of this. Cancel all of this directly out here. Sham said, LOL, as a third wife, I'm not vouching for Tippy's racism and jazz. Oh my goodness. Rabbit said, I hate mosquitoes, but they do feed my favorite insect. Oh yeah, dragonflies are okay. Well, okay. You know what? You got me pulling back. They do actually serve a purpose because dragonflies do eat mosquitoes. You're right. You got me on that one. So I pull back. I rescind what I said before that they don't serve a purpose. I forgot because I do know that dragonflies do eat a lot of other things directly out there. But Sam said, but Gail is the first wife, so she would have to check with me. Oh my goodness. Timothy said that the Steven dude is a trash panda. Let me see. What was it? The jokes in there. Yeah, see, Sham. See, once you get them started, this is what happens. This is exactly what happens. It was all because you engaged. All because you engaged and you saw the comments and it registered. It was like, oh, got him. I try to sit up there and warn you. People don't listen to me. People don't listen. Timmy says 6'3" is tall, but not to me because I'm 5'12". This woman right here. Reflection said they want Nephilim. Yeah, women want a guy that's like 20 feet tall. And if you still got women, let a dude up here be 20 feet tall, there would be a woman on this planet to sit up there and look up at him and say that you're still not tall enough. Crazy work. I kid you not. I swear to goodness. I swear to I could bet $100. Wobby said, okay, it was somebody with your nickname from where we grew up. Said you do you call grasshoppers hopper, grass, or locust? It depends. Because the one thing I learned about grasshoppers is that, well, at least the ones over in I think, what was it over there, like in Africa and in like certain areas, depending on the temperature and then some other variables, those grasshoppers can just automatically transform into locusts. And it's not just one, it'll be the whole swarm will just transform. And if I remember from the documentary, scientists are still trying to figure out why that is. Like they can't understand it. They don't understand the 100% of the variables that leads to grasshoppers becoming locusts, but they just know that it just happens. And when it happens, it is a problem. But yeah, I when grasshoppers are normally green, again, grasshoppers, right? Great. They don't do anything, completely fine. Now, when they start turning into that brown and light brown, up we're dealing with locusts. We got a problem. For me, I'm up north, so I never really seen locust. I might have seen the body of one, on a science board somewhere. But yeah, I pretty much, just go with the two definitions that we got. Reflection said forever alone. Me remember that one. Timothy said at least Bigfoot. Height is like 7 feet, 8 foot, and 9. Timothy said 6'4". Roman is 6'4". This woman here. Sham said, why does it matter for him to be tall anyway? What's the thing behind that? The only thing that a lot of women can say is basically protection. They really can't say it's for strength. Because again, it doesn't make sense because you got a lot of short dudes that are actually pretty strong and in shape. You got some short dudes that are actually bodybuilders and things of that nature. Um, like I said, I don't know. It's whatever people decide to come up with. Alex said grasshoppers and locusts are the same thing, depending on the food source, temperature, and season changes. Tippy said dude can be 5'8", still average tall. To me, unfortunately, all women don't think like me. Baba said, but do you call them hoppers? Hopper grass? I've never heard of that before. All I know is locusts and grasshoppers. I've never heard of hopper grass. I don't know anything about that. Timothy said grasshoppers here can do the same thing, but we haven't seen it since 1910s. The black locust accidentally extinct or went accidentally extinct. Okay, I got you. Oh, black? Oh, that got to be dope looking. Ash said at Seji, I need you to make a video on Stevie Knight. The way he was caping and crying over Charlie Kirk was pathetic and disgrace. There's a lot of times I see stuff and it's like I don't even feel like doing a video because I feel like it's just a waste. Because I'm like, a lot of people have like covered it. I forgot who I watched that specifically covered his video and him, sitting up there crying and doing all of this spill of emotions and rah 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 and all this other type of stuff. Like I said before, a lot of people are on that at the Django. This is Candyland, type of deal. So, it'd be like that. You gotta let people be where it is that they are. They feel like they're better than the rest, and that they got the white approval card. All right, you got it. But like I said, when you got the honest ones out there that basically state that they don't want nobody looking like you living around them, now you're sitting up there looking stupid. Some crazy work. What was it? Keep said I think some EBT videos are stage reviews. I mean, possibly. That is possibly. Third Eye said Mark Henry is like 6'1", but he held the title as the strongest man in the world. That's bars. That's bars. Sham said, man, Seji better not do a Stevie Knight video. He'll be calling all of those gay conservatives over here like that one day. I was working overtime trying to ban folks. Waba said everybody I met in Florida growing up all called them hoppergrass, I guess it's a Gula thing. Yeah, I like I said, they got their own different lingo directly down there. Yeah, I guess that's how they say it. D Money said, "Nah, Seji, gotta get on that Stevie Knight money grift." Tim said, "How black locusts went extinct was dumb. People just built on top of their nest unintentionally, and black locust was the first trigger of the Dust Bowl before the Depression." Wow. Well, that further shows that when you decide to get rid of something that is melanated, that is a part of the ecosystem, bad things happen. I mean, at least that's my thought process. Looking at it or whatnot. What was it? Tiffany said, "Nope, I don't. I'm in California, and a lot of guys like them white, non-black, Spanish speaking, or Asian speaking type chicks. Plus, I'm not." And Tippy does this like all the time. I swear to goodness, every time, woman. Sam said the grift money will be dirty. Don't do it. Reflection said, "Pale fuck or good for it." Tippy said, "Let's watch the Stevie Knight video about Charlie Kirk." Nah. Like I said, I was on the whole extent of covering that at a moment of time. I'm not trying to rehash that again unless something new comes up. Other than that, I'm not really going back in there. You got Kenneth Dennis says hi. What is up? What is up? What is up? I'm not even sure what the random troll that just popped in is even saying. Wabba said, "I always thought that black hoppergrass was the baby because the usual color looks like green." Huh. Okay. Let me see. Destiny Armstrong, what is up? What is up? You said that you were on EBT most of your daughter's entire life, never had help from her dad. He paid support 3 times, but it was his family who paid. I never took it for granted. Thank God every time it got deposited. I understand. I understand. Third Eye said, "Why are crickets still around, or are they extinct now?" No, crickets are still now. At least if you're in Michigan, I want to say you should be able to hear them at certain points in time at night. Well, depending on if it's cold or not, because remember when the seasons start getting cold, either things go into hibernation or they die. Right. Timothy said, "Oh no, they caused the Dust Bowl, not the extinction. They were a huge problem." Okay, I got you. Okay. I got you. Sham said, "I'm with you, Seji. He's too trashy for this channel. I got crickets in my yard right now. They like certain conditions." Yep. That is bars. But yeah, pretty. Oh, we've been actually going for like 5 hours, brother. That's crazy. Yeah, I've been talking way too much. I really got to do some of these. I got to do some combination videos. I mean, I do got some videos already. Waiting in the background. I just got to actually, put them directly up there. So I think what will more than likely happen, and Sham up here laughing. I think what I'll more than likely do is that I'll let the Sham said I'm hungry help me with 7 Days to Die, Seji. I don't even have that game. I've been actually No Life in Battlefield and playing Halls of Torment. I bought it originally on PC and then I downloaded it on Xbox because it's free on Game Pass. Like it's crazy. A lot, like I said, I try to tell people a lot of the games that are on PC are showing up on the Microsoft Store, and I'm like, yep, they're getting people ready. They're testing the waters to see how people will perceive and like and view PC games directly on console. So like I said, the next system is also supposed to be premium as well too, which is crazy. So we'll see how that works. We will see how that works, and I will try my best to get my hands on that system. Let me tell you, I'm not sure about the PS6 though. I'm not sure. Timothy said you should look into the black locust. Really interesting. Just like the USA didn't have deserts. Huh. Uh, the money said I got big critters running around my yard. They tend to deal with all of the bugs in my yard. Okay. Reflection said it's a social safety net. Maybe they should make the economy better and raise the pay. Sham said, "Oh, I saw the game. You might like it. Was cartoony, magic, battlefield type of game. You know what? Is the Sham the game that you're talking about? Is it called Duet Night Abyss? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about something else?" Waba said, "I heard the roaches big in Africa when I was little. I'm still scared to visit." Yeah, yeah. In other places, like certain bugs are way larger. Like I said, I can only imagine what's in Australia. I feel like Australia and China always find something brand new that don't need to be. Technically, Australia, China, South America, like the jungles of South America, those three places out of the whole globe will always find something brand new that never needed to be found. Never needs to be found. Waba said, "I heard cockroaches about 4 feet tall in Africa." That's crazy. Um, that is crazy. Rabbit said, "So I started keeping small pet garden snails again. Very relaxing. Yeah, snails are pretty nice." Sham said, "I think that was it." Yeah, you know the funny thing is, Sham, I already got that downloaded. I already had it downloaded the day of, not the night of. I was close, but you know. What was it? Ms. Doshi said, "No, you go." Tippy said, "People say stop living off of government. Well, why do we need the government? I thought the government was supposed to help the people." Fletcher said, "Oh yeah, return to Wappa." Rabbit said, "Halo is now on PS5." Oh yeah. That was going to happen. Because the main thing that Xbox they said before was like, "Yo, we're going to be everywhere. Everywhere people are, we're going to have our brand. We're going to have all of our stuff directly out there." I'm not worried about Halo even being on PlayStation because at the end of the day, it's on PlayStation and Xbox is still going to get, money. One of the other games that they had directly out there that was on Xbox was that went directly over to PlayStation. What was the name of that game? And it's so pretty big. Um One of the games that they had directly on there, I forgot what it was. I know Helldivers actually sold pretty well. Helldivers sold pretty well on the on Xbox. I bought it on PC and then I bought it directly on Xbox. So it actually it did pretty well. And the same thing with an Xbox game that went directly over to PlayStation for at least a month or so. It was one of the highest, I guess, like played or paid games directly over there, at least during that time that it was there. So like I said, I don't have no problem. At a point in time, especially during the 360 era, I'm like, yo, I would love it if we could have some of these games like shooter wise on PlayStation. I'm like, yo, what's up with these console wars? What's going on? It's like we're all gamers. People should just be able to, dive directly in there. Third Eye said roaches get big in America too. That's true. Timothy said when the ant is the cause of the death, Africa is good over there. Oh, you talking about the different ants over there? Yeah. What was it? Sham said, "Did you play it?" Oh yeah, I play. I got it. I still got it uploaded on the on the PC. I was going through, a little bit of the open world. I think they did say it was co-op. I'm not sure if I made it. I think I might have made it to the co-op part directly of it. I didn't even know the game was co-op, which is actually pretty cool. Bobby said, "Oh snap, reflection. I'm scared to go over there." Tippy said, "Let's not act like those billionaires been living off of the poor and the middle class people for centuries." That's true. Frank said we haven't got roaches and critters. Or we haven't gotten any roaches or critters here. Too cold and northeast of Scotland. Don't get nothing other than a little harmless beasties, as we would call them. D Money said, "Here we go with the PlayStation slander. I'm reporting this channel for hate speech." this dude. Wabba said, "How do people survive out there? That's horrifying." And my phone just lit up for some reason. I hate when it does that, and then it doesn't properly give you like what the notification was, which is crazy. I'm not even sure why it lit up. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it might have been Uber Eats. Timmy said, always remember Australia is so scary. Hell from doom. Don't mess with it. True. That is true. Alex said, and the roaches in Texas are called water bugs because those are massive. The funny thing is, up north, I know what water bugs are. Water bugs are black. They're not roaches. I know I've seen roaches before, but two different things. Timmy says, so I don't care if people be on Snap for years. Those billionaires be destroying people's lives for years, raising food prices, gas, rent, and etc., paying for people's lives. Let me see what else we got. Mo said, I heard Xbox is debuting a 10 terabyte version. That's perfect. This man right here. That's wild. That is wild. Timmy said, I hear Sony's thinking of shutting down the PS4 servers. Rumors, don't know if that is true. Yeah, they will be doing it because they want a lot of, well, I'm not going to say like this. Let me see. Let me just type something in real quick. Shutting down. Yeah, it says that, well, at least going by the AI, they said no, Sony's not shutting down all the PlayStation 4 servers, but it is retiring some legacy servers for new games in spring of 2026. Existing games and their online multiplayer servers will continue to function normally, but the PlayStation Store and social features will remain accessible for now. And for now, and the change primarily affects new games submitted for release after spring of 2026, which will not be able to use certain legacy features like the activity feed web API. Huh. So they said PS Plus changes, and he says starting January of 2026, Sony will focus its monthly PlayStation Plus game offerings on PS5 titles, phasing out PS4 games from the lineup. So just looking at the Reddit from 3 weeks ago, they said, let me see. 2026. So the first release back in 2013, the PS4 is now approaching the 12th anniversary, right? And the PlayStation 5 now approaching its 5th. That being said, many people still play on a PS4 with hugely popular titles like Call of Duty being released on the platform, as many people have yet to upgrade. Yeah, the only reason that people are not going to, really upgrade is because, again, they still got things coming out for the PS4. If they stopped having things produced for the PS4 coming out, then people be like, all right, now I have to, get a PS5 or get a PS5 Pro or, something like that or whatnot, whatever. Wait, was that? Wabba said, I heard the upgrading. Timothy said, damn, I was really thinking about it now. Dinosaurs to make Australia safer. Yeah, probably would. Timothy said, if they do all PS4 games, DLCs, Sims 4 packs, All should be free. Yeah, they're not going to do that. Well, I'll say this: if you, let's say, the stuff that you bought on The Sims on your PS4 and you want to go to PS5, your stuff is still going to be what you bought. So anything that you spent money for, anything that you bought is going to, transfer directly over because you're using the same account. That's the only thing that's changing realistically. You swapping from your account going from the PS4 to the PS5. And then you'll see, of course, graphic improvements and things of that nature. Sham said they said release of the Steam compatible Xbox will be 2027. Yep. So I will be waiting directly for that. The moment of time that that Xbox just so happens to show directly up, I will be waiting. I will 100% be waiting for that. I don't care what nobody says. Because like I said, at the end of the day, again, I'm a tech person and I like, in a sense, playing on my computer, but having to sit there and I got a keyboard and mouse and my hands are basically cramped. I'm not trying to sit up there and get some type of like arthritis, carpal tunnel, whatever it is that's associated with playing keyboard games. I'm not trying to do that. And like I said, it's uncomfortable for my back. Because trying to position yourself and play a lot of these computer games, especially when you're focused, yeah, it's not conducive, to how you sit in proper form and whatnot. Because even right now, sitting in the chair, I got like a pillow behind my back just to, give a little bit of support. Ah, boy, this is annoying. Timothy said, I still have discs for my PS5. I actually have none. Actually, a lot of my stuff is just digital. Waba said Windows 10 is no longer available as well. It stopped October 14th. Yeah, I mean, you can Windows 10 is available, but it's not available if you get what it is I'm saying. Sham said, I wonder how much it will cost. Probably $1,000. Yeah, they said, well, at least from some insiders, they said that the brand new Xbox will be a premium console. So I expect it, if it's a PC hybrid, I expect it to be that high. If you normally look at like, okay, you want to buy a PC, a decent PC, you're about to be paying some money. You're not about to be sitting up there. You're about to get a decent PC with decent parts, or the most up to date parts, and you're paying $250. No, it's just not happening. You must have got that directly from Temu or something. That's not happening. Timothy said the next consoles are going to be stupid expensive. They're talking about starting at 800. Yeah. Waba said, I wonder if Linus is better, or is that supposed to be Linux? Sam said, yeah, I'm going to get that one too. Trust, I don't like my PC overheating. Yep. I'm the exact same way. And like I said before, I believe in things in a sense being separate. Like I said, I'm not with the PC master race type of deal where it's like, oh yeah, I use my PC for everything. It's like top tier gaming, everything is ultra. Nah, because like I said before, if you're just a hobbyist in a sense and you like to play games, all right, cool, fine. But if you're a person that likes to stream, yeah, you would either need a dual PC setup or you would need a console, so that you don't have to worry about your computer like running hot. Like I said, I know how computers are, and what they're supposed to do and everything of the sort, but I don't like my computer sitting up there running hot. I'm like, yo, that glass feels like it's about like a good 70, 80 degrees. I'm like, yeah, I might have to either turn down the settings so it can cool down, or I might just have to just turn off the game for a minute. Because like I said, I play Helldivers, and having that even on medium settings, the computer was heating up. I'm like, yeah, nah, that's not it. Nah, buddy. Sam said, yeah, 1,500 is more likely the price than how big it is. I gotta replan my setup probably. Yeah, I don't think it'll be like 1,500, like a thousand at max. That's what I expect. And I also expect when the brand new Xbox does pull up to the scene, I expect a lot of people to start going haywire over it. It's like, oh my God, the price of this Xbox, this is not consumer friendly. They've really lost their minds. They're nothing full of greed and they're going to go bankrupt. I already see what it is that people are going to say. I already know. But like I said, if PlayStation comes out with $1,000 console, people are gonna praise it and say like it's the best thing since the third coming of Christ. You know. Wabba said if you buy flashcards, it would run fast. Possibly. Well, you talking about for my PC? I think. Wabba said, I wonder if you can trade in your desktop. Will they shave off some money for it? What was that? Rapper said, when they said Halo Infinite, they meant it. It's all they produced. I mean, that's only one side. Rabbit said we need all chip in to buy Seji one of those gamer chairs and heated seatings for Christmas. You know, I was at one moment in time supposed to sit up there and get myself a chair, and then I'm like, I'll just, put the money in, in other places that, the money needs to go into. I'll just sit up there and deal with the rickety chair, the rickety foldable chair that I got. I'm like, I'll just do it that way. Sham said, yeah, I use my PC for work too and paid $2,400 to build it. I don't want to buy a $5,000 graphics card to keep up with games. That's not worth the card. Yeah, that's true. Yes, bars. TV said, nope, I watch highlights. Oh, you talking about Timo. Let me see. Marva said, why would Walmart stop selling Xboxes if that's true? I mean, I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. I don't know what plans are specifically happening. All I know is at the end of the day, nobody's technically, in a sense, buying consoles. The last console that was really getting bought was a Nintendo Switch 2. And maybe the Lenovo and the other handheld dealing with the Steam Deck. Those realistically are the only things that people. Those are the only thing that people decided to go out there and buy. Like I said before, people can say that, oh, so why are they taking the Xbox directly out of Walmart? All right, that's cool. They may be sitting up there doing that, right? They may be taking out these stores. Does that mean that that's going to increase people purchasing a PS5? No. You got basically a 50-50, a 50% on PS4, and then you got a 50% on PS5. Yeah. This is why, I'll be having problems when people try to do the console war, type of thing. I got all systems. I don't have a dog in this race. I'm just up here looking at how it is that people are moving and what it is that consumers are doing. I got every single console. I'm good. Like I said, they can remove every single Xbox directly out of the stores. Matter of fact, remove the Xboxes and remove the games. Do you really think that that's going to increase people buying a PS5? It's not. I promise you. If people are still to this day not buying a PS5, removing Xbox directly from any of these stores is not going to heighten people wanting to buy a PS5. Just saying. Bobby said Pro Tools keeps shutting down now after the upgrade. Will Davis said, but that's $1,300 cell phone is okay though. Yeah, you got people out here rolling with those phones. Like I said, I'd rather have a system if I'm paying that much money and it's going to produce what I need it to do, I'm fine. And on top of that, if this is a PC hybrid, I'm hoping that they have plans to make this modular because that would be crazy. That would be the first console, in a sense, or PC hybrid console that if they do it modularly, that will be able to be upgraded. So that way, in a sense, you wouldn't have to really buy a brand new system. You would just have to upgrade the parts. That'd be dope. That'd be the dopest, the smartest thing the Xbox could do. Will they do it? Probably not. Could another company do it? Possibly. Who would it be? I don't know. It wouldn't be Sony and it wouldn't be Nintendo. So it had to be a brand new. That could be a brand new Dreamcast. Sega could come out with a modular console. It could be the Dreamcast 3, and it's a modular console. They could do that. Wabba said, I still have Windows 10. I do as well. Do as well. Alex said I got 50 on the gaming chair for bro. Hey, I mean, too bad I don't have an actual donation life bar directly up here, because I would throw, I would throw that directly up here, and there's no way to actually do that. On the stream. I forgot how would I if that were. I'll have to figure out something. I'll have to figure out something. I might sit up there and put that up there. Then might do that. It would have to be an office chair though, just to be real. Because I looked at a lot of chairs. It would have to be, like an ergonomic office chair. Because it seems like office chairs are built for people to actually sit in, and gaming chairs are just there. They're just there to look nice, you know. Um, Sham said was on my $1,300 phone. I think I got it on sale for 1,000. Damn, Sham got. Why this woman is? I swear, Sham has to be like a secret millionaire. I swear to goodness. I swear to goodness, Sham has to be living in some type of like, mansion that nobody's ever seen or heard of. It just has to be. Her and Tippy have to be. I feel like the richest people here. Because Tippy, I swear to goodness, she talking about what she ain't about to buy, but not that she can't really afford it. I'm like, Tippy just frugal. Tippy is just frugal. Timothy said, I see Xbox is still in Walmart right now. Sham said, yeah, I agree with you. Y'all talking about like wrestling. Wabba said, you got to go to the thrift store after that. True. Timothy said they might make Xbox online purchase only. I mean, yeah. Like I said, if basically if they're losing money, basically having the consoles sit there because they can't earn nothing from it, it's like, all right, well, if people want to buy it, they can buy it straight from us. Right? We'll just make room and have other things directly up there in place of it. Timmy said last year I like watching it back to back. Talking about wrestling. Timmy said they said that PlayStation is going the handheld route like Nintendo. Yeah, good luck with that. The last successful handheld that they really have was the PSP. They tried the PSP Go and they failed that because they did not have a way for people to have their UMDs on backup and to be able to play those things. They tried to come up with a solution, but it was a poor thought out solution. And I'm like, dog, Japan, what are y'all doing? Y'all can make Gundams, but you can't figure this out? Like, y'all cooked. Deep fried. Wabba said, I think it was crazy to stop selling the handheld Sega. Oh, yeah. I still wanted me a Neo Geo so I could play King of Fighters. Sam said, let's see, what is it? Timothy said Nintendo would never allow Sega to come out with a console ever again. They could probably try. Mara said the fact that Xbox is 500 gigabytes, you are lucky to have 5 games without buying more space. Wait, what Xbox are you talking about? Because the Xbox that I got the Series X. That was a terabyte initially. And then after that, during that same time, I'm talking about like brand new right off the presses, right? The same year that it launched, that's the same year that I got it when it was like, hey, you can order this now. So the same time frame that I got my terabyte Xbox, I sat up there and ordered during the time. I think it was quite a bit. I ordered the terabyte memory card. I got 2 terabytes on my system, basically. I don't know where you got that 500 gig from. You must be talking about a Series S. I got the X, which is premium. Like I said, when they got Uber X, I got the Xbox S. We got that premium. I'm sorry, X. Jesus Christ. The white version is the S, which is a shorter one, which has the 500 gigs. But even Microsoft did an upgrade where they brought out another one that was 1 terabyte. So you got the 500, and then you got the 1 terabyte. And then I think the other Series X that they have has a 2 terabyte in it. I think because it has a green bottom directly to it, and I think it should have 2 terabytes. Tippy said, I would love a handheld PS4 gaming device. Tippy said, no such. I'm not rich. I wish I would have bought all of your merchandise you were selling. Tippy, that is, like I said, I had told y'all before, it is A-OK. It's the thought that counts. Like I said, it is the thought that counts. Like I said, any point in time that I actually had people, buy some shoes or a t-shirt, I was highly appreciative. Highly appreciative. Because, like I said, didn't have to, sit up there and do it to support the channel, but people did. And, like I said, I love each and every one of those people that did that. I highly appreciate them still to this day. Will Davis said, have a great day, room. Later, Seji, gotta get ready for work. All right, brother, have a great day at work. Tibby said, if I was rich, I would send money to all of the mods just because I'm generous like that. That's dope, Tippy. It's the thought that counts. Sham said, LOL, I'm not rich, Seji. I started out with nothing and knew I didn't like being broke. I don't believe I ever saw a tall, broke person before ever in my life. So I know you got money, Sham. I know you got money. Mrs. Monopoly. Timothy said Nintendo still owes Sega. They said Hush and Rush this Pokemon game for Christmas. LOL. True. Waba said, I can't get y'all any system freshly made. Who wants one? Wait, what you talking about? What you mean by that? I gotta pull out that Drewski. What you mean by that? D-Money said, Tippy got plantation money. I want no parts of Blood Bunny. This man right here. Mara said, I got the X, but math might not be mathing, but still 2K is 200 gigabytes. Wait. 2K? Wait, don't you mean 2 terabytes? I mean, I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying. Yo, Mahoko, what is up? What is up? What is up? What's up? Timothy says, still sounds like Sham is rich. That's bars. That's bars. This man said Alta Vista with old one. That's crazy. My uncle said, sorry, you two gave me no notifications to me that you were live. No problem, no problem. Robert said, claim it, Tippy. Tippy said, if I was rich, I would have bought a PC, Xbox, new sit. First of all, you're not an Xbox girl, Tippy. Stop the cap. That's cap number one. Got to call you out. We're not playing those games. You are a PlayStation. You're a Sony girl. Don't do this. Trying to sit up there and lie in front of company. Look at this diabolical work. He said Xbox new series Universe 1, PS5, gaming chair, a pink laptop with pink headphones, a new bedroom set, a condo, maybe with a pool, a bigger house for my family. This one right here. Whoever says Sega Nintendo, Super Nintendo Extra. Diabolical. But yeah, that's pretty much it. We've been going for like 6 hours. It is time for me to walk around because I've been sitting here for too long, and that is not good for anybody. So for anybody that's been sitting here, listen to this live stream, listen to me yammer, go back and forth and everything in that nature, please, decide to stand up, move your legs around, stretch. Oh boy, because that is currently what I'm doing right now. Man, sat down here. Normally, I usually take some standing breaks. Try to, make sure that the y'all can actually still. Okay, yeah. I try to normally take some standing breaks because sitting for a long time is not really conducive for your health. So you remember, like I told y'all before, you got to take care of yourself. So get up, move around. Because, like I said. That's bad. Like I said, man, gotta really move around. Probably because I might be a little bit tired. That's why it really didn't dawn on me like that after looking at the amount of time that's actually passed by. So there's that. Tippy said 54. I'm nowhere near 50s. I'm no soul. That is all. While I'm up here laughing. Shane said, nah, if you're rich, Tippy, you manage your money wisely. If you spend it like that, you'll be poor again. Oh man. But yes, I will sit up there and say, because I do see some people talking about wrestling directly in the chat. I mean, if y'all wanted to continue that, y'all can move it over to the Discord. Because yeah, once the stream is ended, the conversations are ended as well. So, I hate to cut off people's conversations, because I see every now and again people really start, getting into certain topics. I'm like, yeah, just move it over to the Discord and, continue the conversations, and things of that nature. Sham said, right, I'm going to eat. Yeah, I'm about to do the same thing too. Did I eat anything today? I mean, I made some garlic bread earlier. But other than that, yeah, I made garlic bread and I had it with the pasta. Yeah, other than that, I really didn't have anything to eat after that because got up and started working on videos and of course did the live stream. So yep, there we are. There we are. Tippy said I'm hungry too and I didn't eat anything. Yeah, it's time for everybody to go eat. D Money was like, my pizza just got here. Man. I'm gonna be like D Money, one of these days and order me a pizza. I'm trying to get rich like y'all. Let me tell you, I'm trying to be like you guys, trying to be like Sham and Tippy and Mo. Trying to be like D Money. I gotta pull the D Money. Where's my 10% out of that pizza? What's going on, brother? You ordering pizza and not sharing it with the group? What is it? Tippy says seaweed is good. Yeah, seaweed is good. I normally have that with sushi. It's pretty good, pretty good. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. If Gail would have seen that comment directly from Mo, Lord have mercy. Let me tell you something. Diabolical work. Sham said, LOL. I got an ice cream maker. Yeah, that's why I keep saying Sham is like, I'm not rich, but she keeps listing stuff every time. This woman says she got a $1,300 phone. I don't even know what that's like. My phone at max, my phone costs about like $80. $80. I don't even know what a $1,300 phone looks like. I know what a $20,000 phone looks like. I seen that. I didn't even know those exist, but I seen that before. Tippy said, read what I said. I did read what you said. D Money said, I'm not rich, but I'm cool. Nah, D Money got money. Waba said, all right, y'all. Blessings, fam. Much love, respect, and appreciation to you as well. Waba, much love, much love. Tippy says, see, Sham is rich. She got an ice cream maker. D Money said, y'all welcome to come get a slice. Yeah, if only I was Nightcrawler and I can teleport, that'd be great. Sham said, LOL, I got the ice cream ninja ice cream maker. Yeah, I wanted to get one of those too. I did. Sham said $80. Where you get that? Was it a Best Buy phone? I think it was like from like Best Buy. Or when it's an Android anyway. Androids are normally cheap, so Tippy said my phone is an Android. Same here, Tippy. Baba said D Money straight up. Where that slice at? Tippy said, no, you didn't read it. I did, Tippy. You do this to me all the time. Baba said rich people like Android. It's crazy. Rabbit said Seji about to cough like Idris Elba when he ate that hot wing. Yo, that's I got that meme too. I do have that meme. I just haven't really used it in a lot of videos, but we got that. We got that on deck. We do got that. We do got that. But anyways, much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to any and all of the folks that have been a part of the live stream. Actually did pretty well. I didn't actually think that the live stream was going to do too well, pull in some numbers because I ain't really done live streams in a minute. So again, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation. Wait, what got 20K views? Huh? Wait a minute. So does it do it does an automatic update? It does. Wow, that's wild. Because that just threw me off. I'm like, what video actually hit that high? And it wasn't the video, it was the live stream. So wait, so we actually get wait. Wait, so was that up to date numbers? Let me see that real quick. Yeah, that's actually up to date numbers. That's crazy. Normally it does not give you up to date numbers like that. That is wild. That is actually pretty wild. But yeah, actually we did pretty good today. We did pretty good today. You know, quite a few people showed directly up. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Also, shout out to those who have showed up to the previous videos that I posted as well too. If you are unaware, I do happen to post videos, but that is on SEIJIHITO the Second Coming, and not on the main channel. So you can go directly there and you know, look at some of the videos that we just so happen to post and, you know, put directly up there. You can peruse, you know, through that library of videos. Um, TV said I'm broke, spending $10,000 on a Romans Nike shoes. His dumbass lost a couple of months ago. I'm not even sure what Tippy's even talking about. That you said, read it, please. Yeah, don't buy Nikes. I wear K Swiss. This man D Money was like, they still make those. TV said people should hear it. They might want one. When to get rich, Shem said, I bought some Sketcher boots yesterday because they looked nice. Shem said, yeah, they still make K Swiss. They're comfortable, and I buy pink and white ones. Waba said, I purchased, what is it? I think that's like Fila's last year. Tippy said, I like K Swiss. I have Pumas. D Money said, I wear Nikes and Pumas. Waba said, they was on sale for $30. Tippy said, I have an Adidas sweatsuit. That's dope. That's pretty dope. Yeah, Tippy, I caught up and read all your comments. You do this to me all the time and be swearing up and down that I don't read your comments. You just don't hear me because you're tall. Because normally tall people have a problem with hearing. I don't know what it is. It's diabolical. But it'd be like that. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Sham said, yeah, I got the Adidas purse and a sweatsuit. I didn't even know they make a purses. Like, what? Yeah, like I said, y'all talking about some stuff. This is foreign. You're speaking Chinese to me right now. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's crazy. Diabolical in nature. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation. Thank you guys for being here. Shout out to any and all of those folks out there that support the platform and the channel. Shout out to all the patrons. Shout out to the members. Shout out to any new subscribers. Shout out to all of my awesome, wonderful, beautiful moms directly out here who support the channel and do the Lord's work every single day. Shout out to anybody who donates as well. Like I said, I wouldn't be able to do things that I do every single day without people like you. So, that's pretty much it. I did have something I wanted to say, but I think that I'm so tired right now. I forgot my main script that I normally say for ending videos. Crazy work out here. This woman out here, Tiffany was like, can't trust these black people out here sometimes. Oh, this woman, Tiffany, let me tell you something. Sham said, I wear the shoes in the house, LOL. Tippy said, fine, I'll say it. I want a white butler and driver when I get rich, LOL, just joking. No, she dead serious. Waba said, my uncle rich and don't spend a grip on shoes. I understand. D Money said, there she goes, the anti-black. Sham said, what she say there again? Oh man, crazy work. Only Tippy. Tippy actually has done this off and on throughout the years. It's hilarious. Hilarious. Like I said, I'd be laughing every single time. Every single time. But yeah. What was she well, I was like, Tippy is rich. Yeah. Yeah, that's that rich type of thinking. The rich thinking right there. But yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next video on live stream. So go catch up on some movies. Take care of yourself. Get your feng shui directly in order. Go get some food like D Money did. And yeah, I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.